fellow Americans, I want to speak to you tonight about the troubling events of the past week.
I'm gonna pull the whole thing down. I'm gonna bring the whole fucking diseased, corrupt temple down on your head. It's gonna be biblical.
How's it going, everybody? FCB here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. And I hope you're all in amazing spirits. And welcome to The Pulse here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. Okay, lots going on, ladies and gentlemen. Lots. This show is going to be unbelievable. Jam-packed full of amazing goodies. All for you, right? Because when you come here, you know what you're going to get. The real deal, the real take. Now, let's get straight down to it, ladies and gentlemen. As we say, down to brass tacks. Diddy, good old Diddy fiddler, okay? Found guilty on 2 charges out of 5, yes. And apparently there was a Diddy fiddler party out in New York and everyone was spraying all this, you know, that, what do you call it, that body oil stuff? That's so ridiculous. It's unbelievable, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? But look, as I said, this has all been done by design. Because guess what? I mean, look, this is like to point in the direction basically these, shall we say, the stars and the Epstein Island and all these elites, it's pointing in that direction. And that was something that was just going to be a starter. And I knew about that, ladies and gentlemen, just like I've been saying about the Brunson case. Everyone had too much weight. And I said, don't put too much weight in either. Because the Brunson case was just basically to show the corruption. And I stand by what I say. And too many people put too much weight into things and they always end up in the state of disappointment. And I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, don't be disappointed. It's been done by design, right? So don't stress. There's a lot of people, people get so upset so easily. It's like, what did you think was going to happen? Apparently, he's got 2 counts. Now, each count equates to 10 years in prison. So he's got, if there's 2 counts, that's 20 years in prison, okay? But isn't it enough to open up other doors, other connections? Okay, it is, isn't it? Let's have a listen to this, ladies and gentlemen, which is what they found him guilty on and how many counts. Pay attention, please.
Have the first verdict on count 1, racketeering conspiracy. How do you find the defendant not guilty? And so now they'll move on to count 2. Count 2, how do you find the defendant not guilty? That is the sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura. On count 3, which is Mann Act transportation involving Cassie Ventura, guilty. Count 4, sex trafficking of Jane, not guilty. Count 5, Mann Act transportation of Jane, guilty. So mixed verdict here. Not guilty on 3 of the charges, guilty on 2 of the charges. Lisa, your reaction? Have the first.
Yeah, okay, my reaction is this. I knew it was going to happen, all right? Because FCB is always right about everything. And have a look at this. The Diddy fans were squirting the baby oil, yes, all over the place. Apparently there was, look, I don't want to bore you with all these details, okay? Because we have so much more amazing decodes and amazing things to get through. But, this is the thing. You're obviously going to get these degenerates going out there and it's all attention seeking. You know what I mean? All that stuff. And think about this. The New York Post does post a lot of garbage out there. After all, who is the one that owns the New York Post? It's good old Rupert Murdoch. Because Rupert doesn't want you thinking for yourself. Remember? No, they don't want you thinking for yourself. They want you in a state of entertainment. Oh, yes. In other words, they want to keep you dumbed down. And the more crap they put up there, the more dumber you get. 50 Cent congratulates rival Diddy for not guilty verdict on top charges. I mean, he was the one that was saying, you know, he was all that nasty things about Diddy. The gay John Gotti. Okay. All right, so he's gay now. All right, now apparently also we've got, rapper Ye, in other words, Kanye West. Apparently he's been revoked from coming into Australia because of his, you know, his song called Hey Hell Hitler, I think. Yeah. Then we've got all these other things going on. I mean, look, I don't want to sit here and bore you. As I said, ladies and gentlemen, there's so much to get through. But, this is the garbage that New York Post puts out there. Tupac, apparently, it's going to make our lives a lot easier to know that Tupac was smoked up. In other words, his remains, you know, because he was cremated, was basically given out to all his friends and family, and they were smoked, obviously, when they were doing a doobie. I mean, how ridiculous is that? I mean, obviously, New York Post, as I said, just a bunch of idiots there. After all, Rupert doesn't want to keep you, shall we say, doesn't want to put anything of intelligence, basically. That's because people are attracted to this garbage for some reason. Obviously, these people that are, shall we say, easily entertained, like, you know, the little monkey that claps with a cymbal. Yeah, that thing. They're so easily entertained with that. Now, let's get down to brass tacks. Number one, the war machine's out again. Okay, so you got Sean Hannity, Fox News, New York Post, all these mainstream media. Okay, they're jumping on the bandwagon saying, oh yes, quit trucking around. Don sets press straight on truck scene 4 days. So in other words, there's been a lot of movement around Fordo where the supposed, you know, where the uranium enrichment plant was. And apparently they're doing some, you know, sorting out some, you know, roads and all that sort of stuff. I mean, hey, you know, they're trying to get back into the war. All right, that's what they're trying to do. And look at this. I mean, look at this. The Fox News, New York Post, you know it's owned by Rupert Murdoch. So therefore he's pro-Israel and he's a Zionist, right? So in other words, he's using these bunch of characters. I have a look at this one right here. I mean, obviously, look, she's wearing the good old Star of Satan on there. And basically, she's gone out there and obviously saying about the anti-Semite card. And that this guy here is a communist. President Trump's been calling him a communist, right? Okay, and realistically speaking, have you seen the options? Have you seen the options of the mayor that's out there? Seriously, guys, I mean, you got Andrew Cuomo, the one that did all, you know, during the COVID, that put all the elderly people with the COVID patients, okay, the ones so they can get sick and die, okay? And you know what Q says is a murderer, all right? So that's option number one. Option number two, you got, what's the other guy's name? Eric Adams, okay? And he was a friend of Fiddy Diddler, you know what I mean? And that's your option. Then you got that guy, this guy here, Zohran Mamdani. They're your options, basically. So realistically speaking, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. New York. What do? There's a few other options, but yeah, if you look into them as well, they're not very good as well, especially the one that's in the Republican side. He's a pro-Zionist as well. So you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't, basically. And realistically speaking, President Trump has been calling him a communist, and he's been saying, no, I'm a socialist. Okay? And what he's saying, this guy right here, if you hear the way he speaks, it's like whatever he says, it appeals to the people. So what is it? What are the people supposed to do, realistically speaking, with these kind of options that have been presented? you pretty much haven't got many options. Let's have a look at this, at your options. Number one, okay, yeah, there's your options right there. You got Eric Adams, you know, with good old kitty fiddler Diddley, right, over there, Puff Diddley. And then you got Andrew Cuomo. And then you got this guy also, look at that, holding the LGBTQI plus rainbow crap flag in his hand as well. So your options are pretty much limited. My advice to people in New York, get the hell out of there, okay? Realistically speaking, you don't want those kind of options. And the thing is, what is it doing? I mean, it's just pushing people in one direction. That's what it's doing. But anyway, obviously Fox News, because he's not pro-Zionist, he's basically on the other side, you know, they're deploying all their assets to go against him. Then you got Zelensky going around with the Russia, you know, sorry, now he's going against Iran. And now he's saying about Zelensky signs a deal to make a special tribunal to prosecute Russia. Yeah, okay. We haven't wasted enough money giving it to the Ukraine. Let's go and pour some more money over there. And especially the Europeans. I feel sorry for the Europeans. I'll tell you why. Number one, they're being screwed. Right? Think about this. They were put into this EU business. Okay? Their sovereignty was taken away. So in other words, their currency, forget about it. Anything to do with immigration policies, forget about that one as well. They were weakened from, you know, every country was weakened and sucked into this EU monster. Okay? And basically, they've got people that the people of these countries, European countries, haven't elected, these bureaucrats. Who the hell puts them there? Obviously, the corrupt do, right? And they're the ones running the show for the whole lot of them. And I really feel for these people because they've got the sharp end of the stick. And a lot of them, I've seen it, ladies and gentlemen. I've been to Europe and I've seen what these poor people have had to endure. Okay, they were being misled. They were lied to by their leaders. Okay, for example, the leader in Greece at the time, Papandreou, right? He said to the people, "We've got plenty of money." So what did the people do? They hocked their eyeballs to debt. Okay, that's what they did. That was during, you know, that's how they, you know, how they got into the EU also was they used Goldman Sachs to fudge the books to get into the EU. And that's how these countries got into it. Then people thought, oh yeah, no, the EU is great. The currency is worth a lot of money. And they went and hocked themselves to debt like you wouldn't believe. And then the time came and that's when they screwed everybody over. Okay? And they've been screwed ever since by the EU. And that's what President Trump says about the EU. That number one, the EU was created because think about it, the benchmark of the, shall we say, the world currency, US. What did the EU do? Well, the EU obviously did what it did. So the European dollar would go up and obviously supersede the American dollar. And also to destroy America. President Trump said the EU was created to destroy America. Very true. Right? And you could see that their little, you know, EU club, right, that they try to basically, what do? Discourage any imports from America, increase the tariffs so people wouldn't buy from America, trying to weaken America in so many different ways, shapes and forms. So the EU has to go. Finished. That has to go. People, the countries of Europe need to reclaim their sovereignty. They need control. Because you know what? At this point, they've got these bullies running the show and they keep pumping the money, the resources, all in that Ukraine business. And the reason why they do that is because it's a huge slush fund. It's like the biggest money laundering operation you could possibly ever imagine. And not only the EU are doing it and all these European countries, we're all doing it. Okay, so in other words, all the Western countries are pumping money. Oh, we've got to put money into the Ukraine. Hold on a minute. We've got people here that need that money. We've got people that are on the street that have nothing to eat. There are people that are in floods, fires, and the money still kept going over there. Why? Why? I'll tell you why. Because it goes into other, shall we say, pockets, leaders, degenerates. Okay? President Trump, right, he knows what the take is, and he's bringing it all down. Don't you worry about that one. He's in control. He's bringing it all down, and he's doing things in a strategic way to expose it. Right? Now, obviously, the Iranian foreign minister, he's basically put a letter out to the UNSC, which is Security Council, United Nations Security Council, in order to basically get reparations or payment from the aggressors that went and bombed Iran for to get compensation for it. Also, Iran refused to have the IAEA. After all, they're supposed to be an impartial, shall we say, nuclear inspectors that go in there. Okay, and what they did was they gave their shall we say, their very weakened reports, vague reports, over to the state of Israel, all done by design, and to America. And based on that information, it's also exposing, remember, everything's got to be done by design. So what's happening in Iran has been done by design. Because President Trump does control Iran. We went back into the Q drops. That is fact. Now, what happened is that he used Iran to get rid of these strategic points, strategic military targets in Israel, done organically, right? And we know this, why, this thing started on October, the 7th of October in 2023. We know why, because number one, we know the calling sign, 17. October equals 10, 7 plus 10, 17. We know these are definitely whiteout operations, military operations. So even this whole thing with Fordo, as I explained in the previous show, was done because President Trump knew that Israel were going to go in there and drop a nuclear bomb and then blame it on Fordo or these nuclear sites that had a reaction. But it was actually going to be, and President Trump put an end. By doing what he did, he put an end to that. It was done by design. Now, he's also exposing, in essence, the IAEA, which is a corrupt organization. Because these nuclear inspectors have been corrupt. Remember when President Trump pulled out of the Iranian deal back in the day? We'll go through that. He did it by design because he knew that thing was a slush fund. Oh, yes, it was a slush fund, all right. And the moment that he did that, the IAEA, the nuclear inspector, quit because he knew that the jig was up. So President Trump is exposing the corruption of the IAEA, these nuclear inspectors, or international. Also, another person that is exposing him, which I say, we follow her because it's in the Q drop says follow her pen, and that lady is Catherine Hetheridge. Let me just show you what I mean. It's going to make perfect sense. Catherine Hetheridge. Now, Catherine basically exposes the DIA, which is with a basically intelligence. That's it, to do with intelligence. That report that President Trump got was of low confidence, which generally means that the information is scant, questionable, or very fragmented. So President Trump went on information from the intelligence community that was basically low confidence. In other words, the information that was received, where do they receive it from? Israel, Mossad, the IAEA. And you know that Grossi also, he was very vague and didn't know, like, you know, wasn't very accurate on his report. It was all vague. And President Trump, think about why he's doing what he's doing. He's exposing this is the genius of this man, the IAEA. And Catherine Herridge is also, remember, she's mentioned in the Q drops, and we do follow her pen. And she's telling us that that's a low confidence, shall we say, assessment of Iran. So this is the genius. Now, this is from the IDF military espionage areas that were hit. So basically, Iran attacked strategic points. There we go, strategic military capabilities. In other words, Israel, state of Israel, they don't care. They don't care. They go after civilian targets. They don't care. Now, Iran, when they were launching their missiles, were with precision, and the buildings, and as I said, you saw these other buildings, for example, that had all these civilian, you know, these high rises, but they were evacuated. But they weren't targeted. These civilian buildings were surrounding places like the Mossad headquarters and other military, you know, assets. So they used in Israel, the way they designed their city is to surround using civilian, you know, as I said, a human shield with it in the guise, you know, of being a, you know, shall we say, you know, a city. But in there is all the military, shall we say, buildings, assets, and all that. And by putting the you know, the structure of, you know, having all the high-rise apartments and all that, it's basically to deter, shall we say, any attacks, you know, on their military assets. They don't care about their own people. They don't care about them at all. But you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that basically, and this is where Iran attacked, and they were all strategic military, as I said, sites that were causing issues. They even had cyber, you know, their military building where they were doing all their cyber attacks on Iran. And as I said, look, it's with precision that they knocked over these places. Whereas, as I said, you know, Israel, they don't care. They really don't care. You could see that there were casualties. There were casualties. Now, this is the one that is the supposed expert of the IAEA. His name is the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency. International. Yeah. Anything international usually comes from Switzerland. Rafael Grossi. That guy right there wrote a very vague assessment as to Iran's nuclear program. So President Trump, think about it, what he's doing is genius. He's exposing these entities, and not only these entities as such as the IAEA, but also, ladies and gentlemen, the Fed Reserve. People think the Fed Reserve is basically, no. You remember the Fed is a private organization. It's, you know, the Rothschilds control it with, you know, as I said, it's all to do with them. Let me show you an example. President Trump just recently, and that's what I'm saying, the genius of President Trump is amazing. Honestly, he's really amazing. Have a look at this. In his Truth Social, he brought out this, and it's like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're exposing these international organizations that all happen to congregate in Switzerland. After all, wouldn't you look after your own? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you would look after your own, wouldn't you? There we go. Switzerland. Geneva, the place of the WEF, all the debauchery you could the WHO. After all, in scripture, it's known as Satan's seat, right? Switzerland, ladies and gentlemen, are at a 0.25% rate. Now think about that. He's saying, well, hold on a minute. Why aren't you, Mr. Powell, lowering the interest rate? Why aren't you lowering the rate? Because Mr. Powell is politically motivated. He's part of the deep state. And the thing is, think about this. How does the Federal Reserve, think about this for a moment. How does it influence elections? And President Trump spoke about that. Because what they do is they got control over this. And what happens is when they increase it, guess who they take it out on? People don't think like us. We know that the Fed is a private organization. And you know that also that it's part of the US corporation as well. We know it's all connected with each other. Now, President Trump is exposing them. The Fed has the power to influence election. They do. Because basically by increasing their interest rate or not lowering it, it affects the chief executive. It makes him look bad. It does. President Trump keeps exposing him because he knows what he's trying to do. That's election interference, ladies and gentlemen. And that's exactly what they've been doing. These deep state assets, this is part of it. One of their mechanisms. Okay? Switzerland, 0.25%. 0.25%. And the other thing, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, Switzerland is, number one, let's look at what the facts are. Did you know Switzerland is the home of neutrality? Now, in the war, remember, we're neutral. Well, think about this. Where would that puppet master pull the strings from? Somewhere where it's neutral. Remember World War II? World War I, funded by both sides, by the one entity, okay, being played off. So Switzerland is the place of neutrality. In scripture is known as Satan's seat, the place where Saint Antipas was martyred. The other thing is, we know that it's the capital of banking. When you think of Swiss accounts, Switzerland, Swiss accounts. Everyone says, I want a Swiss account. Why? Because of the rates. The other thing is also, did you know that in Switzerland, that every citizen has a bed in a nuclear bunker? So in other words, every citizen of Switzerland or every employee of Switzerland has a nuclear bunker. So they've got a nuclear bunker. They're assigned a nuclear bunker and beds. While the rest of the world, ladies and gentlemen, is being shafted. Oh, yes. Let's have a look, shall we? So Switzerland is on 0.25%. Where's the United States down the bottom? At 4.5%. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, the injustice of this system? So President Trump is exposing this, not just the, shall we say, the IAEA. Remember, what did President Trump do? Out of the WHO, the World Health Organization. All these things, all these international things, these It's a bunch of hogwash. And it's time for all of that to come down. And as I said, you think about it, how they are able to influence elections using this. Now, you think about this one too. He, right, okay, him and his cronies at the IAEA, they knew what the Iranian deal was originally. They pulled out, and because President Trump knew what was going on, that it was used as a slush fund. Okay? And also to raise sanctions was to allow others to be enriched. Now, when we talk about enrichment, President Trump doesn't talk about the enrichment to do with nuclear. He's actually referring to, ladies and gentlemen, it's a play on words. It's to do enrichment within those that are in Iran, that basically that have been putting money in there. It's talking about those that have been enriched, as in receiving all the money, right? That's exactly what's going on. So this is the thing. When President Trump talks about enrichment, don't think about uranium. Think about this. That's what he keeps talking about. So hopefully that makes sense, right? Now, what we need to remember is that obviously there's going to be noise, people jumping up and down, and that is obviously the deep state. It's exposing themselves, okay? Like Germany. Remember Germany was also involved with the Iranian deal? France was involved, good old Macron and the gang. And it's all about enrichment, but not the enrichment of uranium, the enrichment of them, okay? That's what it's all about. They were using Iran as a method and as a way, like a little black side of theirs, to enrich themselves. And you think for a moment that Rouhani and also all the others weren't getting enriched, like the, shall we say, the Ayatollah? Don't you worry, they were getting cashed up as well. They were in the take. All right, President Trump is exposing them on multiple levels, just like this dude right here. The German Interior Minister is saying if Iran had an atomic bomb, it would use it against Israel. Once again, they want to go into Iran. Why? To take over the resources, the strategic areas, the points, you know what I mean? It's all about money and power, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it's all about. Let's have a listen to this, shall we?
Wir sehen hier, wie real die Bedrohung ist. Wir sehen hier, dass hier ein Kampf gegen die Zivilbevölkerung geführt wird. Es gibt hier keine militärischen Ziele. Es ist ein Terroranschlag gegen die Zivilbevölkerung. Und wer sieht, was hier mit Raketen angerichtet wird, die vom Iran auskommen, der sieht, dass es keinen Zweifel daran gibt, dass der Iran, wenn er die nukleare Möglichkeit hätte, wenn er die Atombombe hat, diese auch gegen Israel einsetzen wird. Der Iran destabilisiert seit Jahren, seit Jahrzehnten, muss man sagen, diese Region mit seiner Unterstützung der Terrorgruppen im Norden, im Süden, im Osten von Israel. Und deswegen hat Israel auch unsere Unterstützung bei den Maßnahmen der vergangenen Woche.
You know what the thing is? Q says those who scream the loudest, yeah, they're the guiltiest, like him, sitting there playing that little game of his, okay? And we all know what the Iranian deal was. I mean, it's never been about the nuclear. It's always been about the cash, right? Let's go to this Q drop right here. 1348. Coincidence? Days after Iran deal? Okay, this is back in the day when President Trump pulled out originally. Oh, yes. And Nuke Inspector quit from the IAEA. Coincidence? No. There are no coincidences because corruption is everywhere. The corruption is everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. And the EU sanctions on Iran, right? Think about why President Trump says, I'm going to take the sanctions off. Oh, no, that's no good for business, is it? For the EU? That's why you got all these other, they're trying to get back into the war business, all right? Trying to get Israel to go in there and basically take control over Iran, over the oil, it's all about money and power. And it says there, leaders of the EU only care about protecting the flow of money, not the safety and the security of the people or the world. Iran deal orchestrated for the sole purpose of lifting sanctions, blockades to allow access of foreign businesses for individual and co-wide enrichment. That's the word I want people to pay attention to today. When President Trump talks about, enrichment, he's talking about them being enriched with money. And it's a scam. Has nothing to do with nukes. That, my friends, is a cover. Remember Hussein's pallets of cash? Oh, yes. That was mentioned today, by the way. The Hussein's pallets of cash, all that money, right, went all over there for a reason. Right? Because remember, those who paid to play, remember when you went all around the place, had to give the money back? Hussein's secret authority to convert USD. More coming, no mainstream media coverage. You got the popcorn? Oh, yes, we've got plenty of it. Don't you worry about that. So, there you go. And then we got this one here, Q drop 301306. Does the term of the Iran nuclear deal, does the agreement define and confine cease and desist pro to the Republic of Iran? What if Iran created classified satellite nuclear facilities in northern Syria? So this is the thing. I mean, this is all about money. Also, it's about technology being swapped over for nefarious reasons. And don't worry, we're going to go into that because FCB's been right about a lot of things. And I'm going to show you a lot of things that I've been right about. I'm still waiting for my hat to come which says, FCB is right about everything. Now, what if the program never ceased? What if other bad actors are possibly involved? Did the US know? Oh, don't you worry. Where did the cash payments go? How many planes delivered? There was money delivered in different locations. Where did the uranium-1 material end up? Is the material traceable? Yes. Well, apparently, yes, it is. And you can actually trace it to which reactor it comes from too. And it comes from the States. Did you know they were going to use that material to basically, the Sum of All Fears, that movie? Yeah, basically, if you watch that movie, you get the gist. What if uranium-1 material ended up in Syria? And in the movie, The Sum of All Fears, if you watch it, this is why I'm saying this has all been done by design. How do you get material from point A to point B? Well, in The Sum of All Fears, there was an Israeli jet that was carrying a nuclear bomb. They got wind that jet was coming from, and they blew up the jet and the bomb, they found it. In the movie, where did the material come from? From the United States of America. But the actual bomb was carried by an Israeli jet. What would happen if Russia or another foreign state supplied uranium to Iran and Syria? It would be war. But do you see how it all works? This is what I'm saying. Leaving Israel for last has a lot of meaning. A lot of meaning. Define cover. Why did we strike Syria? Because of the deep state assets that were there. Assad knew about it. See, think about this. And I'm going to make this very clear. Tucker the other day said, and I'll explain to you why, that this gassing of the children or gassing of people in Syria by Assad was fake? It was. It was done by design, this story, as I said, in order to allow President Trump to do what he had to do. And basically, they strike Syria in the guise of that, of the gassing. But realistically speaking, it's got to do with this. Because they had secret, as I said, sites that were set up, classified satellite nuclear facility in North Syria. And did you think for a moment that Israel didn't know about it? Oh, don't you worry, they knew about it. You think Turkey didn't know about it? They knew about it. See, the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, the spider web's all over the place. And it runs deep. Why did we really strike Syria? It was because I just told you. We said, why did we strike Syria? Define cover. The cover that they used, as I said, was the gassing. You remember, Syria, and that's why Tucker said it was fake. Because it was fake. It was a way of getting in there and doing their business and getting rid of those assets, deep state assets. Why did we really strike Syria? Because of this. Right? Because of this. Where is it? I've got it here before. There we go. Classified satellite nuclear facility. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, how important it is? How they're all connected to this. And, you think about this. It's going to make you sick what I'm going to show you, but it's about time that people knew the truth. Because, we've been lied to in so many different ways, it's not funny. Now do you see why President Trump does what he does? He's taking down the deep state. He's got to have the snakes next to him. The snakes have got to think that he's with them. And their confidence in, it's going to be, he's basically setting them up for the greatest fall ever. That's what he's doing. The genius of this man is unbelievable. He's an absolute genius. Now, do you see why it's important that this enrichment that President Trump talks about, they can't have a nuclear bomb. They can't have enrichment. Now do you comprehend why he talks about enrichment? Because, ladies and gentlemen, what he's talking about is not the enrichment to do with the nukes. The nukes is nothing. It's a cover for them to enrich themselves. And look at that, individuals and co-wide enrichment. How amazing is that, eh? Bringing it all out. And then you had Tulsi Gabbard at the time calling Trump Saudi Arabia's bitch to stay in the Iranian deal. Did she really know? Was she part of the take? Who knows? Let's have a listen.
President Trump, your Iran strategy has been ill-advised and very short-sighted. You need to change course now and get back into the Iran nuclear agreement before it's too late. Set aside your pride. Set aside your political calculations for the good of our country. Just do the right thing.
Yeah, do the right thing. This is the thing. I mean, President Trump's exposing these entities and people think, oh, is she good? Is she bad? Well, she was greased up by AIPAC. She's also, as I said, called Trump Saudi Arabia's bitch back in the day because he pulled out of the Iranian deal. And I've been right about everything, ladies and gentlemen. I've been right. And those who know and watch me know that I've been right, and I've been saying this all along. All along I've been saying it about Elon Musk. Oh, yes. Just recently, ladies and gentlemen, and this brings me to this part of the story. You would have seen that President Trump has lost, basically they used to be bum chums. Not long ago they were bum chums and hanging out in Mar-a-Lago and all that sort of crap. And I've been exposing Elon for years now. Oh, yes, I have been. I've been exposing Elon for many years. And those who watch my show will know that I have. Where the others were like the cheer squad. Oh, yes. They were all cheering him on. Right? Like, you know, there's certain people that think that, oh, no, we're going to try and do a backflip. No. FCB made sure that these entities know that I'm onto them. They're not going to get out of this one. They're certainly not going to get out of it, ladies and gentlemen, because you know what? There are people that sit there and they play this little game. For example, the dash man, right? Number one, do you know what the dash means? It means, and you don't need to be, you know, a rocket scientist. Dash means continuation, right? Now, apparently someone's going around playing the game that you know, the dash means something. Well, the dash does mean something. It means continuation. And it meant something before you brought it to anybody's attention. You know what I mean? That's the thing. And there are just people that just keep on. Why don't you go and put a patent on it? Because they keep talking about it like they're the ones that created the dash. Seriously now. You can sit there and say, oh, the dash means something. Yes, it does. And I've exposed what that means way before you said what the dash means. So the thing is, you can say the dash means continuation, which is a no-brainer, because that's the definition anyway. All right, and it's been the definition for many times, you know, out there. It's out there, right? It's out there. Go and type in what the dash means. But apparently this person thinks that it's his, right? That he goes around and he keeps going on, oh, this is the dash, this is the dash. But the dash means simply this. And I keep saying, and I've said it a long time before, he said about the dash, about the 19th president, 19 means, President Trump's the 19th president, it means Rutherford Hayes. You know, I did that massive decode. It's all out there, ladies and gentlemen. I've proven it. So the thing is, you can say dash means continuation, which it does, but you know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to say it, especially when it's out there. You know, you can go and find out for yourself. 19 means Rutherford Hayes. Rutherford Hayes sworn in secrecy, you know, as in, you know, basically inaugurated, just like President Trump was. Therefore, he was the 46th president. That's why he keeps saying the one that controls the auto pen is the president of the United States. There you go, right? But then you got these people that sit there and they keep harping on. And I said, you know what? Enough's enough of this crap. Seriously. So, you know, honestly, there are people that sit there and they harp on. And you know what? I wasn't going to say anything, but you know what? When you go against this, that's when basically I bring down the hammer. So you're going to go against the movement that you came into in the first place, and you call us a bunch of CVQ tards or CVQ nuts, whatever you want to call it. And then you went out there, oh yes, he's trying to do another 360 around the place, and he's trying to make out that, you know, no, he's back with Q now. No, I'm going to remind you that you called us a CVQ nuts, okay? And also I'm going to remind you, it's going to make sense, ladies and gentlemen, that you were friends with good old Elon Musk. You loved Elon Musk. After all, you were driving the Cybertruck. You were out there posting it all over the place. And now you're trying to do another 360. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I've been calling out everyone's bullshit, especially on Truth Social. And I've been saying, don't you dare. Now you're going against Elon Musk, where I've got all the screenshots of you, okay, and your friends cheering on Elon Musk, being the Elon Musk cheering squad. Now you're going around playing, oh, Elon Musk is this, is a prick, this, that, the other. No. And I sent him a message. And no, zero response. You know why? Because FCB has been right about everything, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yes, I've been right about everything. And just like this as well.
You came into my life and tried to do me wrong. So in return for that, I have sent you this song. It tells you what I think and how I feel about you. So take a seat and listen up, cause every single word is true. Dickhead, you're such a dickhead. And everybody knows it, everyone but you. You're a dickhead, I hope you'll soon be dead. And this is payback time for what you put me through. The way you behaved was a total disgrace. I never grow tired of punching your face. You think that putting me down lifts you higher? I wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. You think you're better than me? Well, you're not my friend. I'll get further in life than you in the end. You're nothing, you're worthless, just dirt on my shoe. Wherever you go, whatever you do, people will sing this song to you. Dickhead, you're such a dickhead. And everybody knows it, everyone but you. You're a dickhead. I hope you'll soon be dead. And this is payback time for what you put me through. God will punish you, 'cause you reap what you sow. You're a vile individual from head to toe. Nasty to the bone, unpleasant to the core. I shall drink champagne when you are no more. If I never see your face again, that's too soon. I've never met anyone so suited to this tune. I hope your friends desert you and your health is poor. This is what I think you are. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dickhead, you're such a dickhead. And everybody knows it, everyone but you. You're a dickhead. I hope you'll soon be dead. And this is payback time for what you put me through. I wouldn't even give you the steam from my piss. As far as I'm concerned, you can swivel on this. You're simply jealous of me, but I couldn't care less. 'Cause I have all the qualities you'll never possess. I'd hate to go through life as you 24/7. 'Cause people like you don't end up in heaven. You will rot in hell, that's where you belong. And when you get there, they'll be singing this song. You're a dickhead, such a dickhead. And everybody knows it, everyone but you. You're a dickhead, we're all glad you're dead. And so is everyone that you ever knew. Dickhead, you're such a dickhead. And everybody knows it, everyone but you. You're a dickhead, everybody's said. I hope you like the song, so screw you.
Yeah, screw you. No one calls us a bunch of civic Q tards or civic Q nuts, ladies and gentlemen. No, 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 no. And now it's all crickets. Oh, yes. No, no. It's all crickets, ladies and gentlemen. You can hear them right now, right? Yeah, that's what I heard. Because you know what? These entities have been going out there. They were the cheer squad for Elon. Oh, Elon this and Elon that and Elon. And then when I call their shit out, nothing, zero. They don't like being called out. No, they don't like it at all. Okay? No, they don't. Because you know what? Everyone needs, what they try to do is they think we're stupid, right? Like we got a memory of a 6-second goldfish. Well, basically, maybe that's what your followers have, but we don't. Okay? We remember everything. Don't you worry about that one. We remember everything at all, the whole lot. Don't you worry. And I make sure that people do remember this because they need to expose that fool. Seriously. Okay? They really need to expose them. And there's so many of these people out there that were cheering them on. Now, let's continue. It will make sense what I'm talking about. Now, we're on the subject now of Elon. Now, you know that President Trump and Elon have lost favor. Well, let's watch this little video just recently, his little gaggle that he did at the White House. Let's have a look at this.
All right, Mom Dobby, having such a hard time condemning the phrase globalizing intifada.
I think he's terrible. He's a communist. The last thing we need is a communist.
Okay, so he's saying about that guy, the one in New York.
I said there will never be socialism in the United States. Now we have a communist. I think he's bad news, and I think I'm going to have a lot of fun with him. Watch.
He's going to have a lot of fun, all right. He's saying that he's got control. Well, think about it. The mayor, he says that he needs President Trump to give him cash to be able to run his city. And that's basically what he's saying is, I've got him by the balls. Okay, let's continue on.
Him because he has to come right to this building to get his money. And don't worry, he's not going to run away with anything. I think he's frankly, I've heard he's a total nut job. I think the people of New York are crazy. If they go this route, I think they're crazy. We will have a communist for the first time, really, a pure, true communist.
Now, that word communist, you remember, we said about, Scavino. He put that video out about the anti-Semite label, the communist label, the Nazi label. It's already been tainted. And that's what they do. They use those labels, okay, that exist. All right? So, like the conspiracy theorist label, it's the same thing. All right? Let's continue on.
Wants to operate the grocery stores, the department stores. What about the people that are there? I think it's crazy.
Okay.
Who?
Here we go. It makes me laugh. What happened to Elon Musk? And he goes, who? He's funny. I know he's playing. President Trump loves to play dumb. Don't you worry. But he's smart. He knows what he's doing.
What happened to Elon Musk? Nothing. He's upset he's losing his EV mandate.
Oh, yes. He's upset that he's losing his EV mandate. And that's something that's not new. President Trump is doing a future proves past situation. Let's go to the past, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? When we talk about the good old Paris Accord, and we all know that it is a scam. Number one, did you know back in the day, in 2017, when President Trump pulled out America out of the Paris Accord, which we know was the green scam, Elon Musk said, I'm out of here, and gave President Trump the middle finger. This is another future proves past situation, ladies and gentlemen. And look who's there in that photo, Steve Bannon. Yes. And everyone's been giving Stevie the flack. Oh, don't you worry. Steve Bannon has been exposing him because he knows. Look, do you remember when Steve Bannon was saying he will do anything to keep Elon Musk out of the White House while Steve got his way? Right? And you know that Steve copped a lot of flack, even from these people that were out there, and these truthers and all that. They were calling him all sorts of nasty names, and Stephen was right again. Okay, there you go. Steve, mate, you had it spot on, mate. I know exactly what you're talking about. And it's obviously to do with this. That back in the day, future proves past, like I've said, back in the day, Elon wanted out. And why did Elon want out of the, shall we say, he wanted out because President Trump didn't fall for the Paris Accord? It's all to do with this. And we know what Q talks about, the scam, right? Let's talk about the scam, shall we? Trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. Yes, the scam. The good old Paris Accord scam. Q drop 489. US taxpayer paying for it all. Paris Accord equals scam, trillions of dollars. And Elon got out of it and left President Trump high and dry back in 2017 because President Trump pulled out of it. Because where do you think Mr. Soros and the gang get their money? Right? The US taxpayers funding for it, for all this debauchery, slush funds everywhere. Yeah, war again is another scam. Foreign aid, scam again. Red Cross, scam it. Right? Okay, all scams. Okay, and you think George Soros pays for Antifa out of his own pocket? Think again. No, he doesn't. It all comes from us. Okay? Slush funds everywhere. And that's why you think about, ladies and gentlemen, those who were sitting there cheering Elon and all that, oh yes, we love you, Elon. And then all of a sudden, I knew, ladies and gentlemen, what have I been saying? FCB's been right about everything. Haven't I? I've been saying about Elon for a long time now when the other Civic Q nut, not Civic Q nut, the other, shall we say, the one that was calling us the civic nut, yes, that one right there, okay, that one right there was basically cheering on Elon and all the gang over there. No, now that's all crickets. Now it's all... No, you can't hear them anymore because you know what? They know that they're being, shall we say, exposed. So you can see that it's a scam. President Trump knew exactly what he was talking about. EV, electric vehicle. Oh, Elon got upset. Yeah, no, he got upset, ladies and gentlemen. He got upset.
He's very upset about things, but, you know, he could lose a lot more than that.
Oh, yeah, he could lose a lot more than that. Don't you worry about that one. Because we know that Elon has been involved in a lot of filth. Okay? And the rockets and all that sort of stuff are going to go bye-byes. The whole lot. SpaceX is going to collapse. All that sort of garbage. Because people, you've got to realise what SpaceX is. Okay? Let's have a look. SpaceX. Number one, back in the day, why was it created? To replace the shuttle program. And remember, Obama was the one to basically get rid of that program. So all the cash ends up in SpaceX. How do you think Elon got rich? From his smart... No, he's an opportunist just like Bill Gates. The missile technology was obtained from military or DOD, Department of Defense, the military industrial complex, and NASA. Okay, because you know the Operation Paperclip, it was all about everyone thinking, oh, we're going into the moon. No, it was about basically creating ICBMs. It's about creating nukes, right? So basically what happened was SpaceX was created. Obama got rid of it, this shuttle program. Remember all the blowing up and all that crap? Yeah, that's all staged. Missile technology, right, was given from the military industrial complex, from DOD and NASA, and it was given to good old Elon. All that technology about the reverse rockets and all that sort of crap came from there. All right? So basically, Elon's been an opportunist, right? Now, North Korea, ladies and gentlemen, was a CIA black site, right? In other words, all that technology was going across there, and they were making nukes and ICBMs. So the thing is, when people thought that, you know, they were watching, that's right, in North Korea, everyone saw these rockets blowing up and all, they were laughing, they haven't got their shit together. No, they had their shit together. It's called distractions. You're focusing over here while the real deal was happening in the mountain underneath the ground. All right? You're focusing on the blowing up of the rockets and they were going, you know, they weren't getting their technology right. No, their technology was right to begin with. They were creating miniature nukes, and those miniature nukes, ladies and gentlemen, were put worldwide. And at one point they had POTUS basically like a hostage. Okay? And if you watch the movie Sum of All Fears, it's pretty much like that. Okay? If you watch the Sum of All Fears, it's basically, in the end, it was about bringing in World War III. That's what it was all about. Okay, real World War III. Destroying people. Well, these people, think about, remember that $21 trillion underground cities and that they created? Or, I mean, what did you think that was for? That was for them to go under the ground while we were getting all nuked up there, and they were getting rid of and decimating the population. You remember that, don't you? Let me just, you know, remember what Tucker Carlson on that show? Let me show you what 21 trillion undergrounds. Yeah, that was in the New York Post, by the way. Let's have a look. There we go. Yes, Bush, that's right. Good old Bush. Bush official claims that the US built secret $21 trillion underground city for rich and powerful for near extinction event. What kind of extinction event? See you later. That's exactly what they had planned. All right. And Elon was part of it. Did you know that? Bezos knew about it. I mean, all these billionaires, they were part of it, ladies and gentlemen. Haven't you seen Bezos? Oh, we're going to go and do this. We're going to make cities out in the space and all that kind of crap. Yeah, no. Basically, the cities were under the ground. Okay? And during a near extinction event, they had created $21 trillion underground cities for the rich and bullshit famous, all right? The federal government has secretly spent trillions building an elaborate network of subterranean cities where the rich and powerful can shelter during a near extinction event, a former Bush White House official sensationally claimed. Oh yes, about 170 such bunkers, 170 equals 17 equals Q. Obviously this is coming up from the White Hats, so obviously got to give us our calling card. And apparently they've been building these things across since 1998, including some resting beneath the ocean off the US. Oh, don't you worry, it's not just the US, it's the world as well. And who was the one that, you know, it was under George H.W. Bush. And we know George H.W. Bush is about what? The New World Order. That's what the New World Order was, ladies and gentlemen. We were going to be nuked. See you later. Georgia Guidestones fulfilled. See you later to the rest of us. And basically they would be in their $21 trillion cities underneath the ground. Okay? That's the thing. So, you know, why would this all be coming out? There's a reason and a rhyme. Obviously, the White House want us to know. Military, you know, obviously are in control. They want us to know what's going out there. That's why these leaks are coming out there. Right? Can you see what Elon Musk is? A piece of shit. A degenerate piece of shit. Now, do you blame President Trump? He knows what he's about. And he's about to use, you know, Doge. You know, good old Doge. Hello, Doge. Doge is the monster. I'll tell you why he's the monster. Anyway, let's have a listen to what he has to say.
I tell you right now. Hey, Elon can lose a lot more than that.
Don't you worry. Elon's going to lose a lot more than that. Don't you worry. I know what you're saying, President Trump. See, he's the hellraiser for the deep state. He's about to give him the biggest, shall we say, send-off known to man. And this is the thing, you know, with Elon, oh yeah, Doge is great. He didn't count on that Doge is going to be the monster that's about to chew his ass off. All right? And I know why he said monster. I'll show you.
We hope it's going to happen, and we're looking forward to happen sometime next week.
So Netanyahu's coming next week, and think about this: people hate his guts. There are people that hate him, and obviously, America is conflicted, and not only America, the world. Basically, for the first time, we're seeing what the state of Israel is all about. Not the people. We love the people. People are great. It's the ones that pull the strings on the top. Netanyahu or Satanyahu is a war criminal.
And with the alligator Alcatraz, it's the idea that it's...
And here, alligator Alcatraz, we'll speak about that as well. Alligator Alcatraz, basically, I'd say that's a lovely little deep state setup. And he's setting up also the Alcatraz, which he says he's been working on for the past 6 months. So, obviously, also Q spoke about this as well, that there are other places besides Guantanamo Bay that are being set up for him.
I guess that's the concept. This is not a nice business. I guess that's the concept. If snakes are fast, but...
There we go. Snakes. Who is referring to the snakes? And we know what snakes, it says snakes are fast. Yes, we know what snakes is referring to. The deep state. 5 of 5, comms are clear. We know that you're going to put the snakes in alligator, shall we say, Alcatraz, meaning the snakes equals the deep state. There we go. Let's continue.
Alligators, we're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison, how to run away.
Yeah, you're going to teach the snakes how to run. And he does this. How does the snake work, ladies and gentlemen? Can you see the 5 of 5 comms are clear? He's doing this because he's referring to the deep state, and the deep state being a snake. And he's saying, you got to run like this. What runs like that, ladies and gentlemen, are snakes. They crawl like that, don't they? And he's referring to the deep state. There you go. Thank you very much, President Trump. 5 of 5 comms are clear. We know that you created alligator Alcatraz, and you're preparing Alcatraz for the real snakes known as the deep state. The reason why you're telling them to run like this is that's how snakes crawl. And that's why President Trump, during his rallies, spoke about that poem continuously about the snake, that he knew there were a snake before he took him in. He knew. And that's why, remember, as what does it say? Friends close, enemies closer. Smart man.
Don't run in a straight line. Run like this.
Run like this, like a snake does, like the deep state does.
And you know what? Your chances go up about 1%. I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is?
Here we go. Now, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to give us some comms. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster. I'll show you what the monster means.
Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible?
So Doge is the monster that has to eat that can eat Elon. Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen. Especially when President Trump knows what Elon's take is. He knows what Mr. Elon is connected to giving the technology that was given to him originally by the military-industrial complex and the DOD and NASA. And the money was given to him by Obama by destroying the shuttle program and funneling it to the SpaceX program. And then all that technology was given to North Korea's CIA black site to make nukes and ICBMs and miniature nukes. There you go. What is President Trump talking about? Q drop 487, ladies and gentlemen, because that's the only Q drop that you're going to find this. The monster to do with North Korea, the nuclear bomb, the intercontinental ballistic missile that I've been speaking about, 5 of 5 comes clear. President Trump, we know the stage is set. We know you're bringing it all down. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. 5 of 5 comes clear. The monster, we click on this and it takes us to the monster, which is North Korea unveils its monster new intercontinental ballistic at parade. You can't make this stuff up, ladies and gentlemen. You just cannot. So you can see that President Trump, thank you very much. We know what you're talking about. We're talking about Elon's connections to North Korea through SpaceX program and creating and giving them the technology to create the monster new intercontinental ballistic missile, okay, that was created by the clowns, the clown meaning the CIA, okay, and basically he's going to expose him and he's going to use Doge, the monster, and you could see, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what President Trump is talking about. How many coincidences before you call this mathematically impossible? It's time, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the truth to come out. And President Trump said this: Elon Musk knew long before he so strongly endorsed me for president that I was strongly against the EV mandate. It is ridiculous and was always a major part of my campaign. So he's saying he always knew future proves past. President Trump is trying to get us to look at the past. Back in 2017, when Elon wanted the electric vehicle mandate, went under the Paris Accord agreement, and President Trump pulled us out for a reason. Okay? He knew what Elon was all about. Money, money, money. How did you think he became the world's biggest billionaire? Okay? And electric cars, basically, not everyone wants one. So in other words, they're going to try and use this Paris Accord to scare everybody into getting an electric vehicle and mandating it, okay? And making Elon and those attached to SpaceX, those attached to Tesla, rich. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Who are the ones that are attached to little Elon's, shall we say, setup? All right? Because people got to realize that they're a Tesla. Oh, yes. Who are the biggest institutional holders of Tesla? Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street. There we go. Right? Right there. And you could see President Trump is about exposing all this, and he's using, now think about this, The big, beautiful bill, ladies and gentlemen, has been done by design because that big, beautiful bill in there, and I've read it, contains a lot of AI heavy resources, and that is to Doge and bring out all the uncomfortable truths. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of uncomfortable truths in that, shall we say, that the AI has the capability of bringing out, because the auditing that AI does can be done just like that. And that's what President Trump talks about, the monster and his connections to North Korea. And remember, there is so many things that are connected to there as well. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot of things that are connected. And we know that Elon is a bad seed. Let's have a look at this.
Our goal is to make a huge difference in space exploration. Try to make space a lot more like air transport.
They're coming up soon. Yes. That'll be exciting. It's a great partnership that we have here between NASA, the Air Force, the FAA.
That's good to know. Yeah. John, FAA, we're going to have to get them involved.
So the rocket kind of puts that in a parking orbit.
Okay.
Hi, sir. Bill Lee Rosen. Welcome to Cape Canaveral. How are you? I'm well, sir. Very well. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you.
Well, our goal is to make a huge difference in space exploration. Try to make space a lot more like air transport. You know, if you think about it, it's been from 1903 to 1969. From 1903 when the Wright brothers first flew to 1969, 66 years. First part flight landing on the moon. It's been.
So what are we doing here? Well, this is the launch location for our Falcon 9 rocket by Dragon spacecraft.
Right. Sorry, guys, I got ahead of myself. Give me a thumbs up. Number one, let me see if you guys can hear me before I begin. Let's see if you guys can hear me before I begin. All right. Okay. Let's see. Let's go back here. Right. Yeah. No, I'll just wait for you guys to hear me. Okay, awesome. So, as I said, Falcon 9 rocket. No, all this business about the Falcon 9 rocket, no good. Let's go to Q drop 1338. May 11, 2018, 1338. Did you know that that Falcon 9 rocket was basically, it was a way of creating, shall we say, putting these little satellites in the air. And it was done by design to put up these little satellites so you can spy on America. China's surveillance system can scan population in seconds. Elon, oh yeah, no, he was tied up with all that business. And don't you worry about that. The rabbit hole goes very deep with Elon and Obama. Okay, and using these assets, F9, Falcon 9, China. After all the CCP, we're going to spy on the United States of America and obviously the Western world. Elon was part of it. Not very good, is it? Not very good at all. So you can see that obviously the connections there, you know, with, shall we say, Obama and Elon are pretty strong. They're not very good, right? Let's go back to this. Elon would probably have to close up shop. He will have to close up shop and head back to South Africa. Yeah, do they have jails over there? No more rocket launches. No. There won't be any more rocket launches. There won't be any more of those little spy satellites that he puts up there. There won't be any more electric car production. And President Trump says, and our country would save a fortune. Oh, yes, why would they save a fortune, President Trump? Is it because all the money that has been going from the United States taxpayers' pocket been going to Elon's pocket? Pretty much. Starlink set to hit 11.8 billion revenue in 2025, boosted by military contracts. Yes, Elon's been involved in a lot of filth. The US government and the love story. Yes, a lot of love story right there with cash. Okay? And you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that obviously Elon has been getting a lot of cash from the US government. And NASA has the biggest contracts with SpaceX. Yes, NASA. We know what happened there, don't we? We know that, yes, we know what happened there, especially with Elon and NASA and all that. We go back to this because Obama got rid of the shuttle program and pushed all the money into good old SpaceX and used military, DOD, and what do you call it, military industrial complex technology, NASA, all that. Went straight to good old SpaceX. And all that technology went to North Korea. Right? And yeah, there we go. Make the nukes and ICBMs. Now, wait till they Doge. Can you see what would happen when they Doge things? I don't think it's going to look very good for Elon, is it? Especially with the monster out and what he's been up to. And others that are attached to this, like Obama and all the other investors and all the other leaders, and all you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that it's going to be a major, major shit fest, isn't it? Oh, don't you worry about that one. It's going to be a huge one. And it's about time that everyone knew what was going on. That's why President Trump says this: big money to be saved. Perhaps we should have Doge. Take a hard look at this. Yes, President Trump, please. Go and have a hard look at that and see what you're talking about the monster. Right? Now, all of a sudden, Elon got he said this, so tempting to escalate this. No, really now. So Elon's tempted now to go and escalate it. No, if I was you, Elon, I'd shut up. So tempting, but I will refrain from now. Oh, okay. So, obviously things are definitely going to be, escalating. Just put it that way as we continue on. Yes, and we know what the monster means. Let's go back to that. Unveiling the monster, that obviously has got to do with the ICBMs that were created by good old Elon's technology that was being sent to North Korea, and Obama had his hand in it. Okay, not very good at all. But also, ladies and gentlemen, what does President Trump mean by the monster? Okay, remember, as Q says, we speak in multiple meanings. Not just one, there are many. Okay, don't worry about him. Let's go back to where we were. Let's see if I can bring that little video up again. Okay, when he was talking about the monster. Sorry, guys, just give me a quick second while I sort myself out.
He's terrible. He's a communist. The last thing we need is a communist.
Just give me a quick sec while I sort this out.
There will never be socialism in the United States.
Okay. Let's just see where we are. We were speaking about the monster. All right. Let's go back there. I think it was around here, ladies and gentlemen. We were speaking about the monster.
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible?
Yes. We know what you mean, President Trump, especially this. Because there's the monster right there on his chest, the good old Baphomet. And we know what his Q says, that the L and the Y can be found everywhere in the world. Yes. And we know that the Y means this as well. So Elon is the Baphomet. That means the Baphomet, ladies and gentlemen. That represents the Baphomet, the Y and the L. You know, Q talks about that. And obviously, the monster is that thing as well. We know that Elon's somewhat of symbolism. Especially when we saw him the other day with a black eye. And you remember this one when he was doing the Y jump? Yeah, that's his allegiance to Satan. Okay? That's what it means. So President Trump talks about, we're going to get the monster. So the monster means many different things, as you can see. He's exposing him, which is great. We need more exposure, President Trump. Thank you very much for that.
He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate.
Yes, he does get a lot of subsidies, President Trump. You are correct. Elon is cashed up to the hilt, all right? And we know what that means. It means that he's making a shitload of money off, as we said, off the American people. Q drop 428. Missile technology guidance capacity is SpaceX technology. Methinks via Obama. Yes, you are correct. Obama was the one to give all that technology from the military, from NASA, to good old Elon. And this ended up in North Korea. And look at that. Why is Elon Musk provided big worldwide? So it's not just America, ladies and gentlemen. It's worldwide. We're all involved in this. Why is Elon Musk provided big worldwide subsidies? No subsidies equals no, obviously, no cash. And the clown contribution, which is to do with this good old CIA, there we go, in exchange for access codes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, because all these, the Amazon, Google, Apple, all that technology, our face recognition, all that sort of stuff. I wish people would stop putting their face as in to recognize their phones to recognize their face. Honestly, you're giving away your data for nothing. Your biometrics. That's what you're doing. And we got to stop doing that. We got to stop enabling the beast. Because that's what we've been doing, enabling the beast. And the clown contribution, yes, we know what the clown is, CIA. You're going to find out a lot of the CIA have been everywhere, and they've had their fingers in a lot of pies out there, especially in North Korea, being a CIA black site. So the CIA, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to screw us over. Mossad screw us over. I mean, we've all been screwed over by so many different ways, by these degenerate puppets that, obviously have their allegiance to the cabal. Right? Now, that's what they're going to do. Make the nukes. ICBMs have been doing it right under our very noses while we've been looking at North Korea and laughing at good old Kim Jong-un shooting shit, and it's been going in the drink. We've been laughing at him where he's been building, and this is the thing, Kim Jong-un, another thing, okay, is someone that is basically controlled. He was controlled. He didn't like what he was doing, but he was forced to do what he was told to do. He was freed by President Trump. We've been through this whole thing. They demonized him. They made him to be, say, the front man. Okay, but it was the other ones pulling the strings behind the scenes that were doing all this. And the CIA, think about a black site. What's a black site? Nobody wants to go there. And how did the CIA manage to do that? Let's put a dictator in control. Remember, Kim Jong-un's daddy, sister are bad seeds. Right? Now, let's put as I said, the CIA, let's put a dictator there. Let's make out that this place, you don't want to go anywhere near it. If you do go there, it's like shall we say, you go there, the city looks like it's been like a set. It's been set up. It's not like a real vibrant city with cars and people and all that. No, it's the opposite. Nobody wants to go there because they hear all the worst of the worst things. That's what they create a CIA. That's how the CIA created black site. The other thing you need to realize is that the North Korea, the Korean War, was for that, to create this. That's the reality of it. And as I said, I respect our veterans and all that sort of thing. But, you know, these wars have been fought for a reason, and it hasn't been for the best intentions. People think that they were, you know, going over there to basically, you know, protect their country against foreign, you know, entities and all that sort of stuff. No, you're going there to create this, a North Korean CIA black site. That's why the Korean War was created. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but that's the reality of it. Because out of that little situation, we had a split, North Korea and South Korea. And out of that little situation, the CIA created a little black site, and they knew what they were doing. And that's why, you know, the CIA, forget about it. They're not saving him. They've gotten rid of him. John Ratcliffe has been put in there to basically, you know, obviously it's just little, shall we say, it's just for the masses to see that they still exist, but they don't exist. That's the reality. Remember when JFK said that he wants to get the CIA, scatter him 1,000 pieces, rip him up and throw him to the wind? Well, that's already been done. It just hasn't been done publicly. That's the problem. And, you know, if you look at the DOJ, CIA, FBI, there's not many people there anymore. They used to have thousands and thousands and thousands of people, and the CIA used to have all these stations worldwide. They had one here in Melbourne, by the way. Yeah, one here in Australia. That's fact. They've got them all around the world, these little CIA stations. They've got station masters, okay? And they had their hand in every little bit. And our leaders, this is the kicker, that these leaders knew about it. So realistically speaking, all these leaders, ladies and gentlemen, have committed treason against the people. That's what they've done. And it's about time that all this comes out. It's about time that people knew the real truth. Now, President Trump is doing it in stages. Can you see the genius of this man? Now, obviously, he said, oh, yes, no, the monster. You know why he said the monster? It's got to do with North Korea. Okay? And you know Elon isn't a good seed. No. He's not a good seed at all. Even Steve Bannon, as I said, Steve Bannon knew what he was all about. He knew what he was all about. Don't you worry about that. And look at that. Oh, no, Elon, yeah, we love the Ukraine. Yes, we love the Zionist state of Israel. Yes, we know that, Elon, because you're part of this problem. President Trump is exposing you and many others. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, why did Barack Obama get rid of the shuttle program? What is SpaceX? It's a slush fund. We know it's a slush fund. It's basically to create the technology. The technology from the military came in there with the, you know, NASA space stuff, and they poured in all this technology, and it was all about not going to Mars and all that kind of crap. It's about creating ICBMs. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but that's the truth of it, unfortunately. And the other truth as well is that, did you know that, you know, X, yes, Elon's little X social media is also controlled by none other than Prince Alawid, right? Or Al-Walid bin Talal. Al-Saud, House of Sword. Yes, Bill Ackman, he's on the list as well. And, ladies and gentlemen, good old Diddy Fiddler's on there as well. Sean Diddy Combs also owns good old X. How's that one grab you? And, you know, it's just, I know it can get very upsetting, but you know what? Isn't it better to know the truth than to live a world of lies and deception? Now, have a look at this. This Q drop is very important. Q drop 888. Thank you, Asia. This is when President Trump was visiting over there. And he said, and it says there, thank you, Kim Jong-un. Deal made. In other words, clowns out. Who are the clowns? The CIA. Strings cut. We took control. Iran next. And that's already been done as well. Can you see this has all been done by design? President Trump is doing a future-proof past, and it's got to make sense to the mass consciousness. That's why all this is happening right now. That happened in the past. That's why President Trump made the deal with Kim Jong-un. And you know that there are actors being used, as you know that as well. Deals made, clowns out, clown equals CIA, strings cut. We took control. That was back there, look at that, 2018. Okay, and then Iran. And we know President Trump took control of Iran as well. That's why President Trump says we control the skies of Iran just recently. And they were still bombing the shit out of all these strategic points in Israel because he's all had control over it. There you go. Isn't that amazing? You're learning a lot here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. How about a thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, come on. Thumbs up. Great comments. Let's share this all around the place. It's about time that people knew the truth. And you know you're only going to get it here. Not some other idiot, okay, that sits there and talks crap. Q drop 50. How did North Korea obtain the uranium? How did Iran obtain the uranium? Why did Barack Obama send billions of dollars in cash and wire to Iran? Because remember, all the money went in there to fund all the business that was going on in North Korea. All right? And then we go, because, you know, why cash component? Because cash cannot be traced. You know what I mean? That's why they did the cash. Okay? That's why they did all the planes. Iran was a place of receiving the funds. And then who controls North Korea? We know who really controls it. It is the CIA. Because it says there, don't think of a single person. In other words, a dictator like Kim Jong-un or his daddy that controlled that controlled North Korea. No, it was not a single person. It was a powerful entity known as the clowns, the CIA. Why is this important? Why are wars so important? Because who benefits? Because we know it's a scam. And it's those like Lindsey Graham and the gang that get all the money from the military-industrial complex when there's war. What does hostages refer to? Well, obviously someone that's been, you know, controlled. Who can be held a hostage and controlled by North Korea? Now, at the time, ladies and gentlemen, you must realize this, that North Korea was creating, and they created miniature nuclear weapons. Those weapons had been put worldwide. Yes. During the time of COVID, we were shut down. Why? Because they went after them. Right? They went after them. There were miniature nukes worldwide. Now, they tried to keep President Trump as a hostage. Yes, where's Barack Obama today? Yeah, that's a good question. But you get what I mean. In other words, North Korea controlled by President Trump now. Iran controlled by President Trump. But what they tried to do was the deep state got desperate. The deep state basically had miniature nukes worldwide, and they tried to keep President Trump as a hostage. Think about when you use COVID as a cover to go after these things. Can you see how this man, what he's done? And I can't wait for the day for the truth to be known. Because then, you know what? I'm fed up of people saying all these nasty things about President Trump when that man has sacrificed and given so much. That's the thing we've got to realize. And you could see that the clowns were running the show, but President Trump cut the strings. He got control over North Korea. He knew what they were going to do. That's why I say, let's be in the attitude of gratitude. We need to be in the attitude of gratitude. The other thing is the Uranium One deal had, you know, obviously Canada, how they got the deal across. Look at that. This is the conduits. So uranium one, Canada, European Union, Asia, meaning China, North Korea, Iran, sorry, Asia, Asia, which is China, Iran, North Korea. Right? We need to remember that the why, who is the why? The why, what does it mean to be covered in gold? Well, number one, we know what the why means. It's the Baphomet, right? And we know who's part of the club. Good old Elon. That's why the Y is right there. He's got a Y formation. And he continues to do the Y formation. And President Trump knows what he's doing. He's exposing the monster. Now, why? In the Q drops, who is the why that talks about the couple that were photographed in gold? It was the Rothschilds. What does it mean to be covered in gold? Which couple was photographed covered in gold? It was the Rothschilds. The public release was a mistake. Who released the picture? I'm sure it would have been the Whiteouts. Who has all the information? We know who has all the information. Right? It's definitely military intelligence. Why? What does it mean to be covered in gold? Why? Obviously, can you locate the other picture with a Y covered in gold? Yes, I'll show you right now. All we need to do is type in the word gold, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll find it here in the Q drops. Let's go to, let me just see, here we go. Q drop 196. Let's go to Q drop 196. And there we go. This is the couple that Q is that you were speaking about here. There's the Y right there. The L and the Y. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, the Rothschilds. The gold. Symbolism will be their downfall. And we know who's also part of that club. I just showed you. He was a good old Elon. Why the Baphomet? What does this represent? We know, I just said it. The sum of all fears, yes. The sum of all fears, ladies and gentlemen, represents this. Number one, if you watch the movie, it was a Nazi, hence why they went to the Rothschilds, Ashkenazi Jew. Why they got the word Nazi? That's where it comes from, Ashkenazi. So the word Nazi comes from there. In the world, so in the movie, The Sum of All Fears, it was a Nazi that was hell-bent, that had lots of money, that what he tried to do was use a miniature nuke. Now you think about it, what we've been speaking about, miniature nukes. And that miniature nuke was placed in, I think it was Baltimore, when they were playing sports in a field. And what they did was this particular person who was a Nazi had plenty of money, just like the Rothschilds, wanted to basically get America and Russia to basically go to war, World War III, and to push the button. That's why it says the sum of all fears. But what does this represent? It represents the all-seeing eye. The pyramid, the three, plus, 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 and triple plus. Soros is plus. Double plus, or two pluses, is Rothschilds. And triple plus, ladies and gentlemen, is who? The House of Sword. And you could see that also connects to the House of Sword through Prince Al-Walid. And who's connected to Prince Al-Walid? Well, we all know who's connected. Good old Elon. After all, Prince Al-Walid funded, he gave a lot of money. I think it was about $44 billion to X. So you can see that's how it all works out. That's why President Trump had to do this. Oh, isn't it great, ladies and gentlemen, that you come here and you get the real take? Thumbs up, great comments. I share this around the place. Let's get the message out there about what's going on with Elon. Okay? And we know what President Trump is really all about. He's about bringing this whole system, this corrupt system, he's bringing it down. He's exposing Elon Musk.
Is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car.
What did he say? Going to be terminated. Let's go back there, ladies and gentlemen. I heard termination.
Not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid.
Elon is not getting his mandate, you know. He wanted an electric mandate. And
there you go. He wanted. So do you see how President Trump is basically connecting the dots? He's bringing it all up. He's lining it all up. Don't you worry about that one, ladies and gentlemen. It's amazing times. Amazing.
I wouldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I campaigned on this thing for 2 years. I never understand why he did what he did, but he's not going to get his mandate. And he better be careful because he might not get anything else.
There you go. He might not get anything else.
You know what that means, right?
We know what that means, President Trump. We know what that means. We know what it means, ladies and gentlemen. And because you come here and you're going to know what it means from FCB. I'm going to give you the real take. Okay? I'm going to give you the real deal. And I've been giving you mathematical impossibility after mathematical impossibility, haven't I? Lots of great content here on the Freedom Channel broadcast that you're not getting anywhere else. That's why we need to support this platform. Now, another thing I want to bring to people's attention, and I'm proud to announce very soon, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be able to purchase these things, right? These tops, you know, that represents the golden age, okay? They're all going to be a gold series. There's going to be all the amazing merch that you'll be able to buy. And it's all quality, great quality stuff that will be out there available for everybody to get. Okay? The other thing is, that's just to let you know, on Telegram, I've opened up my comment section once again. So, in other words, you only can be part of this if you join. And it doesn't cost you a red cent. Doesn't cost you a red cent at all. In other words, you can join here, the Pulse News with FCB Decode. You get the real deal, the real take, decodes and all as well. Great news. Okay, after all, I am a journalist, a qualified journalist. I can call myself that. Okay, and you'll get the real deal here. Now, see here, ladies and gentlemen, you can put a comment. I've actually, given people the provision to be able to comment. And on the proviso, obviously, that there is respect. No fear porn, no hearsay. And I want to say thank you to those that have joined and show their support. Please show your support. I implore everyone to join all our platform. It doesn't cost you a cent. I don't charge you anything. All this great information, intel, decodes, you don't pay a cent. I don't put it behind a paywall, right? I truly believe in this, that everyone is entitled to the real facts, evidence, and receipts and the truth. Now, right there, you can come and join the Pulse News with FCB Decode on Telegram. We've also got the lounge, ladies and gentlemen, where we have all our amazing God's Army, our people there that sit there and speak to one another and basically they share great intel based on facts, evidence, and receipts, okay? And also, it's the camaraderie, it's the connection that is very important during these times, okay? And everyone here, basically, we share our opinions, but no fear porn. The only way you're going to become part of this is to join. So, FCB-Q Lounge on Telegram. Also, here, the Pulse News with FCB Decode Okay, this is a wealth of information and resources that are available to everybody. Okay, that we do not charge, all right, at all. So, as I said, you know, we could see why President Trump said that in his gaggle. He's exposing Elon Musk, his connections to the deep state. The other thing you need to realize, ladies and gentlemen, is this. The big, beautiful bill is being done by design. The big, beautiful bill, ladies and gentlemen, is also a trap for Elon. It's one big, beautiful trap for the deep state. As I said, it contains a lot of AI-heavy resources, which means at a rapid succession, it is able to audit not only Elon Musk, but all the other deep state assets and expose those connected. It is also going to be deployed and used for the election fraud that President Trump has had to put up with. Back in 2016, those who are involved, it can actually use AI technology. And then also, AI can be used for the supposed 2020 election as well, and all these other things. It's amazing. So you've got to remember this. Artificial intelligence is out there already. Whether we like it or not, it's out there already. We need to remember that you need to get control over that. Artificial intelligence means it continues to evolve. So therefore, President Trump needs the infrastructure, and AI is very power hungry. So he needs the infrastructure in place to be able to control AI. That's why President Trump is doing what he needs to do. He needs to do these things, very fundamental. Now, with AI, it did pass the Senate. It's back at the House. There's a problem, ladies and gentlemen. There's a problem. President Trump does speak about the problem. He says that he does say about alligator Alcatraz, which we will go through that little decode as well. What is the problem is that there are senators, Congress people, that are involved, shall we say, and not just one, but quite a few, that have been putting their finger in the pie and using certain scams like wind, you know, the windmill business. That's why President Trump keeps speaking about it. And all these other things. And they won't, shall we say, you know, you think about it. These other means is a way of them how they make money. When I saw this, I knew straight away that, you know, we're seeing Chip Roy, Thomas Macy and all that, and they're saying, bringing this to our attention. And it's like, it makes sense. And it makes sense what President Trump is saying, that certain senators, certain things, they've got certain things in the bill that need to apparently stay there in order for it to pass. Let me show you what I mean. The big, beautiful bill. One of these clauses in there is this, that basically it exempts projects that begin construction by July 2026 from the 2027 in-service subsidy cutoff. This means that basically, okay, so you got here solar and wind. So they've got a date cutoff that basically they have to meet in order to continue on with these projects. These, shall we say, projects, wind and solar, which we know they're a scam. This makes the cutoff effectively worthless because it's trivial to begin construction and then get until July 2030 to be in service. So in other words, the termination of the wind and solar facilities only applicable after a certain cutoff date. Hopefully that makes sense. Because there are obviously entities that are involved that are making money from this. So you got the exempts projects that begin construction by July 2026. So any project that begins, before that date is exempted. Exempt projects that begin construction by July 2026 from the 2027 in service. So you could see that it needs to happen between that parameter or that date that's been set. And obviously it's been held in the House for a reason, and it's to expose these parts of the bill. However, in the bill, there are very important things. As I said, it's very AI heavy in the sense of they're going to be using artificial intelligence to audit and expose certain, shall we say, abuse. And one of them is going to be obviously Elon and others that are connected to it as well. Now, obviously, they're selling it on this point, saying that it delivers tax cuts. Tax cuts is the biggest thing. So basically, you're getting Americans saying, we want this passed. No more mucking around. Because tax is basically the honey. Anyone thinks about cuts of tax or tax cuts, it's basically they're using honey. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, no tax on made in America with auto loans, and it goes so forth and so forth and so forth. So all these are the plus, all the things that President Trump said and he's been campaigning on. Finishing phase 2 of the border wall, it's all in there. Now think about why these others are jumping up and down is because, it's going to, shall we say, increase the deficit, it's saying, and more debt and this, that, and the other. And others have been using the Medicaid sort of thing, like, we're going to have our Medicaid mucked around with, it's going to do this, it's going to do that. Well, we've got to look at it from this perspective. In that bill, there are very important things that are in there. Now, I did look through it, and there's nothing to do with Israel. That's wow, that's amazing, isn't it? You type in the word Israel and nothing comes up. It's like, okay. So obviously, it's not about Israel. It's got to do with putting America first. Now, the AI in there is going to be able to do all these massive audits. That's why you got Elon Musk jumping up and down. That's why he's saying, obviously using the deficit. And remember also, think about this. Macy is somebody that, people don't realize that Macy and Trump, they're working together. Macy's taking one for the team to expose the deep state. So you got to look at it from that perspective as well. So this all needs to happen. That big bill is going to pass. Looks like it's going to pass. Once it does, all these, remember what Q says also, another thing that I think about. Number one, the election interference in 2016, all these things that took place, the election interference with the Democrats in 2018, it must be done right. It must be done according to the rule of law. Well, think about this. The bill, the big, beautiful bill, is doing it via the rule of law, and it will be using AI to be able to work out all this. All right? It'll use this. So that's why you got Elon jumping up and down, because he knows the jig is up. And I've been saying this, ladies and gentlemen, that Doge isn't what you think it is. They might put at these people that they're doing this and they're doing that, and there's a whole heap of them. No. Doge is actually AI in essence. That's why they're able to bring things out in rapid succession. Doge is something that uses and utilizes artificial intelligence to do these huge, massive audits very quickly. This is just going to give it more power, using the rule of law as Q-drop 3725. Q-drop 3725 is very important. When we add up 3725, we get 17, which equals Q. Automatically, we know that that is a very important drop. Right? 3 plus 7, 10, 2 plus 5, 17 equals Q. And you can see that it must be done right. It must be done according to the rule of law. The rule of law bill. But that's going to be coming out. Then all those involved are going to be connected. Who's been involved in the election interference? And there's so many of them that it's going to be all connected up like a beautiful jigsaw puzzle. Okay? You getting me so far, ladies and gentlemen? Give me a thumbs up. Hopefully everyone here in the chat is getting me. Give me a thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just wait for that little thumbs up. Come on. Hopefully everyone's getting what I'm saying so far. Because, we want everyone to comprehend why this is important. Thank you very much, Carol. Monterey, thank you. Awesome. Now, let's have a look at this. Remember when the big, beautiful bill advanced into the Senate with 5149 votes? Well, let's add the numbers up, right? We got number 1 plus 9, 10. 5 plus 4, 19 equals 19, right? We know who's really in control, President Trump. So we got a 19, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we know that President Trump is in control. These numbers have been done by design this way. People don't realize that when that happened, it's showing us who's really in control. That's why we get the 19 calling card. Makes sense? It should, right? Another thing, how much did it pass in the Senate? Didn't it pass? Let's have a look. So, big, beautiful bill, passed Senate. I think it was about 51, something like that. Let's have a look. Let's see. How much did it pass in the Senate? I think it was narrowly, yes. It was a narrow, and I've got, let me see how much. Oh, here we go, 5150. What does that mean? Well, we dropped the 0 in mathematics. Right? So we got, let me show you, ladies and gentlemen. It'll make sense in a moment. So we got 51 to 50. Right? 51 to 50. In mathematics, we drop the 0. So it becomes, and we put whole numbers. I'll explain in a moment. Let me just get this going. Right, so there we go. 5150. In mathematics, we drop the 0. Therefore, we get whole numbers, 515. 515 is a mirror. So it's 15 in this direction, 15 in that direction, which means we go to Q drop 15. Then we go to Q drop 15. We know what this means. 11.3. Oops, let's go here. 11.3 marker, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading towards that. Keep getting those comms. Because remember, this big, beautiful bill is going to snare those that are being connected to the election interference, and it must be done according to the rule of law. As I said, Q drop 3725. Okay, 11.3, Podesta's indictment, Podesta's connected to Hillary. We know that Hillary was involved with others like John Brennan and all that about the Russia collusion. That just recently come out. So you can see we've got a 5 of 5 comms are clear. We know they used the Steele dossier that was produced by Hillary. And we know that Podesta was the one in control with Hillary. 11.3, Podesta's indictment. All roads lead to Obama. Okay. And then also the end of occupation of the, according to the Geneva Convention, which is to basically, what will happen is that the military will step down, because we're still seeing that POW flag up there, which means we're still currently prisoners of war. Okay. And then once those military occupation has been, the operations have been completed, then we're going to be put under 11.4 marker, which is temporary military control. Okay, you can see what's going on. So, all done by design. Right? Everything's been done by design. Now, let's continue on. Okay, let's just get rid of that over there. So you know that basically the monster is, you know what that's all connected to. You know why President Trump called out the monster for Elon, because it connects his little SpaceX to North Korea. And what they've been up to is creating ICBMs. And might have to go back and eat Elon Musk. And obviously he's going to use Doge, which is in the big beautiful bill as well. It's giving it more teeth as a monster. Think about it. If Doge is the monster, well, the bill is the big, and when we say something's big as a monster, well, that monster is going to, well, the big beautiful bill is going to give Doge more teeth. And what happens when it gives more teeth? It becomes a monster, and it's going to eat Elon, and it's going to know about Elon's, little indiscretions and his connections. There you go. Isn't it amazing? Enjoying Hellraiser 2, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't it great? Now, let's go to the other gaggle. Okay, so that was the gaggle at the White House. Let's go to the gaggle. This one over here on the plane.
I didn't get along with Tillis, and he resigned. That's good. That's a good thing. Somebody that would really be great is Morris. He grew up there.
So you think about Tullis, right? Good old Tullis. Okay, I think it was a Tullis, his name. Yeah, let me bring him up. Where is it? Where is he? Good old Tullis. Now, here's the one that resigned. Where is he? I've got him here somewhere, ladies and gentlemen. I'll find him. Okay. Here's the one that resigned from North Carolina. Because, think about Tillis, that's it. Yeah, Tillis. There we go. This is the one that he's talking about. Tom Tillis. Why is he resigning, President Trump? Because he's on $270,656 care of AIPAC. President Trump is exposing those that have been connected to AIPAC. That's what he's doing. It's a genius, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? It's a genius thing that he's doing right there. Tom Tillis, as usual, wants to tell the nation that he's giving them a 68% tax increase. No. He's taking Tullis down, and he's exposing those with connections to AIPAC. Genius, isn't it? Because after all, these entities need to be exposed. No, don't you worry. They're getting exposed. President Trump is exposing them, and it's about time that they got exposed. So, and I heard that Thomas, unfortunately, any person that will not be seeking re-election, Q-Drop 24, was put into submission. For the betterment of the country, he will not be not all will be prosecuted, and all will do as told. Now think about this. President Trump, not long ago, spoke about Tillis, sorry. We'll give him Tillis, that's it. Good old Tom Tillis. He didn't speak that long about him, and long ago, and all of a sudden, he's resigning. He's stepping down. I'm not going for re-election. No. Why not, Tom? Is it because of the fact that you're greased off? And also, he was told. There we go. So in other words, he must have cut a deal. He cut a deal because, obviously he's exposing Tom. Done by design, isn't it? Isn't it great? And there we go. And that's why I say the Q drops, it's always future proofs past. Because let me show you, when Tommy Boy decided to, no, let's call it a day, someone else decided to call it a day as well. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it was Mr. Bacon. Because the bacon was too expensive. Remember what he said? The bacon was too expensive. Do you remember during those rallies? I knew what he was talking about. The bacon was too expensive. And I thought to myself, why does he keep talking about the bacon? Well, he's talking about him, okay? And he's not seeking re-election either. Why, Mr. Bacon? Is it because of the millions of dollars that you make from APAC? Yeah, the bacon is too expensive. $1,311,000. So $311 and $168. $311,168. You see the genius of President Trump? You see, had he been an APAC stooge, would this be happening right now? Because after all, APAC have been giving him the cash. Yes, 5-term Representative Don Bacon, one of the few Republican voices in Congress who has taken position independent of President Trump, says that he will not be seeking re-election. Yes, why is that, Mr. Bacon? Because the bacon went up in price. No, it's because of the Q drop 24. Any person making statement that will not seek re-election was put into submission. So in other words, President Trump is exposing them, and also these people have cut a deal. And it says there, not all will be prosecuted, and all will do as they're told. How coincidental? You can't call it a coincidence, as Q says. How many coincidences before you call it mathematically impossible? Right? Think about that. How many coincidences before you call it mathematically impossible? And you got Bacon giving up the ghost, and then you got Tillis at the same time doing the same thing. No, I won't be seeking re-election. Yeah, we know why. Because you're all connected and greased off. Can you see what I mean? You can't call these coincidences, ladies and gentlemen. There's just too many of them. We know what President Trump's doing. And look, the bacon was too expensive. He makes me laugh. All you can do is sit there and laugh at the genius of this man.
But they live in Florida and have a very good life. And they're great people. She did fantastically running the RNC. She's even got a show that's like the #1 show, and Mark Levin is.
On the #1 show with Mark Levin. Really now, we know that Mark Levin is forget it. We know what he's like. We've exposed him. And obviously President Trump is being sarcastic. If for people that don't know, he's sitting there praising Fox and Mark Levin. No, back in the day, you know who hates his guts? The one that owns Fox. Mark Levin hated Trump's guts, and he's playing that little game. I'm a Trumpy now. I'm a MAGA man. But we know what his intentions are. President Trump is using sarcasm. I don't know if you guys can tell, but he's using sarcasm right there.
Likewise, they have the #1, #2 show over the weekend. So she's done well. She's a great person, Laura Trump. I mean, that would always be.
So he's saying about Lara Trump running for position in North Carolina. But the question is this: Lara Trump lives in Florida. I think she does come from North Carolina. But in order to be a senator, don't you have to be living in the state? I think so, isn't it? I think that's the case.
First choice, but she doesn't live there now.
There you go.
But she's there all the time in Paris, and she really knows North Carolina well. And I won it 3 times. I had it out with this guy 2 nights ago, and he resigned.
There you go. He's talking about good old Tommy, and I had it out with Tommy because he's been a naughty boy. Tommy's been greased up, just like Bacon was.
Which I was happy about. He did us all a favor.
Yeah, no, he did us all a favor. Thank you very much, President Trump, for exposing him. Much appreciated.
Sir, you spent a lot of time with Secretary Noem today, obviously. Did you discuss with her at all?
Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, Secretary Noem. We know who that is. Good old Christie. Everyone sits there and praises her, and what do we call her? She's always on Fox, going around there with her plastic fantastic face, all right, and playing this little game. I'm doing this, and what's her name? Cosplay. That's it. Cosplay. That's the one. Cosplay. Yeah. No. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, that apparently she's been a naughty girl? Yes. Apparently Christy Noem. Let me see if I can find the article, because this guy's about to speak about it. Christy Noem. $80,000, I think, dark money. Maybe it was, what, did she use it to? Oh, yes. Here we go. Oh, no, don't you do that to me. Okay, Christy Noem failed to disclose $80,000 received while being the South Dakota governor. Christy, what did you do with that 80 grand? Did it end up in Botox? Very interesting. No. Apparently she had $80,000 that's called dark money. Okay. The U.S. Homeland Security Secretary, Christina, why did you go and doge her ass while you're out at President Trump? $80,000 she failed to disclose while accepted, $80,000 that she accepted while serving as the South Dakota governor. Okay, Noem was paid for helping the group which does not disclose its donors to fundraise, but the non-profit so-called dark money group. Not very good, is it, Christy? No, not at all, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't look very good at all for good old Christy, especially when she's on a salary of 130 grand. And apparently she spent $68,000 installing a sauna and chandeliers and rugs in the governor's mansion. The governor has to have the very best of the best, okay? She has to have the very best of the best. And President Trump, obviously, think about this. People think that these little gaggles that he does is done by coincidence, that these little reporters go there and ask certain questions that are very uncomfortable. No, that has been done by design in order to bring in a narrative that is exposing these kind of entities. Yes, like Christy Noem. Because, she plays that little game. Oh, yeah, here we go. Noem also made headlines with her Gucci handbag containing $3,000 in cash in Washington restaurant. Yes, have a listen to this.
This report about an $80,000 dark money payment.
No, I haven't. You're telling me this for the first time.
Oh, no, I don't know about that. It's the first time. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. This man right here knows it before we know it, all right? And he's playing this little game of his like everything else. Oh, no, I don't know that. But that the world knew about it, for the past day or so. How can the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, the one that's got all these intelligent agencies and everything else in between, not know about it? Okay, he'll be the first one to know about it. But no, we don't know about it. No, you do know about it. You know all about this. Christie's, no, she was, remember when she was walking, and this is what you got to remember. Right? This is what you got to remember. That, do you remember the El Salvador little stunt that she was there with that Rolex $50,000? Look at me, I've got all these dudes are behind me. They're I caught them all. Go Christie, yeah. Wearing the $50,000 gold Rolex Cosmograph Daytona watch. Yeah, no, that great one, Christie. So in other words, you got 80 grand. I wonder how much of that 80 grand went to your watch or to your sauna. Oh, the sauna and the chandeliers and the rugs come care of the taxpayer of South Dakota. Okay? So in other words, if you're a governor, if you want to go and have, say, for example, your own little private cinema set up, whatever you want there, it's all at the taxpayer's expense. Okay? And obviously, all the face thing going on, all that, that's all taxpayers as well. 80,000, yes, it's very interesting, isn't it? And you would say that that's all been done by design to expose these entities. And President Trump, oh, no, I don't know anything about it. No, good one, mate. That's what he does. Yeah, no. After the camera switch off, yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, well done. Bring on the next ones, That's what he wants to do. Anyway, let's continue on.
I think she's done an amazing job. But they and others are so spoiled from having ripped us off for 30, 40 years.
Oh, yes. 30, 40, remove the zeros. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you 34, which equals Q plus. After all, who is the man that's speaking? Remember, in mathematics, we know the zeros. 30 to 40 years we've been ripped off. Okay, and President Trump is the one that's speaking. Mirrors are important. 34, Q plus is speaking. Got it? Good. Let's continue.
That it's really hard for them to make a deal. It's very hard. As an example with Japan, they won't take rice, and yet they desperately need rice. You know that. But they won't take rice.
They won't take rice. Okay, that's very interesting, isn't it? Don't they have a shitload of it next door in China? I think they do, don't they? I mean, what is he talking about? He's exposing the corruption of Japan. People don't realize that Japan have been manipulating, shall we say, to do with the exports and stuff like that. They really haven't been helping out America. Okay? They haven't helped out America. In fact, they wanted to screw over America. That's why President Trump speaks about the rice. It's basically showing that, hey, that Japan don't want, they don't want anything to benefit America. You get what I mean? So in other words, think about this. Japan tried to screw America over. Remember back in the old days with World War II. And you know what happened with good old Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And they haven't forgotten about that. So think about how else could you screw, you can't screw them militarily, because remember what happened, they signed a treaty and they lost their military might. You remember that? So in other words, how else can you screw over your enemy? Using economics. It's the same thing back in the day. Remember with Nazi, good old Hitler and back in the day. We used the military to try and dominate the world. Now, or dominate Europe, but remember, he was trying to go over Europe. In comes Merkel, and then they created the EU. So they managed to screw over Europe in another way. Haven't you heard of the saying, the pen is mightier than the sword? Okay? That's exactly what it's all about. It's like, if we can't screw America militarily, how about we screw them, Japan, economically? Makes sense?
They won't take other products that we have. But think of it, they need rice so badly, but they won't take rice. I think that was an easy one. President Obama was a terrible president.
Oh, yeah, no, he was a terrible president, especially with his connections with good old Elon Musk. All right, We know what he was up to. FCB's been exposing him.
President Biden was the worst president in the history of our country.
Yeah, he was the worst president because basically he didn't exist. All right? No, not when you were running the show, because you said that the auto pen was the president of the United States. In other words, who was the one that was controlling the auto pen?
President Bush should not have gone into the Middle East and blown the place up.
Right. President Trump is saying that the President Bush shouldn't have gone into the Middle East. Oh, yes, let's review that one. Let's go back. Who was the one, ladies and gentlemen? Let's recap on this one because I think it's very important that people get it. Okay, let's see if I can bring that one up. But who was the one that said and sold the idea to Bush and the gang? And we know, look, they're all a bunch of degenerate puppets. Let me show you who was the one that sold the idea that they had weapons of mass destruction in the first place. Let's see if anyone in the chat can get this. Okay? Because President Trump, yes, well done, Monterey. That was spot on. It was good old Bibi Netanyahu. And it's another thing, ladies and gentlemen, about future proofs past. Another deal. President Trump is doing the future proofs past with Elon, Obama, Bibi Netanyahu. Oh, yeah, Bibi's coming next week. Yeah, we know what that's all about. It's obviously pissing people off. That's what it's about, right? He's got to piss more people off to wake them up. And people are so pissed off with Netanyahu, it's not funny. They can't see, through their anger. They just had enough of Netanyahu, to be quite honest. Yeah, good old Satan Yahoo. That's it, Tank Daddy. Yeah, Satan Yahoo. Bibi, yes. Good old Bibi. Yeah, Bibi's basically, Satan Yahoo, as I like to affectionately call him, okay, was the one that sold the idea. And think about it, President Trump is exposing Satan Yahoo by saying what he's saying, isn't he? So he's the one that said that, oh, no. It was a bad idea in the first place to do what Satan Yahoo did. Okay? And President Trump is exposing good old Satan Yahoo. Because President Trump never forgot about this. President Trump never forgot about the friends that he lost during 9/11. People that he knew that he lost in 9/11. And he knows who's been behind it. All right? Good old Satan Yahoo with the gang. The rest of them. All of them been involved in this. Okay, I'm sure the connections are all going to be made. But, when you keep saying, we've got weapons of mass destruction. They've got weapons of mass destruction. And then George Bush basically, went into and did the business about going into Iraq. Not very good, is it? No, not at all. And President Trump is about exposing them. I'm just trying to find that little video of mine about Netanyahu or Satan Yahoo, about his connections, and saying that, hey, no. They got weapons of mass destruction. That's why the war went in there. Why they went in there and did what they did. But also, did you know, and I showed you in one of the previous pulses, that the CIA or the US put in good old Saddam, and they backed Saddam at the time to have the Iranian wars, right? To try and overthrow the Ayatollah back in the day. So President Trump is exposing these entities. And he's exposing Bibi Netanyahu. All right, that's what he's doing. Let me see. I think I've got it on my truth bomb section, if I am correct. I think I do, don't I, Carol? Let me just see. I'm sure I've got it somewhere. Here we go. Netanyahu lies and people die. Okay, here we go. This is the truth bomb section. Let's see if we can watch this. Hopefully there's no stupid ads. Let's see. Unmute.
Watch what smoothies do to our body.
Stupid ads.
Smoothies a good option?
They are probably one of the biggest.
When I started drinking warm
Sorry,
water
guys.
for my
That's
blood
not
sugar,
me.
my friends laughed at
That's
me.
good old Rumble.
But when they saw my daily sugar
Okay, here we go.
Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb.
There is no question whatsoever that Saddam is seeking and is working and is advancing towards the development of nuclear weapons. No question whatsoever. And there is no question that once he acquires it, history shifts immediately. In 1981, the late Prime Minister of Israel, Menachem Begin, dispatched the Israeli Air Force on a pre-dawn raid that destroyed the Iraqi nuclear reactor at Osirak. And today, the United States must destroy the same regime because it...
Hold on a minute. Let's suck in the United States again. Are you serious right now, Netanyahu? Yeah, exactly. President Trump is saying that was a mistake with George Bush. Yeah, well, there's your mistake, President Trump. Your mistake is right there, listening to good old Satan Yahoo. And obviously, President Trump is about exposing good old Satan Yahoo by saying what he's saying. It was a mistake that we went in there in the first place.
So I don't give him high marks either. Thank you very much, everybody.
No, you wouldn't be giving him high marks at all, President Trump. So thank you very much for that, President Trump. We appreciate those little truth bombs of yours. Makes perfect sense to us. So he's obviously going to bring in Netanyahu next week. Is it going to stir the pot? Yes, it is. Is it going to piss people off and getting them upset? Yes, it is. What does it do when you get people upset? It basically makes them aware of something, doesn't it? And never before have you seen the world in such uproar about, all these things going on. I mean, against the state of Israel. Yeah, that's all you hear, the state of Israel. No, they're against the state of Israel. They're anti-Semites. They're this, they're that. Well, you're hearing it over and over again. People are getting more and more louder. Now, obviously, they're going, they're watching, shall we say, concerts and these people singing in concerts and all that. Death to Israel, death state, all these death to the IDF. I think there was this guy called, that's it, Bob Villan. Yeah, that was singing it, performing at some concert in the UK. Here we go. And then obviously you got the cheerleaders like Leo Terrell. We know that Leo Terrell is part of the deep state. He's the head of the Department of Justice Anti-Semitism Task Force. Yes, you heard correctly. We're going to eliminate the anti-Semitic conduct, right? What about any other conduct? Why is it always to do with the state of Israel? What, doesn't any other sort of form of racism deserve your attention, Mr. Terrell? Obviously not.
All his managers effing Zionists. This is a person who is calling for basically the destruction of Israel and Jewish Americans. The Trump administration is not going to allow anti-Semitism to exist in this country. And as head of the Department of Justice Task Force, I can guarantee you, Martha, and the American people, we're going to eliminate anti-Semitic conduct.
Look at What has he got in his hat? Haydar Colden? Yeah, no, we know that you're bought and sold, number one. Yeah, no, you got the yellow little ribbon, which we know that you're bought and sold to the state of Zion. You know what I mean? That's what it is right there. Now, obviously, sitting there on his perch, jumping up and down. Oh, yes, no, the world has never seen anything like it. Okay? And it's ruffling all these feathers worldwide, and it's been done by design because, you know, they're saying, oh, the BBC should have cut it off. Okay, well, hold on a minute. What about America? No. What about the First Amendment? Doesn't it mean freedom of speech? No, apparently not when it comes to anything going against the narrative of the state of Israel. What about the First Amendment? No, that doesn't exist. Then we've got Breitbart News that obviously are bought out and sold. There we go, accurate. UK politician. If Bob Villan isn't arrested and BBC isn't punished for death to the IDF, the IDF is the Israeli Defense Force, but it was okay for the Israeli Defense Force to bring in death to the Palestinian people in the Gaza. Oh, yeah, I'm going to show you some videos. It's okay for the Israeli Defense Force to go in there and kill people using live ammunition. It's okay for the Israeli Defense Force to go and bomb civilian targets in Iran. It's okay. Had he said death to Iran, he would, no, that's okay. Oh, yeah, they'll probably be cheering him on. But no. As I said, everything is one way in one direction only. And that's what it is, ladies and gentlemen. You could see. You should be able to see through this. And, you know, and obviously, you know, they just, look at this. In Australia, 5 people were arrested during a pro-Palestine protest. 5 people. And you know, the thing is, what they do, I've been to these protests. Number one, they're peaceful. But what happens is there's always somebody that they cherry pick. And you think to yourself, are they being put there, planted there to do this? Yeah, pretty much. Because that's how they work, the mainstream media. People don't realize there are crisis actors being used. Oh, yes. During the COVID, we had crisis actors that were busted here in Australia, in the hospitals, lying to the public about the COVID. Do you know that? And that obviously, these crisis actors are being deployed to obviously push a narrative. And that's the same thing. Look, where we used to go protest against the poison, about saving the children and all that, we were out in the streets met by the goon squad. They would cherry pick people deliberately and start something and you look at it, and the cameras of the mainstream media just happened to be there by coincidence. It was like lights, camera, action. Yes, Carol, the dancing nurses. Yes. Like them. Oh, don't you worry, I've seen it all, ladies and gentlemen. I've seen it all. It's a farce. Now look at this. Oh, yes, no, Richie Torres. $1,497,402. And that's the thing people got to get. AIPAC greased both sides of the coin. Democrat, Republican. After all, Q says it's not about Republican or Democrats. They're all controlled. And billionaire Bill Ackman, look, I showed you Bill Ackman. What is he? Who does he own? What assets? X, space. He's got his finger in every pie, this guy, Bill Ackman. And he's sitting there saying, oh, you know, that it appears to be one of the few Democrat politicians with a moral backbone. Talking about him, Richie Torres, really, with a moral backbone. Really now, Mr. Bill Ackman, the multi-billionaire that's got his finger in everything. including Elon's, shall we say, X and everything else in between. Oh, don't you worry, Billy Boy there, he's got his finger in Freddie, shall we say, you know, the mortgage mechanism that I spoke about, Freddie and Fannie, yeah, that's it. Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae and all that sort of crap. He's got his money in there, don't you worry about that. He's involved in that filth. He's involved in a lot of filth, Mr. Bill Ackman, that billionaire. Oh, yeah, and he's telling us that this guy here has a moral backbone. 1 million, yeah, you know what? We know what kind of moral backbone. Let me show you something, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to blow your minds. And this is the thing. People got to realize there are so many of these entities that have been bought and sold. All right? Let me show you. Okay. Yes. Don't you worry. We'll go through all this stuff. We've got lots of stuff here on the Freedom Channel broadcast, as always. Okay, number one. The Iranian people stand with Iranian Jews. Yes, that's the misconception that people think that they're against the Jewish people. You couldn't be wrong. In fact, they serve in the Iranian army. Yes. Don't listen to the garbage out there. You know what I mean? And this is the thing. What you need to look at this. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, meet Haley Stevens, Democrat at 5 million. Oh, wow, that's a big record. Why are you getting paid that much, Haley? $5,480,017. Yes, 17 equals Q. Haley, why are you getting paid that much money? Not very good for Haley, you know, especially when FCB is exposing her. Let me show you something else. Haley was put in a very, shall we say, a very bad predicament the other day. And a Jewish lady, as I said, it's about the people. It's not about the ones on the top pulling the strings. They're the ones doing all the voodoo. It's the people, as we said, we're all in this together. Where we go one, we go all. Right? You know, we're all together in this. And that's why I want our fellow Jewish brothers and sisters to watch this show and to see that I'm not somebody, don't call me an anti-Semite, I'm anti-bloody deep state and anti-bullshit. That's what I'm anti about. Right? Now, Haley Stevens greased off to a sum of 5 million. Or shall we say 5.5. Now, did you know she was exposed, ladies and gentlemen, especially when she went out there and she thought you'd talk to a lady. Now, this lady is a constituent. Now, this lady also happens to be Jewish. Right? Oh, no, this lady here with the child happens to be Jewish, but then asks her the very uncomfortable question, why are you greased off by AIPAC? And then poor Haley doesn't know what to say. That's what I'm saying. We're all brothers and sisters. We're all in this together. Just like this lady right here.
It's your first sport. And you're walking with the Congresswoman. Yes, oh my gosh, please.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much for your community service.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I was wondering, with all the support of Republicans and people who are anti-choice and people who are working to disrupt our election systems that AIPAC is doing right now, I'm wondering why you're accepting their support. I'm a Jew and my family lives here in this community. Yeah. And I really think that those kinds of candidates are making the Jewish people less safe. I'm wondering.
There you go. Yes, we know that you're getting money from AIPAC, and this lady happens to be Jewish. She's trying to play the cutesy. I'm for the people. I'm greased up by $5.5 million from AIPAC. You didn't expect to cop this one, and that's what I'm saying. This is the days which I say, well done, Q, when you say they won't be able to walk down the street, especially when you're confronted by constituents that are concerned about the garbage to do with AIPAC. All right, and they're being greased off. I'm wondering why you accept their endorsement. Yes, Kaylee, we're wondering why you accept the endorsement of $5.5 million okay, from APAC.
Well, thank you so much for coming
Hmm.
and bringing your kiddo. It's so nice to meet with you.
It's nice to meet you too. But
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, I want to make life and this country safe place
Yeah.
for him to grow up in. I'm
Yeah.
wondering why you would want to accept their
Yeah.
endorsement and
I
$800,000 in ads.
Yeah, no, she got $800,000 in ads as well, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. And this lady is putting her on the spot. Because she thought because this lady was Jewish that she had her back, that she had her. But no, this lady's smart and she's calling her shit out, right? And guess what? Look, obviously, Haley's getting very uncomfortable because she doesn't like those kind of questions. And have a look how somebody exits stage left, okay, like Haley. Let's see how she does it.
Yeah.
I guys, I have received, how many endorsements have I received this election?
I think I've got a lot of local labor and
Yeah,
all that.
you are a great representative, and we really appreciate your support. I'm just hoping.
You guys.
Oh, yes. Pretend that lady, did you see, ladies and gentlemen? Pretend that lady with her child doesn't exist. Walk over to the other constituents and try to sell them the garbage of deceptions and lies that you say. Okay? Because this lady right here, I honestly, I'd love to shake her hand. Because you know what? I commend her that she went up to her and tried to continue on with that conversation.
Oh my God, guys. Yeah. This is not, look at a boat. Let's ride the boat.
Oh,
It's your first.
have a look. Before it was all cutesy, we love the child, yes, we love your child, the kiddo and this and that. But the moment that this lady brought out about the garbage, the APAC business, do you see, ladies and gentlemen, can you say that, that these are, shall we say, coincidences? Or has it been done by design? I would say they've been done by design because, as Q says, that these idiots won't be able to walk down the street. Now, Haley's been greased up, as I said, $5.5 million. That lady was in her right being a constituent and asking about, why should I trust you? Because you're associated with them and you're being greased off. That's a fair enough question, right? That's a fair enough question right there, right? So, yeah, no, I say congratulations to that lady. Well done for exposing those kind of entities, okay? And they need to be exposed. That's why I expose them here on the Freedom Channel broadcast, because people need to know the truth. This is not about left and right. No, because we know that APAC are greased up both sides of the aisle. Okay, that's what it's all about. And I can't wait to Doge, yes, ladies and gentlemen, until Doge gets right into it and they Doge the ass out of APAC. Imagine that. Think about that for a moment. Doge gets the teeth that it needs through the big, beautiful bill, and then it goes into APAC. See you later. That's going to be like a nuclear bomb. Goodbye, and that's exactly what needs to happen. These entities need to be exposed, like Bill Ackman. Oh, no. This person here has a moral backbone, apparently. Yeah, we know what kind of moral backbone Richie Torres has. You know what I mean? What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, it's sickening, isn't it? And what's sickening as well is that Israel wanted to continue on to try and get themselves back into Iran. Yes, they want to attack Iran again. The defense minister of Israel, Mr. Katz. Okay, let me talk about Katz. This guy right here. Okay, you know what happened? He remember that time when they were sending the planes and President Trump called them back? He was the one that did the order. So basically, he knew, remember, false flag. Okay, no. After the ceasefire, they shot one missile. Okay, and they blamed Iran, and Iran said they didn't do it. It was them that did it. Okay, because they wanted to get back into the war. Remember, it's about controlling the oil resources, and obviously more power. And he says this is the fear mongering that keeps going on. The warmongers are out there, and this guy here, Israel will attack Iran again if it feels threatened. So what are they going to do? Basically, by that little statement right there, what it tells me is that they're getting ready to stage another little false flag event. And then they'll say, well, there you go. We're going to attack Israel, attack Iran. Can you see how it works? And then you got this little warmonger here, Graham. Lindsey Graham. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. He managed to get into Trump's little inner circle, but President Trump has got the snakes. Remember the snakes? Oh, don't you worry. I'm sure there's a place for Mr. Lindsey Graham in Alligator, Alcatraz, or the other Alcatraz for that matter. Now, he wormed himself into Trump's little inner circle, and he's been going in there in President Trump's ear like the little devil on his shoulder. You know, go and bomb Iran. No, President Trump knows the game. Don't you worry about that. Okay? And we know that Lindsey was a never Trumper to begin with. Remember all the nasty things he said about President Trump, which I've exposed in the past as well? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I've exposed him. Now, obviously, those little, shall we say, entities like Marco Rubio. Obviously, Marco didn't like Trump as well. He was running against Trump, and he said all those nasty things about President Trump back in the day as well. President Trump hasn't forgot about it. Okay, don't you think he ever forgot about it? No. You'd be under that little misconception that he did. Now, all of a sudden, we got Marco Rubio's, shall we say, spokeslady that's out there, and she's harping on about the death to the IDF. That Mr. Bob Villain went out there. Okay, and remember, what are they trying to do? Ban the First Amendment? Okay, no, because now they've got anti-Semite laws. Well, what about the anti-Semitic laws? Why don't they use it against everything else? Everything seems to be about the state of Israel. Then you got, look, this business, a death to the IDF, right? Okay, what? So then you got this, the State Department, Tammy Bruce, she's a bit advocate. She's a pro-Israel Zionist as well. The violence and the increase of anti-Semitism. Really now, you can see, and it's about exposing these entities. President Trump is allowing these entities to be their own undoing. Don't you worry about that one. Oh, yes. When I saw this, I had to laugh. Yeah, we got one side of the spectrum about the anti-Semitism. And then on the other side, we got, they've got this little business going on. My computer's going in circles because it doesn't like this rubbish here. But it's basically the Toronto Pride Parade. Yes, Carol, this is for you, love. Since, this is your part of the neck of the woods. In Toronto, they've got a Pride Parade, and it's about free Iran. Now, let me tell you something. The people of Iran are proud people. When they do parades, they don't parade in the nude with their private beats jangling up and down. And they certainly don't have this little debauchery fest going on either. Let me just see if I can refresh this because I want to show you guys because it's absolutely bloody ridiculous. Let me just see if I can find it. Where is it? Where is that shit fest? It'll be here somewhere. Oh, no, the computer didn't want to play it anymore. Okay. Obviously, it didn't like it. Let's see. Is it anywhere? No. It's nowhere to be found. It went. They must have got rid of it. But you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that we've got one side of the spectrum, anti-Semitism, and the other side, we've got these people, free Iran, and obviously freeing their personal bits and bobs out there for the world to see. It's basically, shall we say, a major shitfest out there. Okay? Now, another thing, obviously, is they're trying to portray in the mainstream media that Iran is weak, that Iran wants to do other things to basically get, what they're trying to do is to bring Iran back into being the aggressor so then they can get themselves back into the war. Now, by no surprise, do we see Fox News, New York Post, and all these others that are going out there and doing this rhetoric. Iran linked to hackers threatened to release roughly 100 gigabytes worth of emails stolen from Trump's inner circle. Really now. So they're going to try and do as much as they can to win public opinion about how bad Iran is. And they continue on, and they want to do things. They think that, like President Trump is going to follow their narrative. No. They couldn't be any more wrong. President Trump is onto them. He knows what they're doing. Now, Kim Jong-un, we've spoken about him. We know that, obviously his connections, and we've spoken about North Korea and what he's all about. We know that he was a hostage, realistically speaking. Okay, even though he was the front man, we know he was running North Korea. It was the CIA, right? But then, have a look at this. You know that he's always been portrayed to be the aggressor. And obviously, they're portraying him that he's the king of propaganda. Oh, really now? Kim Jong-un throws himself on the coffin of North Korea soldiers because apparently, you know how Kim Jong-un, North Korea, sent soldiers to fight with Russia against Ukraine. And you know that New York Post is pro-Zionist, good old Rupert Murdoch is also about the Ukraine because they've all got their, their finger in the pie, so to speak. And what they're trying to do is make out that, North Korea are about propaganda and they're throwing themselves on coffins and all this little stage and all that. It's always about pointing who the bad guy is. Have you noticed it? It's all about pointing who the bad guy is. And then obviously, look, you got to comprehend this, that you got Mr. DeSantis. Oh, yes. You remember when Alligator Alcatraz. President Trump went there and it was like, I wanted to go vomit in my mouth, basically, of Mr. Ron DeSantis, who was sucking up Trump's bum the whole entire time. You probably would have seen it, ladies and gentlemen. Alligator Alcatraz. Mr. Ron DeSantis sucking up Trump's bum. Trump knows who he is, right? He knows who he is. Mr. DeSantis is a deep state, shall we say, pro-Zionist stooge. And there's so many of them in Florida, ladies and gentlemen. There's so many of them. We'll go through that a bit later on. Now, obviously, DeSantis is going to jump on his little box there and he's going to talk against, we know Bill de Blasio was a deep stater as well. We know what his involvement was with the COVID. We know he was selling the COVID jab with the bloody hamburgers and the fries. That's fact, right? Now, obviously, DeSantis is going to go against this dude because he's the complete and utter opposite to them. One extreme to another, right? We could see. Now, Trump could, now, this is the thing. Where the hell does Fox News get its information? Let me see. We know that Fox News is owned by the Murdochs. We know they're pro-Zionist. We know they're pro-Israel. The other thing is, ladies and gentlemen, who else used to work for Fox News? Didn't they complain about a leak? I wonder who the leak is. I mean, after all, there was leaks going on in Signal with good old leaky boat Pete, right? Now, remember, who used to work for Fox News? Wasn't it leaky boat Pete? Pete Hegseth? Yes, it was. Well, how the hell are they getting all this information? Trump could arm Israel with the US B-2s. If you're going to do it, why the hell are you going to put it out in the news? Does it make sense? If you're going to do strategic things like this, think about it from a logical perspective. Are you going to advertise it on Fox News? No, you're not. You're not going to do it, right? No. They're going to do it. They're going to put it out there that Trump is going to give them B-2 bunker-busting bombs. And can you see, it's like they're trying to warmonger again. Like Tucker's been saying it and exposing the Murdochs and the Fox and all the others. He's been saying it, that it's the war machine from the same bloody playbook. Oh, yes, the playbook. And then we got this dude. Yes, the leader of NATO. The one that called Trump daddy. Yeah, that one right there, Root. Root, whatever his name is, attempt at the jab at Lavrov. Now, Lavrov is basically the foreign minister, is to do with Russia. He's the foreign minister of Russia since, I think, birth of Jesus, and since then, nothing useful. Now, this is somebody that I have a high regard for, Mr. Lavrov. Okay, he's a diplomat, and he's a man that's, think about it, the way he speaks is very measured and precise and to the point. This guy right here talks shit, all right? Verbal diarrhea. And he says there, and he says, oh, since I think the birth of Jesus that he's been around. Really now? Obviously it's exposing these idiots. It's exposing them. And obviously people are seeing that NATO are a bunch of degenerates. Okay, you're not seeing any, you're not hearing any sound because I haven't activated the sound. I'm still talking, right? These NATO idiots, they're a bunch of degenerates, and we know what they're all about: domination. Remember, NATO were also about taking down, at the time, Gaddafi, and Gaddafi was looking after his people, looking after his country, going back to the gold-backed currency. And they didn't like it. In come the jackals. NATO. Hillary was involved, like to do with Benghazi. You think that's a coincidence? No. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, of course Fox are going to jump on their little, box and trumpeter away, MSNBC, CNN, see the dramatic declines in viewership. They're blowing smoke up their own asses. So you got, while Fox News continues to dominate, really. So hold on a minute. New York Post has put this statement out. Fox News continues to dominate. People think, the New York Post is impartial to what Fox News. No. They're owned by Rupert Murdoch, the Murdoch family. The whole thing is owned by them. Okay, Fox News and New York Post. So you're going to believe the garbage that these two put out there? Ridiculous. And the thing is also, in the Associated Press, did you know that there are US contractors saying that their colleagues, the people there in Palestine, in the Gaza Strip, they're seeing that people are trying to be fed, and then the good old IDF, right? There's firing live ammo as Palestinians seek food in Gaza. Oh, that's pretty, no death to the IDF, death to the Palestinians. That's much better. That's acceptable because that's not anti-Semitic. Can you see the ridiculousness of this all? Oh, yes. And then we got Mr. Huckabee, the ambassador to Israel, sitting there, and I called him out. I said, you know what? You sit there on the Wailing Wall, which you did just recently the other day, Mr. Ambassador Huckabee, decided to go to the Wailing Wall and kiss it again and again. I had to look, is he Jewish? No, apparently he's Christian. Well, shouldn't he go to the church then? And light a candle or do something over there? Why are you always kissing the wall with your friend Noam? You know what I mean? And all the gang. And we're seeing Malay kiss the wall. They're all kissing the wall over there. Obviously, the wall is their allegiance, the state of Israel. Okay? Their allegiance. And he's going out there and he's obviously, you're seeing him kissing the wall every time. I've got to go and pray to the wall. Well, hold on a minute. Why'd you go and pray in church? Okay? How about that one? Aren't you a Christian? Do you see, ladies and gentlemen, that this is the true colours are being exposed, done by design? Isn't it about America first? No, apparently not. And then he's sitting there and he's saying Raphael is the incredible company that developed the Iron Dome. Really now? We thank you very much for the Iron Dome. But who paid for the Iron Dome? Ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, can you tell me who pays for the Iron Dome and who also pays for the refills of the Iron Dome as well. Okay, before I bring on what the survey says, which is the comment section of this post, please tell me, ladies and gentlemen, okay, who, yes, correct, Carol, spot on. Good old lovely USA. And this has all been done by design to awaken people. Yes. Domino 7, yes, USA. Yes, the USA have been paying for it all. Yet, let's have a look what the survey says. Oh, yes, obviously, those that are sitting there with their little flag in the state of Israel are for it. But have a look at this. BFIG. Yes, I have to agree with you. That Americans are paying for. Have a look at this. That Americans are paying for the good old Iron Dome. Meanwhile, I have this in my town. I have to walk over to get my granddaughter to the park. We know it's all for Israel, the master race. There are people out on the street, ladies and gentlemen. And yet, the money is being protecting the state of Israel, their borders. You know what I mean? And the money, look, not being spent there. No. BFIG is correct. We see who you are, Mike. Yeah, we see who you are. Breaking analysis of Israel's data shows it's murdered 377,000 Palestinians on its own data. That's out there. Then you got this one here, Catherine Rosenthal. Obviously, she's, obviously batting for Team Zion. Zion. Then you got this one, you, Mike, you are a Death Eater. Billions of US taxpayers' dollars spent on the Iron Dome, adding to the national debt. Yeah, now why don't we take that into consideration, Elon, your friend Bibi Netanyahu? Obviously you're sitting there jumping up and down about the bill. You know what I mean? No, you're jumping up about the bill because of the Doge element that's going to doge your ass and expose you, but you're not jumping up and down about the fact of the billions and billions of US taxpayers' dollars that is going over there to fund this stupid Iron Dome. Okay? Yeah, no, look at this idiot right here. Sorry, Carol, I'm sorry, but you got some idiots over there. Thank you for everything you do, Canada. Okay? But they take our money, use it to buy politicians. Oh, yes, I agree. 7/13/24. That will support the greater Israel project. They display, sometimes murder innocent people while spitting on Christians. Yes, I've seen the videos where they're actually spitting on the Christians. And, when you see that Mr. Huckabee, oh, there we go, ladies and gentlemen, I was right, there we go. He's sitting there on one praising the Iron Dome, and then on the next, look at that. A visit to the Western Wailing Wall following Operation Rising Line. Lovely. What about you, as I said, going to the church? Obviously, Huckabee, I thought you're Christian. I'm this and I'm... No, you're not. You're sold and you're bought. Okay? And the world needs to know about it. Okay, yeah, there we go. There are churches, that's what I said. There is churches there, Mike, as well. Oh, I forgot. You're Jewish. Right? Yeah, no, you got the idiots. Proud of you, Huckabee, really now. Huckabee pays his dues. Yes, he's paying his dues, all right? Can you perhaps be the next POTUS? No, thank you. No, definitely not. We've got these people, obviously, that are sitting there. This is no Christian. Yes, I have to agree with Seer clearly. It's like we're running as I said, it's a bunch of imposters. That's what it is. Warmongering imposters. Sitting there showing you how Israel is the victim, the Jews are the victims, blah, blah. No one else is the victim. Let me show you who else is the victim, ladies and gentlemen, that you're not going to see anywhere else. because they're not going to show you these things, but I will. Number one, in front of the supposed Hague, where they got the International Criminal Court, or the, you know, the Peace Palace right there. There we go, International Court of Justice. They put this up there. They are not numbers. 38 children, 935 lives. That was during the time when they went and they bombed civilians. Now, can you blame people why they're upset? No, you can't. All right. Now, obviously, Mr. Zelensky is a Zionist, okay? And he's saying that Iran summons Ukraine envoy over Zelensky's Israel support, which they have their right. Because he's been going out there and saying naughty stuff. Tehran warned Kiev of consequences for backing the aggressor, because he is backing the state of Israel because he's Zionist himself. Right? Now, let's see, what else do we have here? This is what's his name? Bob Vylan said at that concert.
Free, 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 free. Alright, but have you heard this one though? Death, death to the IDF, death, death to the IDF, death, death to the IDF.
Death to the Israel Defense Force. Yeah, no, I don't blame him. Especially, ladies and gentlemen, when you see what the Palestinian people have to go through.
صراحة أنا بحب التصوير وبحب أوثق اللحظات، فاللي خلاني أتشجع إني آخذ وأصور في نفس اللحظة هو إنه بحب أوثق اللحظات تبعتي بالضبط وشو اللي بيصير. فأنا بحاول إني أوثق اللحظات من أول ما أروح لحديت ما تبدأ خلص يبدأ الموعد المحدد إنه بدها تفتح. وقتها أنا بضب جوالي وبصير زي الشعب، بجري وبحاول إني أجمع أي إشي بلاقيه قدامي من الأكل. بعد ما أخلص بحاول إني أوثق اللحظات في نفس اللحظة، يعني قبل ما الناس حتى تبعد عن بعض بحاول إني أوثق اللحظات عشان أورجي الناس إحنا شو بصير فينا. كل محاولاتي في التوثيق للفيديوهات أساساً بسبب هاي النقطة، إنه أنا بدي أورجي العالم شو اللي بصير. بس صراحة حاسس إنه رغم توثيق الفيديوهات وخطورة الموقف إلا إنه ما حدش حاسس فينا. صراحة ما حدش بحس باللي إحنا حاسينه غير اللي عايش معنا. إحنا أهل الانصارات مثلاً ممكن إنك تتحرك من بعد العشاء أو من الساعة 10، بس بالنسبة لأهل الشمال بيجوا تقريباً من قبل بيوم من الظهر أو العصر، بيقطعوا المسافة من الشمال للوسطى عشان يقدروا يوصلوا في الوقت المحدد الساعة 10:30 11. فلما بأصل النقطة بطلع على الناس بشوف الناس نايمة على الأرض وكثير ليش هذا بيأثر فيا. حتى بحاول إني أوثق اللحظات بس بحس إنه الناس حتتعب لو صورتهم، إنه الناس يعني مش حابة توصل معاناتها. في ناس كثير رفضت إنه أصور. ببلشوا يقدموا تقرير.
You get the gist, right? They don't show you this, do they? They don't want you seeing that stuff. No, they don't want you seeing it at all. They don't see the painful reality of what's happening in Gaza. Have a look at this. And then that guy goes, death, death to the IDF, especially when these guys, these people are being killed, right? They're being killed. And think about this. Let me show you something. Because I think people really need to get the reality of what's going on. Do you know that this is the Palestinians? That was Palestinian land before it became the state of Israel. How do you think they went from that to this. Think about it. Does it make any logical sense? I mean, they were shoved into these encampments and now they've gone and destroyed all this. That means some had to die, or not just some, hundreds of thousands of people. That's genocide. That's genocide, ladies and gentlemen, no matter how you slice it or dice it. And they've been doing it under our very noses. Under our very noses. Then you got this guy coming out there saying death to the IDF, where the IDF have been going around and committing those atrocities and killing all these people. Genocide that Bibi Netanyahu has partaken in. Now, you know, think about this. Iran, right? You had Elon. Elon apparently set those little Starlinks to Iran. And he was saying to the Iranian people, I know you're live now. You can use Starlink. Do you think he had the best intentions? No, he didn't. He didn't have the best intentions at all. In fact, he had the worst intentions. We know what Elon is. He's a bought-out Zionist as well. And he was there to spy on people. So then the Iranian army or the military said, don't you dare to their people. They're using it to spy. And they told Starlink to piss off, right? Iran banned Starlink as Musk pushes regime change. So basically, think about this. Elon put out those Starlinks to be able to obviously interfere and control their communication devices and to push certain narratives care of the state of Israel, interfering with their basically what they're doing there and causing all sorts of problems, propaganda. So Iran, don't you think they're well within their rights to go and tell Elon to take his Starlink and shove it up his ass, right? Now, Iran banned Starlink as Musk pushes regime change coup service. Have a look at this. There's your Starlink, and they've been told to get the hell out of there before some serious business goes down. And don't be surprised, they were ready to bring the missiles on. There we go. Look at Starlink. Bye-bye, Elon. Oh, don't you worry. President Trump is about to expose Elon. The comms are being clear. And he's been giving those comms nice and crystal clear that the time has come for the truth to come out about Elon Musk and how Doge is the monster. And we know what that means. We know that Elon's days are numbered. Oh, yes, they're very numbered, ladies and gentlemen. It's coming to an end. Poor Elon. Now, let me show you something. Let's go to Alligator, Alligator Alcatraz Airport. Let's go here.
They have a lot of bodyguards and a lot of cops that are in the form of alligators. You don't have to pay them so much. But I wouldn't want to run through the Everglades for long. It will keep people where they're supposed to be. This is a very important thing.
And we're the only state in the country that mandates our state and locals.
How good would it be, Deep State Ron, that they shove him in Alligator Alcatraz? Yeah, no, we're going to be our friends and all that. Yeah, no, enjoy your freedom, Ron, because that's where you're going to end up very soon. Okay, because President Trump plans on making that place, because at the moment they brought it up in 8 days, they smashed it out in 8 days. We're going to go through the step by step. And he's like, 8 days, yeah, no, we've got it all happening and this, that, the other. They think it's for the immigrants only. No. It's for the deep state. They're going to make it a little bit more permanent than the little tent city that they set up there.
Law enforcement to cooperate with ICE, and it's made a huge difference. On any given day, Florida constitutes about 20% of all immigration arrests nationwide. Don't let Florida be the only state. We've got very red states that should be doing this just as much as Florida.
I don't think people forget. People got to realize that Mr. DeSantis, President Trump knows he's playing the game.
Florida's doing, that will increase their numbers. And then what happens is you'll have a lot of people that will deport on their own because they don't want to end up in an Alligator, Alcatraz, or some of those other places. So I think this is a model, but we need other states to step up.
We have Louisiana doing it big, Alabama's doing it. We have a lot of states. They seem to be red states and not too many blue states.
See, what he's saying is that, there are not many blue states because the blue states obviously were about open borders. After all, they were working with Mr. Soros, weren't they? And doing, all that naughty, MS-13 stuff and interfering with elections.
For whatever reason, but the red states, Republican-run states are doing it. The blue states don't do very well at security and policing, unfortunately. What would you say, Chris?
This is unique because we can hold individuals here. They can have
Is she wearing a $80,000, $50,000 watch, President Trump?
their hearings.
I think she has.
Process and then
She is.
immediately be flown back home to their home countries, and their home countries are welcoming them.
Let's see. Where does Ron DeSantis come from originally? Maybe you can send him back to his home country.
We're using the existing footprint of this airport. So when you guys go over there, you'll see all the beds, the medical, the galley, everything is on the concrete.
So basically, this whole area, which I'll show and explain, is on an airport. That airport was basically there. It existed. So it didn't affect any of the environmental thing. This environmental stink up? No. Don't even bother with that. Because this thing has been around since the 70s. Okay? So don't bother with that crap because this has been around since the 70s.
Not using any of the other stuff. Now, as you'll see, there's a lot of concrete, so there very well may be. I know Secretary Noem and her team have said as soon as the president departs, we'll be open to start receiving folks. And so we'll see what the...
So this place is going to be like a one-stop shop. In you go, and then you got a court, you got due process. They're going to deputize, apparently, the National Guard to become judges. It's going to be very clean and swift, like bang, in you go and out you go. In and out sort of place. Okay?
Tempo is, we do have the 2000 in Northeast Florida that will open very soon. So it is possible to do. One of the things I think that is exciting about this is we're offering up our National Guard and other folks in Florida to be deputized to be immigration judges. We're working with the Department of Justice for the approvals. I'm sure Pam will approve. But then I'll have a National Guard judge advocate here. Someone has a notice to appear. Biden would tell him to come back and...
Weren't you a fan of Biden back in the day, Ron? I remember that one too.
3 years and appear. Now you'll be able to appear in like a day or two, so they're not going to be detained, hopefully, for all that long.
Prime Minister Netanyahu's visit next week, what are you hoping to get out of that?
I think people need to remember Mr. Netanyahu was the first one to congratulate fake Biden.
And do you think there'll be any progress?
It's going to be a very quick celebration. We had a great...
it'd be a great quick celebration. Can we celebrate with an 11.3 President Trump? That'll be a great celebration. And to top off this beautiful July 4th celebration, that'll be great. This is the thing. People are just, July the 4th, it's going to be a day where all this is going to go down. And you probably heard all the date promises come out there and say the same garbage over and over, wash, rinse, repeat. Don't believe it. The military are not that predictable, okay? They're not going to tell you. Remember what Q says? No one's in the insider club. No one has the inside take. Okay, patriots don't work that way. We've been through that many times. Don't listen to the garbage that's out there. Oh, it's going to happen here. It's going to happen there. No, date promising. Forget about it because you're always going to be in a state of disappointment. It's the events that determine where we are in the plan.
They went over there 17 hours,
Oh, yes, 17 hours. Thank you very much, President Trump. We know who's in control. The military are in control. 17 equals Q. Thank you very much. There we go. Let's continue.
And they hit bullseye after bullseye after...
No, you know, they hit bullseye after bullseye. Bullseye after bullseye, don't we, Q? Yes, we do. Bullseye after bullseye.
After bullseye, it all blew up. Everybody saw it. The election in 2020 was rigged. Millions and millions of votes.
Yes, yes. And we know that it had to do with COVID and it was rigged and all that. And we know there's going to be some form of Doge AI being involved in bringing all out the filth.
It had to do with COVID and a lot of things, but it really had to do with the crooked people. The Democrats are very good at cheating on elections.
Yeah, now, did you notice that when it came to the elections, they did everything they possibly can. The Fed tried to bring down President Trump's beautiful economy by increasing rates, and they did whatever they could. They did whatever they could throw out, you know, all these mail-in votes and the corruption that was just way, way beyond, you know. No, that's all got to come out. You know, that's all got to come out. All the 2016 stuff.
And that's why I said too big to rig. They tried this one too. But after about 9:02, they gave up too many votes. You know, too big to rig.
Elon Musk is ripping into this bill again. Are you concerned that Republicans are going to be swayed by Musk and his money?
No, I don't think so. I think what's going to happen is Doge is going to look at Musk.
I was right, ladies and gentlemen. Good old Doge, the monster, we know what that means, is going to be the unraveling of good old Musk. Okay?
And if Doge looks at Musk, we're going to save a fortune. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, you're going to save a fortune, all right, President Trump, especially when the billions and billions and billions of dollars have been going into his pocket and others as well. And obviously, it's about exposing these entities. And we know what President Trump's going to do. Okay, been through that many times. Okay, let's continue on, shall we? Who's having great fun? Thumbs up, guys. Come on. Let's give our thumbs up to FCB. You know, worked very hard here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. Now, Deep State, Ted Cruz. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to jump back into Alcatraz again, or Alligator Alcatraz. But let's go to Deep State Cruz. And Tucker put together a, shall we say, Cruz contradicting himself. A little video. How about we watch that little video?
You said that the single criterion for making decisions about America's foreign policy is America's national interest.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. Which is also America first. That's another way of putting that as well.
I think it's the definition of it.
Yeah. I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate.
Great.
And I've worked every day to do that. By the way, Tucker, it's a very weird thing. The obsession with Israel, when we're talking about foreign countries,
it's hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese, you're not talking about Japanese, you're not talking about the Brits, you're not talking about the French. The question, what about the Jews?
You asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel.
Yep.
3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress, you elucidated one of your main goals, which is to defend Israel.
Yes.
And I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period.
Okay.
Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. I've never taken money from the Israel lobby. Have you?
Taken money from the Israel...
From AIPAC.
So AIPAC raises a lot of money for me, but it's actually a misnomer because the people who raise money are individuals. Right. So it's not the PAC itself, but they're individual members who believe in the American-Israeli friendship and relationship.
Is AIPAC a foreign lobby?
No, it's an American lobby. It's the AIPAC stands for the America-Israeli Political Action Committee.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole lot effectively. Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and use the...
It's in Genesis. But so you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it and you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
hold on.
I'm not holding on.
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what, hold on, define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the
God's
descendants of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is.
AIPAC, I wish, were much more effective. Like, there are folks online who are in the fever swamp of terrified of AIPAC, and AIPAC...
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No, not uncomfortable at all.
I'm just asking what AIPAC does. My understanding, having known a lot of people who work at AIPAC, is that it lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government.
Wrong.
Oh, okay. When was the last time AIPAC took a position that deviated from Prime Minister Netanyahu?
All the time.
Name one.
Okay.
AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government. And it's not.
No.
It's lobbying for the United States?
It is lobbying for a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Okay. So it's not, has nothing to do with the foreign government?
It wants America and Israel to be closely allied.
Okay, but it's lobbying on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And if
it's not true.
No.
How much contact do you think AIPAC leaders have with the government of Israel?
No idea.
My question is not, is it outrageous that foreign governments lobby the United States? They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening? You're denying it, but it's true.
Yeah,
and
why what you're saying is false.
Why aren't they registered as a foreign lobby?
Because they're not. It wants America and Israel to be closely allied.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah,
how could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
Who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe
that... We are carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting Israel.
High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay, President Trump campaigned on ending the war. I think he's frustrated because Putin has been less than eager to reach a deal to end the war, but it's going to end. You're not going to see another dollar coming from Congress.
Do you think Zelensky wants to end the war?
I think Zelensky has behaved horribly. I think his Oval Office meeting will go down in history as the worst Oval Office meeting of any leader that has ever come to the Oval Office. I think he behaved like a pompous ass. And I think he is unrealistic. I think Zelensky spends his time with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in the New York Times, and he believed he was going to the Oval Office as a resist figure. And I think he's doing real damage to his country right now.
You described him many times as a hero.
I don't recall ever using the word hero. I will say, look, I'm not a Zelensky cheerleader. I absolutely think we need to focus at home emphatically, and we need to focus on prosperity. We need to focus on reducing the debt, reducing spending, empowering people, low taxes, small businesses. American free enterprise. It's the most powerful force for fighting poverty the world has ever seen. I'm 1,000% there.
So what is it costing to support the bombing campaign to protect Israel right now from Iran?
So I don't know right now. You said the support for Israel very expensive. How much support do we give to Israel?
Well, you tell me, you vote for it.
Yeah, it's about $3 billion a year is the military assistance.
My question is about results, because I think it's relevant to what we're seeing now in Iran. You look back after having you personally voted to send billions and billions and billions of U.S. tax dollars to Zelensky to support his civil service and the war against Russia and all this stuff. Can you say that what you did worked?
So I can say what I did personally, sanctioning Nord Stream 2 worked and prevented a war. And if Trump had still been there, if the sanction had been in effect, there would be no war. I'm in favor of avoiding wars.
You are saying we need to use military force to effect regime change.
I have not said that.
Oh, I must have.
No, I have not said that once. Okay. I don't think we need to use military force to do regime change. I said I support it. I would like to see it happen.
You said that the single criterion for making decisions about America's foreign policy is America's national interest.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. Which is also America first. That's another way of putting that as well.
I think it's the definition of it.
Yeah.
Does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot. Really? We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well. And friends and allies spy on each other. And I assume all of our allies spy on us.
And that's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not naive and utopian. You don't think humans are all... Part of the reason socialism doesn't work is the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work. As a conservative, I assume people act in their rational self-interest.
So it's conservative to pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings act in their own self-interest, and every one of our friends spies on us, and I'm not...
Do you like it? That's my question. I'm not asking whether they have motive to do it. Of course they do. I understand that, and
by the way,
I'm not mad at them. But you're an American lawmaker, so I just want to know. Hold on, I want to know your attitude. Yeah. You said that your guiding principle, in fact, the only principle, the only criterion.
I said guiding, the overwhelming. I wouldn't say only.
The single criterion for making decisions about America's foreign policy is America's national interest.
Yes.
Is it in America's interest? Is it in America's interest for Israel to spy on us, including on the president?
It is in America's interest to be closely allied with Israel because we get huge benefits for it.
And wouldn't an American lawmaker say to a client state, you're not allowed to spy on us? I'm sorry. I know why you want to. I'm not mad at you, but you're not allowed to.
Sure.
And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. Is that... It's kind of weird not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
It's an eye-opener, isn't it? It really is an eye-opener. See how the contrast, Ted Cruz contradicted himself over and over and over and over again. Many, many times, didn't he, ladies and gentlemen? Now, let me just bring something to the table. The facts, as I always say, are very important. Roman Empire created the name Palestine. It was also known as Canaan. It was divided into the 12 tribes of Israel. The descendants that are known in the Bible, Patriarch Jacob was also known as Israel. And the descendants known as Israelites. Israel, the state of Israel, did not exist. Fact. Got it? Good. Now, let's continue on, shall we? Let's talk about good old alligator, shall we say, Alcatraz. Yes. What is alligator Alcatraz? Number one, it's located in Florida's Everglades. So this is the bottom part of Florida, and it's located just over here. Let me see if I've got another map I could show you. Here we go. So there's Miami, right? And we go right across, and there is the DECODE Training and Transition Airport. Now, basically that particular place was where they would train and do what they call the military craft would come down, touch down, and fly. It's all just training area. Okay? And it was created back in the 1970s. Let's go through it. So there you go. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like now. This is the runway is there, and you got the concrete as good old DeSantis said, and these are the, shall we say, the encampment that they're making. So these are all the different photos of the place, right? Different photos. Just to give you guys an idea of what we're talking about. So this is those people that have been saying, oh, it's environmental this and environmental. No. Nothing to do with that, because it was already in existence. It wasn't basically disturbed, or nothing happened in the sense of they did damage, nothing like that at all. So basically it's known as the Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport, TNT, in, I'm going to try and pronounce this as best as I can, Ochape, Florida. Okay. It is basically consists of a runway that is 150 feet wide and 10,499 feet long. Okay, so it's been pre-authorized as in and required, okay, to meet up with specs as far as receiving aircraft. Okay, so that's what it is. Now, Alligator, the reason why they call it Alligator Alcatraz is because it's surrounded by all the, shall we say, it's all in the Everglades and all that. And naturally, there you got all that nasty stuff. Just like, Alcatraz, how Alcatraz has got all that nasty stuff going on as well. So you got all the sharks in Alcatraz that President Trump spoke about not long ago. I just wanted people to get the gist of what we're talking about. Now let's go to the video, which is with President Trump, okay, when he speaks at Alligator Alcatraz. All right, let's go there. Let's bring that video up. Let's go through this together. Okay, let me just sort this out. While I'm doing this, ladies and gentlemen, thumbs up. Great comment. Let's share this all around the place. Let's get the message out there. Okay, let's see. We're ready to roll. Okay, so basically, number one, if you notice, the flags, we got the fringes, which means he's representing the United States Corporation. Now, these flags are on vehicles or vessels. Just like as I said, the White House has got the flags there as well in his Oval Office, which he sits at the Resolute desk, which is that came from the HMS Resolute. It's all to do with maritime law, admiralty law, okay? And basically, it's a corporation. So those gold fringes right there, that's what it represents. And when he sits down, he will have those flags on display. And then also the state of Florida has also got the gold fringe, which represents the corporation, the state of Florida corporation as well. Okay, because the states, right, how they connect with the United States corporation is they're a corporation. They're incorporated as well. Every state is incorporated. All right, so let's continue on.
How's the vote doing? I would normally be home waiting for the vote.
Yes, we would.
Or be in Congress, but I wanted to come down and see.
Look at Ron DeSantis. This is the thing. Do you see the fakery of Mr. DeSantis? Oh, remember what he was calling him, de-sanctimonious and all these sort of thing? And then all of that is all forgotten about. No. President Trump doesn't forget a traitor. Trust me, he doesn't forget.
Mr. President and Madam Secretary, CNN yesterday pushed an app that lets you track where ICE agents are. Tom Homan was saying that perhaps CNN should be prosecuted for that as obstruction of law.
So basically, CNN have released an application, or they've been recommending an application that someone else created that actually alerts people where the ICE agents are. So they can basically, dodge them and all that sort of thing. President Trump says that's interfering with, obviously, the law. So he's turned to good old cosplay gnome, and he's saying we need to do something about this. We've got to let Pamela in action Blondie, obviously do something about it. But also think about what it's doing. It's exposing CNN and also exposing those, because the mainstream media, they're connected obviously to the deep state. And you've got to remember also, they say, oh, but that's the left, CNN. No, you don't get it. The Fox News is the right. So therefore, they're part of the deep state as well. You know what I mean? The Fox News, pro-Zionist, pro-Israel. I know that they're all part of the deep state. It's the illusion. That's what I'm saying. The left and the right is nothing more than an illusion. They're all operating under the one beast. All right? The one beast. The left and right wing is just an illusion that they're different one to the other. But it's exposing CNN and what their involvement is as far as interfering with the law. Now, President Trump says, can we sue them?
Enforcement, your response.
Yeah, we're working with the Department of Justice to see if we can prosecute.
As you know,
or prosecute them.
Ron and I have had a really great relationship.
Do you believe that? Yeah. Ron and I have had a great relationship. How many times did you hear de sanctimonious this? He's got remember de sanctimonious? Okay, let's go back to those days when he was on the campaign trail. And he was saying about how his legs are funny, like as in he's wearing some sort of heel, like, to increase his height and all. Yeah. No, we don't, it's all sarcasm anyway.
For a long time. We had a little off period for a couple of days, but.
Yeah, no, a couple of days. Yeah.
It's known as Alligator Alcatraz, which is very appropriate because I looked outside and that's not a place I want to go hiking anytime soon.
Yeah, obviously it's not a place. Why they call it Alcatraz? Well, mirrors are important. One Alcatraz consists of alligators. The other Alcatraz consists of sharks. Both have got teeth. And as Q says, mirrors are important.
We took the FEMA money that Joe Biden allocated to pay for the free luxury hotel rooms, whereas paying.
Okay, we know that Joe Biden, we know that it's all fake. We know he's been running the show. We know that Joe Biden is obviously somebody that they put there as an actor or decoy. We know that political decoys exist. We've been through that as well. But obviously, he's got to use Joe as a scapegoat, right? To give the contrast, right? That's all about contrast. I see under Joe, all this turned to crap. But now, under Trump, everything is dandy and rosy. Okay? And that's what I'm saying. It's about contrast. But we know he's going to say about the auto pen, the one that controlled the auto pen, he's going to tell you. People don't realize that he's actually telling you to your face. He says the one that controlled the auto pen was the President of the United States. In other words, him. Okay? Now, what he's saying is the millions and millions of dollars that was allocated for, fake Biden was using for the hotels. Remember New York and all those other places where they were putting them up, paying millions and millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. Instead of that money going there, we're going to shift it over to Alligator Alcatraz and other places.
Hundreds of millions of dollars in New York City, and we used it to build this project, and Ron, it was just a little fraction of that money, the money they spent on that. Thank you, Congress.
So basically, yeah, here we go, yeah. Byron Donalds, yes, another APAC stooge. And he says, thank you, Byron. We know, and this is the thing, people got to realise that these are sellouts. And there's quite a few sellouts. Number one, let's go through them. Okay? Because we all know Rick Scott, number one, is a sellout. Okay? APAC stooge again. Then we got all these others that are listed. Marco Rubio, another one. Have you noticed that they're all, they're all Florida, but Byron Donalds, another one. And you know that this isn't about Republicans and Democrats because Jared Moskowitz is a Democrat. Well, and you're all saying, oh, you know, the state of Israel is under attack, Byron Donalds. Then you got Jared Moskowitz. Okay, obviously, the attack on Israel to defend itself, blah, blah, blah. Now, you could see that it continues on with Marco. It continues on with Mr. Byron Donalds, Mike Waltz. Oh, yeah, Michael Waltz. Wasn't he the one that I showed the other day? There was a couple of pulses or so before. Remember when I showed you that Michael Waltz was in cahoots with Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu as in organising to bomb Iran, behind Trump's back, by the way, to stage a little false flag event. All right? Yeah, it was Mike Waltz. And you got all these names. There we go. Ron DeSantis. America must stand with Israel. There we go. And it goes on and on and on. Oh, there we go. Good old Randy Fine. Yes. Daniel Perez, another one. Yes. And they all happen to be there as well. All right. There we go. Byron Donalds.
Congressman Byron Donalds. Where's Byron? Hi, Byron. How are you?
Hi, Byron. How's your money?
Florida Speaker of the House, Daniel Perez.
Yeah, no, Daniel Perez isn't good either. Daniel Perez is right there, the Speaker of the House in Florida, and we all know who he serves right there. Let's continue.
Daniel? Daniel, thank you, Daniel. Why, you didn't want to sit up here with us, Daniel? Acting Director of ICE, Todd Lyons.
Todd Lyons. Have I got anything on good old Todd? Let's have a look. Oh, no, not that one. No, that's the other one. Todd Lyons. Who is Todd Lyons? He's the Director of ICE. Yes, Todd apparently, here we go, because he's under Rubio as well. So Secretary of State of, there we go, Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Acting Director of Immigration Custom Enforcement, ACA ICE, right? Okay, basically they're the ones that revoke students that say anything against the state of Israel. Okay, that's how it works.
Todd, great job.
Yeah, great job. We know what that word great means. It means, yeah, not great.
And Senator Joe Gruters.
Yeah, no, Joe Gruters as well is sold as well. Let's have a look. The unprovoked terrorist attacks by Hamas on innocent civilians in Israel is an abomination and must be vehemently condemned by the US. Can you see how they continue to sing the praises of the state of Israel over and over and over again? And they happen to be all there in Florida as well.
He is a great guy. Where is Joe?
Yeah, the word great again.
Joe is great.
He said it twice. There you go. Mirrors are important. Thank you very much, President Trump. We know what the word great means. Yeah, and it's not so great. And the mirrors are important.
Invaded our country just like a military would invade. It's tougher because they don't wear uniforms. You don't know who they are.
Oh, okay.
Great people doing it now. You see 'em up here with me.
Let's go back. Let's go back. He's going a little bit fast there.
Joe is great. He invaded our country just like a military.
Okay. You know when I've been saying that we know that Biden was fake. We know President Trump has been in control. That's why we get the 19 comms, which means that he was sworn in secret, as was Rutherford Hayes, as the 19th president. Rutherford Hayes was the 19th president. It's basically indicating that President Trump used the same method to be sworn in as well, in secrecy. Now, think about this. He was running the show. Therefore, there were military operations. And I said it over and over again, that these supposed invasions that were taking place at the border were controlled military operations. And if you pay attention, ladies and gentlemen, he does indicate it.
Gruters, he is a great guy. Where is Joe? Joe is great. He invaded our country just like a military would invade.
There you go. He invaded the way a military would invade. It's tougher because they don't wear uniform, because they are undercover, dark ops. As Q says, 80% dark ops. Must be done in the dark. Make sense?
It's tougher because they don't wear uniforms. You don't know. who they are.
Yeah, we know, President Trump, we know that you're indicating that these were military operations, controlled military operations. Had they not been, it would have been flooded. That's the reality of it. And he's given us comms. We know that these are dark military ops that need to take place. Obviously, they're not going to wear uniforms because they have to be in the guise of, these immigrants going in the back border. It's all been done by design. Let's continue.
Great people doing it now, and you see them up here with me. But it's, I'd call it like an unforced error.
Okay, so he's saying great people are up with him, up there on where he is right now, meaning next to him. Great. When you think of the word great, when he says great, think opposite. Okay, great job, Pete. Great, great, great. This, great, that. Opposite. Okay? He's talking about the snakes that are next to him.
How could they have done this to our country?
Yeah, how did they do that to the country? We know why, President Trump. We know that you got the deep state snakes right next to you.
And we're never going to forget it. Last year, 15%.
15%? Huge drop, 15, ladies and gentlemen. He's given us nice comms. Number one, we know what Q drop 15 means. Okay, 11.3 marker. We're heading towards the end of occupation. And then obviously the 11.3, Podesta's indictment is a marker. In other words, it indicates that we are heading towards this part of the plan. Okay, so that 11.3 is when we hear that Podesta's indicted, that means that they've satisfied the military ops. They're going to basically go into 11.4, which is to put us under temporary military control. Okay, so thank you very much, President Trump. We know what you're doing. You're giving us some really lovely comms. 5 of 5, comms are clear. Thank you. Let's continue.
They made more money with the illegal immigrants.
There you go. Who made more money with the illegal immigrants? We know who did. It was the deep state. Remember, George Soros used the illegal immigrants, okay, they manipulated, say, elections, okay. They also, think about it, the immigrants, they use the slush funds. They pump money. Remember, money is being pumped from the taxpayer. Remember when they exposed all the fraud and all that sort of stuff? They made a lot of money using the illegal immigrants. People don't realize this. Okay? It's all about money, control at the core of it all.
With many rooms costing more than $300 a night, 6 times the rent of it.
$300 a night, that's a fair whack, isn't it? $300. Is there anything to that? Let's see. Let's go to Q drop 300. Oh, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, what have we been speaking about? Haven't we been speaking about Elon Musk? President Trump just spoke about him just before at the airport, before he went there. Wasn't he speaking about Obama just recently? Yes. Can you find a picture of our lead? Remember what he said? Obama's a terrible president. And who was the one that groomed Obama? It was Al-Walid, Prince Al-Walid of the House of Sword, plus. Right? So in other words, do you find pictures of him and Hussein, Obama, or Clinton or other US politician? Right? Have you heard you can't sleep anymore? So in other words, think about this. Who is that post meant for? The deep state. That's for the deep state right there. Don't come here again. People don't realize that these drops, that they're not as predictable as these date promises think they are. They're not. Because you got to remember that the deep state are also looking at these drops. That's what they're doing. They're also looking at these drops. And that's what you got to remember, that this has to be done this way. These drops, the Q plan is basically, people think that these, you know, when they look at a post and they use the timestamp, and they think each and every time it's going to equate to comms. No, it's not as predictable as you think it is. As I said, this is proof right here that even the deep state are reading the drops. That's why you got these messages in queue. But this is what we've been speaking about, haven't we? About Prince Al-Walid. Remember, he's connected to Elon. President Trump has been speaking about Elon and doging him and finding his connections, which is also linked to Al-Walid, and also who else canned the shuttle program? Who else was greasing up, shall we say, Elon's wheels? Hussein was, and Al-Walid as well. Can you see how the dots are being connected? Let's continue on.
A typical American family, $78 billion a year on translation.
78. He's going to say it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So 7 plus 8, ladies and gentlemen, what does that equal? Q drop 15 again. 7 plus 8, 78 billion. He keeps saying 78. 11.3, we are heading towards 11.3, which is obviously the only way, ladies and gentlemen, is the military. All right? The only way. He says it again.
Okay, think of that. $78 billion a year on translation and $78 billion. I think that's not a mistake.
No, it's not a mistake, President Trump. 5 of 5 comms are clear. You said it quite a few times so we can get it. We got it. We know what it means. We're heading towards 11.3. After all, things need to come to an end. You know, in other words, we're seeing all these other things that are coming out about, you know, as we said just recently about Obama, about, you know, the Russia, John Brennan, all these things have been coming out that also connect to Hillary, and Hillary is also connected to Podesta. We can see that everything is translating across in that direction. Also, we know that military is the only way. And once that does happen, we know that you have to remain neutral and there will be arrests. They will be put under temporary military control. And President Trump, okay, basically will be what he said. Remember what he said during the campaign? I would like to be a dictator for the day. Well, that would be the day once we hit 11.4. 11.3 first, so we got the heads up and we know what's going on. Once we hit the 11.3 marker, we know we've got to get our affairs in order because we know what's coming our way after that. So thank you very much, President Trump. 5 of 5. Comms are crystal clear.
$78 billion, Joe. Probably would have been slightly better than Biden, though. I had to run against both of them.
Okay. He's talking about Kamala Harris. We know that Kamala's a bad seed. We know that she's been involved in nefarious activity in more ways than one. Okay? Now, we know that Joe Biden, then we know that political decoys do exist. Therefore, would it be also logical to have Kamala Harris being a political decoy? Yes. Because it's what he says here that makes perfect sense. Pay attention.
You know, the one guy, it's like a fighter. You knock out the one guy who's doing badly, then they put somebody else in. But fortunately, she was a stiff also.
She was a stiff also. Ladies and gentlemen, what is a stiff? A dead person. That's what a stiff is. She was a stiff also. People don't realize that President Trump gives us clear comms. We know that Biden, as he said, he's going to say that the auto pen was controlled by the President of the United States. President Trump was the one that controlled it. We know that Biden couldn't, he said Biden was against, wasn't against, he was against open borders, this, that, the other, and all these things. Why would he say it? You'll see what he says. Why? Because he knows that the original Biden was against trans in women's sport. Everything that Biden was against, the real Biden, the fake Biden, he put it for. Do you see? So what's happening is he's telling us they were both stiffs. They're both. You got it? Let's continue on.
2,700 members of the murderous Venezuelan gang known as Tren de Aragua. 11,888 to be.
Right. 2,700. Let's go to Q drop 2,700. POTUS, this can never be allowed to happen again. What happened? Well, he's talking about Tren de Aragua, 2,700 in our country or to another president. This is Q drop 2700. Simply by terminating employment of those responsible. It says there, simply by conducting a few non-threatening investigations or by prosecuting those responsible to the fullest extent of the law. Now, we know just because we're not seeing it in front of our faces, it doesn't necessarily mean that it hasn't happened. Think about this. We are currently under military occupation. Look at the flag on top of the White House, that black flag, prisoners of war. We are currently under military occupation. You look on top of the finials, they got spears on the country. So when they, for example, when they got together with other countries, there were spears on top of those flags. We are currently under military law. Hence, when can you convict those to the fullest extent of the law as far as civilians? How can you convict them in quick tribunals, military tribunals? And setting up new checks and balances and oversight designed to increase transparency. There are things that are happening right now with this big, beautiful bill that are in there that AI is going to be used in a way of basically doing the checks and balances, the oversight, and exposing the fraud, which is also increasing transparency. So you could see, ladies and gentlemen, that there are things that are happening, have been happening in the background, but because it hasn't been in front of our faces, it's like, oh, is it happening? Well, you think about the, shall we say, the proverbial deep state. Do you think for a moment that they would be allowing these entities to roam around the place and do what they're doing? After they committed treason, atrocities, all these sort of things. Do you think for a moment that they would be roaming around the place? No, they wouldn't. Okay, they wouldn't. There's no way. The thing is, however, that the transparency is required in order to gain the mass consciousness, shall we say, their backing. It's got to make sense to them. Okay? Because it's basically, how can we say, they start taking down certain entities in front of their faces, it could end up in civil war. That's why it needs to be done this way, okay, in order to basically get their backing, right? And I know it's painful, and I know we're along for the ride, but, what do? That's why, as Q says, that the truth works and facts matter. That's why I work with the facts, evidence, and receipts. And it says nobody should be above the law no matter how massive the spider web is entangled, because the spider web is huge. It's worldwide. And things need to be done once and properly. This will never happen again. Now, how can you make a statement, okay, like that? Well, you obviously need to do things in a certain way, certain sequence. It's got to make sense to the masses. While some want to quietly remove those responsible and go about our business and save face on the world stage, those in control understand this Band-Aid will simply not work. This Band-Aid fix. Right? We're not into Band-Aid fixes. We need a real solution. We need a real solution. That's why the Q plan is very important. Transparency and prosecution is the only way forward. What does Q says? Must be done, the rule of law, right? Must be done that way. It's the only way to stop this from ever happening again. And it says there, transparency meaning to the public. And the public need to jump on their soapboxes and say, lock them up. Because we don't want civil war. They need to be able to support what's going on. Is the only way forward to save our republic and safeguard such criminal and treasonous acts from occurring again. What do I say about the checks and balances and the audits? Is it a coincidence why we're going to have these financial checks reviews? And who is going to be doing it? Doge is, which is AI. That, as I said, in that bill, it gives AI more teeth. As in the sense to become the monster to go after, shall we say, Elon Musk and all these others that have basically been using the taxpayer as a way of enriching themselves. And also they've been connected, deeply in the deep state. They need to be exposed. And once they're exposed, the transparency is very important. And therefore, people will say, lock them up. Does it make sense, ladies and gentlemen? Thumbs up in the comments, please, if you get what I'm trying to say. All right, I want everyone to get this. Is very fundamental, very, very important that people do get what President Trump is talking about. Very fundamental. Another thing, what he says, which is going to go back to the 11.3 marker, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Safioti. Much appreciated. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Much appreciated. Now, President Trump says 11,888 to be exact. To be exact. What does he mean? We know that the Q drops do not go to 11,888. Forget about it. So therefore, we are there to put some mathematics together. Number one, when we add those numbers, we get 26. Right? 26. 8 plus 8 plus 8 equals 24. Right? Got me so far? So you got 24. 8 plus 8, 16. Then you got another 8, and that equals 24. Plus another 1, 11. We don't add 11, we add single digits. So we add 1 and 1 equals 2. Plus 8 plus 8 plus 8 equals 26. Okay? So let's go to Q drop 26, ladies and gentlemen. Q drop 26. Think about it logically. The only way is the military fully controlled, save and spread. Only 11.3 verifies as the first marker. So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, how, can you call this a coincidence? There are too many coincidences to call them there are just too many. Now, Q tells us to think logically. Logic means mathematics as well. And that's what we've done. We've used mathematics. The only way is the military. And it goes back to what I said. Fully controlled, save and spread once 11.3 verified. So we are going to get that marker. That we are going to see pedestals, indictment been announced. Once we hear that, we know where we're heading. And that's what I'm saying. That's why you got 11,888 to be exact. POTUS is giving us exact numbers for a reason. So 5 of 5 comms are crystal clear. Thank you very much, President Trump. Fantastic.
Think of it, 11,888.
He said, think of it again. And he mirrored it, ladies and gentlemen.
Ron, I'd like to thank you personally. You're my friend, and you'll always be my friend.
Really now? You are my friend, and you'll always be my friend. That's not what we remember President Trump when you used to call him Ron DeSanctimonious and all those nasty things.
And we may have some skirmishes even in the future.
Oh, okay. Did you hear that? Okay. You are my friend. You'll always be my friend. But then he just said that. We may have skirmishes in the future. Just like Elon and how you're going to Doge his ass. Are you going to do the same thing to Ron? Pretty much. He's given us the heads up that there's going to be skirmishes in the future. Thank you very much again, President Trump. 5 of 5 comms are clear. We know what's coming our way. Obviously, you're bringing down the deep state. Okay, so thank you very much, President Trump. Great comms, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Amazing comms from our Commander-in-Chief.
I doubt it, but I will always come back because we just seem to, we have blood that seems to match pretty well.
Yes, okay, yeah. President Trump, we know what you mean. We know it's game over for Ron. Okay?
We have a relationship that's been a very strong one for a long period of time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for Stephen Miller. I just want to thank you for him.
Stephen Miller, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know Stephen Miller's history, he's a pro-Zionist as well. Okay?
This guy calls me night and day and tells me all of his wise advice and wisdom. But
and the other thing is, he's you want to call, when you look at the word racist in the dictionary, you'll see his name. He's like the worst of the worst. And President Trump actually gives you comms about Stephen Miller. Have a listen.
he's a rock star because he loves this country and he's passionate.
And Steve Miller would even agree to that. And he likes nobody, by the way.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. President Trump said he likes nobody, and it's true. If you look at the Steve Miller's background, number one, he is Ashkenazi. Right? I've got nothing against the people. Okay? It's not about the people. It's about those that are running, whoever they are, and they're doing all these nefarious things. But that's one of them. Another thing is as well that he is racist. He is also somebody that is against Arabs. Period. And that's why President Trump is giving us the comms. President Trump, thank you very much. He says he doesn't like anybody, therefore it confirms the comms that I've been, obviously the facts and some receipts that I've been bringing out about Stephen Miller that I did on the previous shows. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, that he knows what he's saying? Let's continue on.
I don't think he likes anybody.
As somebody that was serving on active duty in Iraq back in the day,
So this is Mr. DeSantis, and he's saying about that he served back in the day of Iraq when Saddam Hussein was sent there by the US to go and have a war with Iran. Do you remember that on the Oppressed? Remember the show that I did not long ago? And I showed you that the US, the CIA were involved in installing Saddam Hussein and giving him all. So think about this. The US taxpayer has been giving money to Mr. Saddam Hussein to basically they used it to go in war against Iran. And Ron was involved in that war. And he's sticking up for obviously, who.
witnessed the number of our troops that were killed or wounded by the Iranians.
There we go, obviously Iranians. But the thing is, who are the ones to instigate that war? It was good old Saddam. It was the US. had their hand in it. That's why President Trump talks about it was a mistake. That's why he talks about, remember, the wars. And Mr. DeSantis is somebody that is a pro-Zionist.
We've seen Europe be overrun by open borders, so we're not going to let that happen.
So with Europe, why are they overrun with borders, the people? Because it's been controlled by the EU. The EU have taken away the sovereignty of every country, and these people didn't elect these bureaucrats to tell them, how to run their country. I mean, no, they weren't elected at all. They were put in place, as I said, they're bureaucrats. They were put there not by the people's choices, not by the countries that belong to the EU. Their immigration policies, forget it. They had no control. Every country had open borders. So this is what I'm saying. I mean, he's giving you an example. Yes, that is a good example.
Here, so can hold 3,000 now. We have 2,000 facility up at Camp Blanding.
So Camp Blanding, ladies and gentlemen, is basically like the National Guard. They've got a place called Camp Blanding in Florida, and that place right there is a recreational camp. So what he's looking at doing is converting it into a facility like, Alligator Alcatraz. And that's also in Florida, by the way. So, yeah.
That we're going to be open, which is our National Guard site. But think about what you have here. They come here, say they already or been ordered to be deported. You drive them 2,000 feet to the runway, and then they're gone. It's a one-stop shop.
So basically, they fly in. They've been, shall we say, the judge is there. They do what they have to do, then off they go.
And this airport that's been here for a long time is the perfectly secure location. It's going to make a big difference. We got the call from DHS a little bit more than a week ago.
So it didn't take long at all. I think it was about 8 days to create this thing.
And here we are 8 days later with this facility open. And as soon as Air Force One departs, it'll be swept and it'll be open for business to be able to do. But our goal here is to process them and be able to effectuate their return to their home country.
So they go there, they're processed, and then that's right. So it's like a one-stop shop. So basically they're not waiting for years and all that. No, it's in and out.
There is no reason why other states can't be doing it. And I know Louisiana, Texas, a couple of them, but we've got if only the red states did this, they would be able to expand their capacity by tens of thousands, maybe 50, 100,000 on a given day. That's how you really start to make a difference.
Just a week ago, it was a taxiway and a runway, and now it's a fully functioning facility.
To the governor, I really appreciate you and commend you for your leadership on this.
Okay, yeah. Byron Donalds. No. He's not good friends with Mr. DeSantis. In fact, they were punching on not long ago. So this little act there that's going on, oh no, we love you, Ron. No, it's a bunch of crap. Okay. Anyone that lives in Florida knows exactly what I'm speaking about here. Okay, Mr. Byron Donalds. And yeah, no. Byron is number one, sold out by APAC. All right. Number two, he hates him and he hates him as well. Okay, this little sucky fest, don't believe that garbage.
With decisive action to building this facility.
Now, can you see, ladies and gentlemen, how the flags have got gold fringes? Okay, however, if you look on top of this flag, which is to do with, so these ones here have got the eagle, right? So these ones have got the eagle. On top of here, this one here, the state, you got a spear, which indicates that they are captured by the military. Okay? It's a military, that's the military with a spear on it. All right? So the state is being captured.
Oh, thank you. Wow.
So apparently this is when they passed the big, beautiful bill in the Senate.
Thank you.
And you really kind of were the inspiration for this. We like the idea of reopening the original Alcatraz. I don't know if that can happen or not, but we thought, hey.
So that's 6 months. President Trump said, I know that he's been doing it for 6 months. I think he's been building it or renovating it or something along those lines. But there's something definitely going on with Alcatraz. It's going to be turned into something for the deep state. The Hellraiser's got it all planned. Don't you worry about that. He's getting it all prepared for them.
We've got our own natural Alcatraz in the middle of the Everglades.
Right.
Have you noticed that that's the mirror? You got sharks on the original Alcatraz, and then you got the other thing with teeth, alligators. Mirrors are important.
Great runway, great perimeter. So let's make it happen. In Florida, we walk the walk, and
Okeechobee is something that we did together also, and that was a lot of money spent. I hope it was well spent. I know we did a Rolls-Royce job, but it's a lot of money that we spent out there together. And how is it going?
You can delegate that to us because we move faster than the Army Corps.
Good.
So we will finish that reservoir. Good. If you delegate it to us, I'll get it done and much quicker.
So that's the reservoir that they're doing in over there. Let me just see. I've got a video I could show you on that, so you get an idea of what they're talking about. It's the reservoir that they're building. President Trump's amazing. He's basically working in rapid succession to help the country, and he's been doing it in the background. Okay, so this is the reservoir that they've been building also to help the farmers out there. Okay, let's see if I've got that video here for you to watch. I think it'll be here. Let's watch this.
When it's completed, the C-43 reservoir in LaBelle will store and clean water from runoff and Lake Okeechobee discharges before it's released in the Caloosahatchee. I'm Fox 4's Hendry County community correspondent, Austin Charteronsky. I work in this area every day, so the South Florida Water Management District invited me to take a tour of the project. All 18 square miles of land you see will be under 55 billion gallons of water. But right now, crews are hard at work on the dams and laying the foundation for the basin, a project that started back in 2000. Phil Flood with the South Florida Water Management District says the development of Florida has made this project necessary.
This area of the watershed has been ditched and drained so much that when it rains during the rainy season, all that water rushes into the river and goes out in the estuary and just overwhelms the estuary with fresh water. That's detrimental to the habitat and the overall ecology of the estuary.
In February, I told you about the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers releasing water from Lake Okeechobee because the levels were too high. Anytime that happens, people get concerned about blue-green algae flowing into the Caloosahatchee. Flood says this reservoir was designed to stop that flow.
Not only will the reservoir be collecting water from basin runoff, it'll also be taking water when the Corps of Engineers has to make those damaging discharges to the Caloosahatchee River. So we'll clean that water up so that it's much cleaner, free of nutrients when it's released back into the river. So it'll be much healthier for the estuary.
On the tour, construction manager John Cresswell showed me the process by literally walking through one of the dams.
25 billion gallons got to come out through these two holes.
And to get there, Cresswell says the water comes through this pump station and into the reservoir through these massive 12-foot diameter pipes.
Got 4 pumps in it.
So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that's the reservoir President Trump is speaking about there. Okay, just so you give you some reference point as to what he's talking about.
I would do that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, let me ask myself permission. Permission granted. Go ahead, get the thing, get it complete. You want to do
All right,
that?
we're gonna go talk to the Army Corps then after this.
Good. And you know, at some point they might morph into a system where you're going to keep it for a long time.
So basically, he's saying that Alcatraz, at the moment, it's basically tent city, right? It's set up, it's structured, it's a temporary site. But he's saying it can become more permanent. We know what Q says, that there are other locations that are being set up to obviously house the deep state. That's probably another one.
No, it's not that far away from jams that take years to build, and one of the most natural sites. It might be as good as the real Alcatraz site. You know, it could be. Well, that's a spooky one too, isn't it? Huh?
Yeah, no, it's spooky, especially when you got sharks swimming around the joint. And then you got these ones, which has got the alligators and snakes and God knows whatever what is in there.
That's a tough site. You may morph this into, your prison system, frankly, which I...
So, what he's saying, it all makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Because people got to get that it's not the only place, you know what I mean, that he's looking at, as in, people think Gitmo. Yeah, but Gitmo is only one spot. Now, have a look at Guantanamo Bay. That's a pretty shall we say, secluded area, and it's obviously armed to the teeth there as well. But there are other places that are being built. Or shall we say, President Trump is amazing because he thinks outside the square. He won't just go and build, he'll even just get something and renovate it. Right? He'll build, he won't just, oh, no. No, he's doing what he has to do. Don't you worry about that. Let's go to Q drop 740. Don't care about your sentence structure. I mean, did you hear what he said? That they're going to deputize National Guard and they become judges. Oh, yes, quick trial. Because, the thing is, Guantanamo Bay is going to be full, and obviously one other prison is being prepped up. Oh, yeah. Which other one are we talking about? Alcatraz? Yes. And obviously others as well. And people think that all our leaders and, all these degenerates are going to end up in the one place. No. Obviously, there are other places as well that he's setting up. Yes, let's continue on, shall we?
You always need, unfortunately.
A couple months ago, I ran into former DHS Secretary Mayorkas, and
Okay. We all know DHS Secretary Mayorkas was, under Biden, and he was running the place down to the ground. But think about this. Think about this for a moment. Let's use our logic. Number one, we know Biden was fake, right? We know he wasn't around. We know we don't need to keep going into the same thing. The same thing with fake Kamala. You just said it. So in other words, who was running the show? He'll say it. The one that was running the auto pen was the President of the United States. He was, right? So in other words, all these other characters like Mayorkas and all that obviously were under his control as well, logically speaking. Q tells us to think logically. And obviously we've been under military occupation, hence why the military are the only way. So, Mr. Mayorkas, all right, could he be somebody that was controlled? Most definitely. Okay? Most definitely. Now, have a listen to what he says. You really got to pay attention to President Trump's comms as to what he's saying.
I asked him a couple questions about his disastrous handling.
So this reporter, this is what I'm saying. There are reporters that are being put there, or journalists, to ask certain questions which you've never heard before. So, for example, this journalist is going to ask the question. We know that Mayorkas basically destroyed the border and disastrous handling of the border and all that sort of stuff. Is there going to be any punishment? Is there going to be any justice? This is what the report is basically saying. Okay? But pay attention to what President Trump says, ladies and gentlemen. Pay attention, please.
Of the border, why hasn't he been arrested yet? Obviously you guys are cleaning up the mess that was made deliberately for the past 4 years, and so people want accountability. It's great to see that the border is secured, and it's great to see the state.
That's true. The people want accountability, right? We want accountability for not just what, we know there are much, much more things that we want accountability and transparency.
Level cooperation, but I guess I would ask you, why hasn't he been held accountable or anybody? Really?
Well, pardons were given out by to many people.
And who was the one that was giving out the pardons? Now, this is the thing. The one that controls the order pen, as President Trump will say, is the President of the United States. He did, right? This is what people got to get. Now, in other words, he was pardoned by Biden. Fake Biden. Okay, so the whole thing has been one fat sham, created an illusion to be able to give people contrast so it makes sense to the masses. Because remember, you've got to look at it from this perspective. The people have been manipulated by the mainstream media, the deep state. And remember, President Trump's first term, He kept on saying fake news, exposing him, and he was busy exposing him and trying to bring it all down. Now, remember, 2020, and I keep telling people this, that you think about President Trump, okay, in 2020, but fake Biden. Biden was fake to begin with. After all, you know what he said. Do I have to remind you? Well, let me remind you again. Okay? Because I like to remind people of the truth. Okay? Because, yes, President Trump, let's go to my bookmarks. Yes, there we go. There is no Joe Biden executed in 2020. Hashtag Biden clones double and robotic engineered, soulless, mindless entities are what you see. Do you see that, ladies and gentlemen? It is from Donald Trump. It is attached. So, based on that, we know Mayorkas is obviously working for Trump. Right? And this pardon business about, him being pardoned by the auto pen when fake Biden, and we know he said that who controls the auto pen is the President of the United States. Well, it's telling you he is. And yes, let's just continue on. So we know who's really controlling the whole situation. And we know 2020, okay, was basically done by design because there's going to be no civil war at any cost. If President Trump basically became the president then, remember there was a lot of the country had been divided and conflicted and all that sort of stuff. It would have been basically a chance of civil war. So what did they do? They had to devise this whole thing. Could it be possible that the Democrats cheated and allowed them to cheat? Well, yes, because remember, they were watching. And what does Q says? Never interfere with the enemy destroying itself. And they were watching, and don't you worry, they got all the information and all the evidence in the world. So they allowed it to happen. But you got to remember that these are controlled military operations. And political decoys do exist. And I've been through this many times. So, in other words, they had to allow all these years to happen, 4 years, in order to allow the country and basically the world to fall into a crap heap under Biden. And remember, President Trump used to say when he was campaigning back in the day for the 2020 election, and he was saying, under Biden, this is going to happen. Under Biden, that's going to happen. And sure enough, that happened and then some. So when Biden got in power and everything happened under Biden was really under military control. Even the border, ladies and gentlemen. And I know it's hard to obviously fathom. But you need to remember this, that this all had to be done for the masses. That's why President Trump is able to provide this contrast. See, under Biden, this happened. Under Biden, that happened. Under me, and people are seeing the contrast, and naturally, it's bringing the country together. And it had to be this way. And that's what I'm saying. Everything that is happening right now is happening by design. And I know that a lot of us is like, we get upset. We do get upset. We get angry with President Trump sometimes and all that sort of stuff. That's understandable, comprehensible. He gets it. It's not easy, especially when you know what you know. And because what you know, as Q says, those who know don't sleep. And I get it. We're all in this together. But how great is it that we know what's going on? We have the inside take, and that does. Knowledge is power. It empowers us. It empowers us to continue. That's what it does. But think about those who don't know what's going on. What's it doing to them? Shall we say, the proverbial normies? Is that giving them a shock to the system? Is it waking them up? Oh, yes, don't you worry about that. And things are coming out. Oh, don't you worry. Some very uncomfortable truths have been drip, 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 drip. And it's been coming out. And there is a lot of, shall we say, crickets. And you've probably been noticing that getting more and more louder. And remember, there are those that don't want to admit that they were wrong. Because they'd rather die than, God forbid, tell you that they got it wrong. And I know there are people like that. Because they were calling us these names, conspiracy theorists and all these lovely names. But you know what? In one way, they had their right, in the sense that because we were listening to the garbage of all these others that were basically coming up with all this sensationalism, hearsay, things that are basically no facts, evidence, and receipts. And we were saying, see this and see that, and there was no facts, there was no evidence, and there was no receipts to prove it. And we were listening to these others, taking us for a ride. And that's why I say, ladies and gentlemen, isn't it about time that people woke up and stopped going by the fear porn, the hearsay that is being spread out there, the continuous date promising? Stop enabling them and stop following them. Because they're going on and on and on, because they think about it. They're doing it to enrich themselves. And it's about time that we stop doing that. Stop enabling those that keep preaching about the RV. Stop enabling those that continue to speak about Nasara Jassara's got us covered with everything. I want to show you the real truth, and I'm going to bring out the Kraken very soon. Don't you worry about that one. And I think it's about time that people knew the real truth. Anyway, let's continue on.
Have been given out, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs was given a pardon because they destroyed all of the information from 2 years of hearing.
So think about this. They destroyed 2 years worth of hearings, really. When Q says they got it all, and we know they have it all. After all, it was all under military control. We know we've been under military control, and they've been allowed, obviously, to do what they're doing and never interfere with the enemy destroying itself. And obviously they got it all. But the other thing is what people got to realize, why haven't we seen any justice to do with the 6th of January? Hasn't anyone asked that question? Why is this still, there's no heads rolling? You know, this whole debacle that happened on the 6th of January. Why isn't there any heads rolling out there? And they're saying that they supposedly destroyed all this evidence. I mean, obviously he's exposing the deep state, and he's showing that, hold on a minute, those who get a pardon, like Fauci, like Hunter, like all these others, are apparently guilty. Anyway, let's continue on.
And they should be arrested, but they were given pardons. Was he given a pardon, Mayorkas? Was he not?
I don't believe so.
Well, I take
Oh, so Mayorkas wasn't given a pardon. Okay.
a look at that one, because what he did is it's beyond incompetence. Something had to be done. Now, with that being said, he took orders from other people, and he was really doing the orders. And
there you go. He took the orders from other people, and you could say He was very loyal. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, who do you take orders from? The commander-in-chief. Military. And he was, you would say he was very loyal. Remember, there are people that have to play this little game. That's the thing. President Trump, remember when he said that sometimes good people have to do bad things? There are entities that have been used, people that have been used in the guise of being deep state. Remember that, you know, plants work on both sides. And you could see that obviously he's saying that you could say he was very loyal. We know that it was military operations that were controlling what was happening at that border. He says 21 million people flooded the border. Had that been the case? No. We know this has all been done for a reason. Number one, to provide contrast as to under Biden, the world turned into liquid shit. Under me, everyone's prospering. You can see the contrast, done by design. It's all to win the hearts and the minds of the masses. He's been doing it by design.
You could say he was very loyal to them because it must have been very hard for him to stand up and sit up and, talk about what he allowed to happen to this country.
There you go. So he's telling you, you can hear he had to take orders, he had to be loyal to them. We know that President Trump's in control.
And be serious about it. So he was given orders. If he wasn't given a pardon, I could see looking at that. In fact, why don't you take a look at it, Kristen? And he followed orders, but that doesn't necessarily hold him harmless. So take a look at it.
What is your direction to ICE when it comes to arresting farm workers here illegally, other workers in industries that are pretty critical to Florida's economy?
Yeah. And Christy and I, we'll be working with Ron and a lot of the states. We're going to work something where the farmers can be responsible for some of the people they have in. They have people run for 10, 15 years that they know very well.
So basically, he's talking about the farmers, how they got people running as in working on the farm and all that they're illegals, that they've been there for years and they're hard workers. And he knows if ICE go down there and take them all that, it's going to destroy farmers. That's what he's talking about.
We're going to put them responsible and we're going to issue a form of a card or document, and the farmer's going to be responsible for these people. They're not going to have citizenship, but they'll be working, they'll be paying taxes.
So basically, these people working there are going to be paying taxes. They're going to not have a citizenship, but they're going to be allowed to work there. Because, remember, he campaigned for the farmers as well. So he knows if you go out there and you start doing that, forget it, you'll destroy farmers. You'll destroy the industry. And not only that, these illegals, ladies and gentlemen, work in Florida, a lot of them. I've seen, when I was in Miami, when I was watching him, when I went to his rally, I was staying next door to where he is at the Doral, like next door at another hotel, because obviously, try staying there and you need a bank loan, okay? A lot of money. But anyway, next to him, okay, I stayed there and I started speaking English, and it's like they didn't understand. There were people that couldn't understand me. And I'm thinking, you're sounding like you're Latin here. Isn't this supposed to be America? It sort of blew me away because there are people that are in this hotel industry that are basically, they are illegals. And if you go to Miami, I think their main language there is Latin, to be quite honest. That's their main language. That's what I noticed. Now, those who live in Florida or Miami, you probably know what I'm talking about. I remember when I jumped into the Uber, there was no conversation. No. Out comes in the audio speakers, someone speaking in English, but not them. Somebody else, obviously a pre-recording. And you get to notice these things, especially like in places like Miami. where I went there. So yeah, something that I observed.
Need to get our farmers the people they need. Otherwise, our farmers aren't going to be able to do their land.
The people of Syria were recently seen on the streets waving American flags, chanting Trump, Trump, Trump.
Now, with Syria, think about this. Number one, we know that Syria were involved and connected with basically setting up nuclear satellite sites, whatever it was. I explained it before. There was nefarious reasons, what they were doing there. It was funded by Iran. Money was going into Iran. Things were happening in Syria. It's all connected to good old Elon as well. Obama. You know what I'm saying. I explained it before. So think about this. Remember this gassing business? And I said, good old Tucker came out there and he said that was fake. It was a way of getting President Trump to bring down those assets in Syria in the guise of this gassing the people. Okay, so Assad didn't gas his own people. It was just a cover so they can go and do what they had to do, right, to take down those assets. Okay. Now, Syria have gone through economic sanctions. That weakened the Assad, shall we say, regime. Along comes Turkey and Israel, and they decided to put in the ISIS leader. Remember the ISIS Al-Qaeda person known as Jelani? Yeah, he's the president there now, by the way. What a great idea that was, to put somebody that used to cut people's heads off, okay, and do all that nefarious stuff under ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And we all know who was created that little business. It was Obama. And they planted him in there to be the Syrian president right now. The question is, who's really controlling him? That's my question. I mean, you're seeing that Turkey and Israel, they use proxy wars to be able to overthrow the Syrian President Assad. President Trump is removing these sanctions now, okay, because Syria has gone through a lot of, shall we say, financial pain, and President Trump wants to obviously improve Syria, okay, because he said that Syria was a place of, greatness, all that sort of thing. He wants to look after the people. President Trump is about the people. The question I ask myself, and this is the thing we've got to remember, we know that we're in psychological warfare. Anything and everything is possible. Do not write anything off. And when I say that, are there decoys? We know that decoys, political decoys, can be installed. Anything and everything is possible. But what President Trump is talking about now is removing these economic sanctions on Syria. Okay? Let's continue.
So appreciative of the economic sanctions that was lifted on that country, giving them a little bit of hope for prosperity. You want to comment on that?
Well, they're great people, and the man that is leading them has a reputation, he's the head of some pretty tough organizations.
Oh, yeah, do you see? He's the head of some pretty tough organizations. Oh, yes, we've been through that. Mr. Jelani. Right, let's see if I've got that one there. I could show you if I've got Mr. Jelani there. Let's see. Okay. But yeah, no, Jelani, what a great idea to have him being the, shall we say, president of Syria. No, not a very good idea at all, is it? I don't know whose idea it was, but definitely not a good idea. And if it had been the state of Israel and Turkey, we know why. It's to be able to put one of theirs so they can control. Have a look at this. How is this okay? And there's the Syrian president. Obviously he's got a different name now, but his name is Abu Muhammad al-Jelani. And he had a reward of 10 million, I think it was quite a bit of money, on his head by the embassy, the American embassy. But apparently now they're like, no, everything's changed. Can you see how it's just everything is all over the place? It's like, why you're about removing ISIS, Al-Qaeda, But you've got one of the leaders running as the president of Syria, and then you're removing sanctions. I mean, can you see this is all? It's ridiculous. You know, President Trump knows what he's doing. That's the thing. You just got to remember that he knows what he's doing.
And a lot of people criticized me for that. I said, well, what are we going to do? Take them out of a day school, a country day school? It's going to be, by nature, I would think, Ron, they'll be pretty tough. And he is pretty tough. But
oh, yeah, no, he's been pretty tough, all right. We know what his connections are.
But I think I met him, spent a lot of time with him, good guy. I took off the sanctions because if I didn't do that, they wouldn't have had a chance. And Syria has a chance. You know, the people are great. They work.
To me, what it comes across to me, ladies and gentlemen, is that that particular entity is controlled. Who in their right frame of mind would put a known terrorist that's part of Al-Qaeda, ISIS, that was little Obama's creation, to run the show in Syria? Think about it. It doesn't make any logical sense. That's definitely a controlled asset.
They're very smart. It used to be a place of professionals, accountants and lawyers and doctors and high academic credentials in that part of the world. And I think it's going to work out great. I took off the sanctions and they were very appreciative. They were shocked, but they were very appreciative.
I'm sure they were very shocked.
We're giving them a chance at survival. With the sanctions, it couldn't have worked. Thank you.
Your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zorhan Mandami, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York.
So basically, this guy that's running for mayor, number one, is a communist. Right? Number two, okay, he's going to, interfere with the law. And number three, we don't even know if he's a legal citizen of the United States of America.
City, your message to communist Zorhan Mandami.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him.
There you go. So basically, by obstructing the law, what does Q says? Doesn't matter who it is. They're going to be sorted out.
Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation. We send him money. We send him all the things that he needs to run a government. We're going to be watching that very carefully, and a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. He's, we're going to look at everything. But
so basically, he's saying, "Oh, look, this is the thing, guys. I mean, what I don't get. Number one, Syria. They put someone from the ISIS, Al Qaeda caliphate to run the place. How ridiculous! Okay, this is what I'm saying. Look, not everything is what it seems." Number two, you got Mr. Zoran there, that is somebody that is a communist, that's someone that is basically willing to interfere and break the law. And, obviously, he may not even be a citizen. How in the hell is this all possible? In this, let's think about it from a logical perspective. How is this all possible unless it's done by design to rattle, shall we say, people's, get them, I don't know, awaken them or upset them or God knows what, okay? Because, these people should be able to see all this. And you're seeing that they got Andrew Cuomo, which we know is a bad seed, Eric Adams, which is, obviously, we know that, was a good fan of Puff Diddy. And he was also, obviously, he's got some nefarious connections. And then you got the other one, de Blasio, which is, forget about it at the time. But then you got those two. And then you got him. And it's like, where do we turn? And Zohan, if you hear him the way he speaks, Zoran, whatever his name is, he speaks like very, shall we say, it's like what people want to hear. It's like he's doing exactly what it reminds me of, Zoran. It reminds me of the Ayatollah, the original one. Remember when I showed you on The Oppressed, how we'd say everything that the people wanted to hear. He was popular. They made him into a celebrity, all that sort of stuff. You see Zoran, he's going around the place. He's going and doing all these little interviews, interviewing people in their halal little, you know, I don't know where they make the what do you call it, the kebabs and all that sort of thing. And he's talking about, I'm going to give you, you know, this and that, and it's going to be cheaper for you to sell your halal meat to the people and all that. But he's also going out there with the LGBTQI plus, where realistically speaking, he's obviously his background doesn't agree with what he's saying, but it's just he's doing everything like what the Ayatollah was doing, playing this game that he's such a sweet character, and he's everything but the opposite. How's that possible? Everyone's honestly, this is the thing. People are so gullible. And President Trump is saying, oh, well, he's a communist and he's this and he's that. Hopefully people are watching him. But then you look at the alternative and you think to yourself, what the hell am I going to vote for? Do you know what I mean? Anyone here in New York, ladies and gentlemen, what is your thoughts? Anyone in the chat that's hearing me right now, what's your thoughts about that situation? I would really like to hear your thoughts, because honestly, I would say that you're stuck between a rock and a hard place at this point with all that business going on. But anyway, let's continue on.
And ideally, he's going to turn out to be much less than a communist. But right now, he's a communist. That's not a socialist.
He's going to be turning out less than, what do you say about not being a communist? So President Trump is saying that by controlling the finances that obviously the federal government give to New York City, that he's able to have leverage over this man.
A good independent running, Mayor Adams, who's a very good person.
Governor DeSantis has proposed using National Guard, deputizing them as immigration judges to get through this massive backlog of people in the immigration court. Would you be open to that?
Yes, he has my approval. We'll get him now, but in the past, I would say over the past 30, 40 years, when you can get a...
30, 40 years, 34, Q+. Drop all the zeros, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, null the zeros is giving us the Q+ sign. Thank you very much, President Trump. Okay.
Runway that was considered gold a year ago.
That's a very interesting analogy. Gold. And what are we saying, ladies and gentlemen? Gold shall destroy the Fed. And he's been going out flat stick against good old Powell, hasn't he?
Oh, this country was dead. They had no confidence in the United States. They really felt it was a dead country and it was going to, some bad things were going to happen.
They thought it was a dead country. That's very interesting. Especially when you got a deadhead like Biden, which he didn't exist as far as in that time when they were supposedly running the show, because he was dead. Therefore, he was, makes sense. Thank you very much, President Trump.
But they used the term, it was a dead country, and now they said you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world right now.
Oh, yeah, no. What does the hottest country mean? Does that mean that, what does it say in the Q drops, ladies and gentlemen, about the hottest? That's a very interesting analogy, isn't it, President Trump? Let's see when we type in the word hot in the Q drops, what do we get? Summer. I mean, we're in summer right now anyway in the States. Doesn't it say somewhere in the Q drops? I'll bring it up, ladies and gentlemen. I've just got to find it. Okay, where it says about, oh yes, August is usually hot, something along those lines. Let's see where it says it. Okay, I'm sure it's somewhere in the drops. So in the meantime, guys, thumbs up, great comment, let's share it around the place. Come on, let's get the message out there. Let's empower people. Let's empower people to listen to the real facts, events, and receipts and the truth here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. Okay, yes, here we go. While Congress is away, 3529, yes. While Congress is away, the month of August is traditionally a really hot month. Nature is unpredictable. Oh, yes, it certainly is. Anyway, let's continue on.
And we turned it around fast. I thought it would take longer than this. We turned it around fast. Some of it was psychology.
No, some of it was psychology, all right, because they were using psychological warfare. That's why he talks about psychology.
The water doesn't come out. They have
Okay, this, ladies and gentlemen, is what's going to make sense. The water comms are nice and thick right here. So let's have a look at the water comms. What is he talking about? What does he mean? What does he keep talking about the water comms? There's a reason and a rhyme for everything. Now, water comms basically indicate what's the water. You would probably know this, right? Let's go. Where are we? It'll be here somewhere. He's going to say water, 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 right? And what's the water? And what does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? It'll go back to what we've been discussing before. It means, where are we? Let's see where we are. This right here, Q drop 846. Watch the water. Oh, yes. Didn't President Trump just say at the White House, remember when he was there and he said about Elon and the monster and Doge? And we know what the monster means. It means North Korea. How his involvement, SpaceX, has been involved in sending the technology across to North Korea to make the lovely nuclear bomb or the ICBMs, right? Remember that. Yes. Now let me show you once again. That's why President Trump said monster before. There we go. Monster, stage set, North Korea, ICBMs. And we all know that when he said about monster Doge, it means this. Okay, we know that. I've shown you over and over again. What's really going on is this SpaceX. Okay, so SpaceX was created. Okay, it was replacing the shuttle program. Obama funneled the money into SpaceX instead with all these other supposed investors. Missile, the eye's missing by not coincidence, by design. As you will know in the Q drops, the eye's missing for a reason. Military and NASA are the ones that gave that technology to good old SpaceX. And it was all for this. The CIA used North Korea as a black site to make nukes and ICBMs. Now, President Trump said monster. We know that it's got to do with North Korea. Right? I explained that. And also when he says water, 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 yeah, why is North Korea out of the news? We're waiting for him. Obviously, there's a reason and a rhyme. But we keep getting water, water comments. But also, water is the drip, drip, drip to flood. Now, what does that mean? D-class is coming. A storm is coming. The storm, the whirlpool. The whirlpool, the washing machines. The washing machines, water. Water means, obviously, drip to flood, D-class. Here we go.
a restrictor. You can, in areas where you have.
So what does a restrictor do? He's talking about the water restrictor. The restrictor means the drip, 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 as Q says. That's what he's talking about. He's taken off the restrictor. And he's talking about taking off the restrictor, meaning he's removing the drip, drip, drip to now when the flood is coming, to when the storm is coming, because he talks about the whirlpool washing machine. Let's continue on.
So much water, they don't know what to do with it. You think it's not working. It is working. The water's dripping out.
There you go. You think that the water isn't working, but it's dripping out. He's telling you and giving us comms that, yes, we have been dripping out information. Drip, 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 drip. The restrictor was on. Obviously, the restrictor obviously is to contain the information. Now that the restriction is giving us comms that obviously the restrictor is coming off. D-class is coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Prepare. Let's continue.
When you wash your hands, you turn on the faucet, no water comes out. You're washing, the water barely comes out. This was done by crazy people. Biden did when he came back is he put the restriction on showers, toilets, and sinks.
There you go. So he's saying the restriction was put on. The drip, drip, drip. When Biden was in there. Now comes the flood.
Put this and washing machines. Washing machine, they give you like a quarter of this bottle.
Washing machines. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we referring to? The whirlpool. What does a whirlpool represent? The storm. You see where I'm going with this? It's amazing, isn't it?
To do your clothing. And people needed 10 of these bottles. And the people came to me from Whirlpool. They said, we can't make a machine that's competitive. We can't make a machine anymore. It doesn't work. Why? They don't let us use
He said the word whirlpool, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it. There you go.
water. Do you have any problems with water? No, we have so much we don't know what to do with it. You know, it comes down from heaven, right?
There you go. It comes down from heaven. It's flooding. Water comes down. It's flooding. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. The flood is coming of truth. That's what he's saying.
The dishwashers, that was the other one. They give you like this much water right up to there. So they end up doing the dishes 10 times. They end up using more water.
Yeah, that's right. In other words, he's saying that, water. Okay. And remember, when you got less water, you got and he talks about the dishwasher. Think about this. The less water you've got, the more dirty the dishes stay. When you've got a flood of water, remember the dirtiness represents the deep state. The flood of water will basically bring in the flood of truth. So you're getting a consistent water comms. And we know that that also connects up to Elon. He's been saying about Elon, and we know that also connects up to North Korea. It's all, ladies and gentlemen, it's all everywhere. You could see the connections are being made.
Then you would have used it if you did it right in the first place. So all of that stuff is...
And another thing is, think of water comms, Epstein Island. After all, it's surrounded by water, isn't it? So water has many meanings, multiple meanings. Watch the water, submarines. There's so many things that you need to keep in mind. Remember, Q speaks on multiple levels.
Been written off. It sounds crazy. It's little things. The straw.
Okay, the straw, meaning the straw man. And he talks about the straw because the straw man, he's getting rid of it. Have you seen what he's doing with the Fed? And what does Q says? Gold shall destroy the Fed. Now we know the straw man is us, the capital entity, right? So basically the dead capital entity that they created for us. The term straw man capitalized dead entities associated with the straw man theory. That's what they call it, a theory. Used in sovereign citizen movement nearly now. Basically, your name appears in capitalization, which represents the legal entity, the fictitious legal entity known as the straw man. And then the legal birth certificates, which we know is a way of connecting the flesh to the fictional legal entity, because on your birth certificate, it is capitalized. President Trump speaks about getting rid of the dead artificial person and removal of the straw man by going from paper that melts in his mouth to plastic, which is solid. That's what it means. Also, paper represents the birth certificate. Getting rid of the birth certificate, the bonds that we've been traded on the stocks and bonds market. It also removes us from the fiat currency system, the Fed, ladies and gentlemen. So this is what he means. Please pay attention. Here we go.
I let you go back to a plastic straw. I was tired of having straws melt in my mouth.
The straws that melt in my mouth. The straw man. Finished. Goodbye. See you later.
You know, it wasn't working. The paper wasn't working too well. So
the paper wasn't working too well. Bang, ladies and gentlemen. 5 of 5. Comms are clear. Thank you very much, President Trump. You are destroying the stocks and bonds that have been trading us, our birth certificates, the capital entity known as the fictitious legal character, the straw man. The straw man is identified using our birth certificates, which is under maritime law, under the corporation, as seen on the flags right behind you and on the sill. Being the president of the United States Corporation and the commander-in-chief, you are able to destroy this whole system. Thank God, President Trump, that you are being elected to do this. You've been chosen to do this. And President Trump has given us the 5 for 5 comms. So can you see, ladies and gentlemen, how it pays to pay attention to what he's saying? Doesn't it make you happy? It makes me happy, okay? Because the fact is, see you later, straw man. See you later, fiat currency. Goodbye, Fed. The Fed is dead, all right? That whole system is gone.
These are little things that I did. If you don't have borders in this country, borders and good elections, and we're working on that next.
So borders and good elections, think about it, what they've been trying to do in the Q drops, weaken the borders, use elections and using the Soros machines, the illegal, illegal migrants flooding in there and basically trying to take over, shall we say, the election result and install their puppets like Hillary was supposed to be installed. But it all backfired. It all backfired, ladies and gentlemen, and President Trump has got control of it all. That's why, as President Trump says, borders and having good elections are vital. Can you see that Soros was putting these machines, and they knew about it. They all knew about it. They all knew about how this whole system was running. Even all our leaders knew about it. They knew about the corporation. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, your Congress people, all our people, our leaders, our people in politics running our states and all that, have committed treason. They've known about this for a very long time. They've known and they've continued to run this little charade. Remember the states like Florida, like I showed you, the Florida flag has the gold fringe, which represents the state of Florida Corporation, which falls under the United States Corporation. That's why they go to that Capitol Hill. Capital means head, capital letter, to represent the dead entities in that building. And they all go there and they represent their corporation that their states belong to. They have committed treason. That's a fact. And President Trump is about destroying this whole system of illusion, because realistically speaking, it has been a bloody fake matrix that we've been living in. And it's about time that this whole system of debauchery and fakeness be removed. President Trump knows what he's doing. Don't you worry about that one. He's bringing this whole system down, and he needs to bring it down, and obviously it's being exposed. Now, things need to make sense to the mass consciousness. It is vital that they know that what's been really going on, how they've been lied to, and they will. But in order to get there, they need to, obviously, things need to happen. Other events need to happen to make sense to them. Right? And they needs to make sense. Now, what I want to show you, if I've got it right here, is a series of things that I did the other day. Number one, future will prove past. We are still in the same pyramid scam. we've got different layers, and those layers represent the class that we belong to. The gold fringe flag and seal is treasonous. It represents the United States Corporation, and POTUS, his label is the President of the United States, which is also a corporation. Right? That's why this all needs to come out. The other thing is this thing, Switzerland has been the neutral playground of the puppet master, but that's been, obviously, they're being exposed. President Trump is exposing the Fed, and he continues to use Powell as a means of doing it, and he's showing people why Switzerland able to get away with it. Well, that's the place, isn't it? This represents the United States Corporation, ladies and gentlemen, and this is real, as I said, real lawful, shall we say, information right here that I'm displaying. I refer you to the United States Code. Note that the capitalization indicating the corporation, not the republic, Title 28 3002 15 ABC, it is stated unequivocally that the United States in capital is the corporation. Fact. That's what needs to go. In other words, when you're saying about the straw man, meaning us, the capitalized entity that they've created, they're getting rid of all the United States, all the capitalized entities as well. The corporation. It must be done. That's why you got here the President of the United States. You don't see the United States of America. It's the United States, because the United States is the corporation. Have you got me so far, ladies and gentlemen? The creation of the US corporation was done by the Act in 1871, was the day they created it. And who created it? It was Congress. And Congress gave power to the foreign entity. And we're all connected to this. For example, here in Australia, we have the Commonwealth of Australia Corporation that is under the District of Columbia, or the United States Corporation. Fact. We're all under this. Even Julian Assange has come out and said it. This man right here is exposing it all. How amazing is the Hellraiser for the deep state? He's destroying them. Thank God for that.
There's some bills coming in that's going to make sure that you're a citizen, that people aren't counted in the voting when, you know, they were here and they're here as illegals. And
so basically the bills. Which bill is he talking about? The big beautiful bill. Because the thing is, the big beautiful bill is going to be deploying AI technology, and it's going to be able to work out things very quickly. It's going to expose those, as I said, that have been obviously doing things and taking advantage of the people of the United States of America. And not only that, it's also going to be implemented worldwide.
they're criminals in many cases, and they give them account, and you end up with extra congressmen. We're going to work.
That's right. So you end up with extra congressmen. That all has to change. President Trump knows what he's talking about.
And that we're going to straighten that out next. That's going to be easy compared to what we were doing.
So he's saying that's going to be easy compared to what we've been doing, taking down the corporation, bringing down the deep state, so many other military operations. Compared to all that, this part is going to be easy because AI is going to do it.
But little things like that, a straw, little things like a washing machine.
There you go. A little thing like a straw. Why does he keep talking about the straw? Because it's finished. It's gone. It's getting rid of it. We are basically, remember, we have been dead entities, fictional characters created under this system the birth system, the birth certificate, BERTH, maritime law, admiralty law. And it's all, remember what happens. We are trading as the corporation. Corpse means dead. Oration means to speak. Goodbye. And obviously he keeps saying the washing machine, whirlpool, the storm.
With no water. People go out, they spend all their money on a washing machine. The damn thing doesn't work. You can't use the water. Then you go to your sink and that doesn't work either. You're stuck. You know what you do? You have dirty plates the next day.
There you go. So basically he's saying that with no water, as in no accountability, no D-class, because water represents what? We're waiting for the drip to the flood. The water represents the D-class. If you're not going to have that, you're going to continue to have dirty plates. Dirty plates, dirty people. Dirty people, deep state. Does it make sense? Give me a thumbs up, guys, in the comments. I mean, hopefully you guys got what I'm saying. It's all been done by design. President Trump is saying without the storm that is necessary. In other words, we need D-class, which is represented by the water, and only with the water can you obviously show what's really going on. The dirty plates, okay, he's referring to is the dirty people, the deep state. There you go. And he was talking about the drain, draining the swamp.
And that's it. And we solved so many common sense problems. And they weren't easy. You know, there are people that really believe in this stuff.
There you go. He said that there is people that actually believe in what the garbage of the mainstream media, the deep state have been pulling out there, but we're about common sense. We're about, obviously, not the left and the right, not about Republicans or Democrats, as Q says. We're about common sense. That's what we're about. And so is President Trump.
Look at North Carolina. I mean, they had a lot of water.
There you go. Yeah, they did. He's referring to the flood. Can you see the 5 of 5 comms are clear? Thank you very much, President Trump. You confirmed that what you're speaking about is the flood that is coming. The flood of truth that is about to be released because there's no restrictions. They're going to be, obviously, the restrictions are going to be lifted. The whirlpool washing machine represents the storm that is going to bring on the flood of truth. So we know what you're talking about. And obviously, we get the mirror, 5 of 5 comms are clear. When you speak about North Carolina having plenty of water, which is also referring to the flood. So thank you very much, President Trump. 5 of 5 comms are crystal clear.
And they have to get restrictors on their, on their kitchen faucet. So we're very proud of the things we did, and we're going to do a lot more of them.
Of an emergency SPR, fill it to, maybe even go beyond and fill it to 1 billion barrels this time at a much cheaper price. Thoughts on the energy sector?
So it holds 77.
So basically he's talking about the strategic reserve where they keep all the oil, okay? And they usually use it for times of emergencies or war. Now, what he makes sense here is that, did you know that how they can manipulate elections? Very simply. Think about it. The Fed can manipulate the rate. And remember, who always remembers who was in power? It's not the Fed that cops the blame. It's always the president, the chief executive, that cops the blame. So the Fed doesn't like somebody. It can increase its rates and screw over the election process. As in, put bitter taste in their mouth about the current or the president. The other thing is also, think about this. What they do as well is people think about fuel, how much fuel they saved. And they can use that to manipulate elections rather than they're supposed to use it, as President Trump says, in times of war. So instead, what do? to manipulate elections again. They use the strategic reserve in order to lower the prices of fuel. Therefore, it gains favour for whoever's been in the presidency. Can you see how they use these tactics? That's why they call it strategic. Yeah, people think strategic in the sense of military, but it's also got to do with manipulation. So in other words, you've got President Trump is exposing this. He's exposing that Biden, and he's using Biden as an example, that he used the strategic reserve to be able to manipulate the election. And they've been doing that. It's not the first time. President Trump is about exposing the tricks of what they've been doing for a very long time. So that's exposing what they're doing as far as the oil situation's concerned, about manipulating the price of fuel in order to gain favour with the populace, so then they vote for that president again. That's how you manipulate. And as I said, the Fed also has a way of manipulating things as well. People need to see past what's really going on. So there you go. Lots of great information, intel, things that you didn't know, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm bringing to the forefront. I want everyone here now to say thank you, FCB, in a way of giving me a thumbs up, great comment, and let's share this around the place. This message is not getting out far enough, ladies and gentlemen. This information is vital, and people need to do their bit. Where we go on, we go, or we're all in this together. So we all need to do our bit. We all need to get the message out there. All right? So if everybody now can take the time and hit that thumbs up, and I know there's many of you in there, we need to get the message out there. And we all need to do our bit. Not in this chat, ladies and gentlemen, in the video. Hit the thumbs up. Great comment. Let's share this around the place. This helps the algorithm get the message out there. And we are living in times now with social media. That's the way it operates. So we all need to do our bit. Now, I'm giving you all this information, wealth of knowledge, without any restrictions whatsoever. I'm not putting it behind a paywall. I'm getting paid pittance, to be quite honest, ladies and gentlemen, especially with Rumble. I don't get nothing, jack bloody shit, to be quite honest, to what and the others make a lot of money. I don't do advertising. I don't do sponsorships. I don't do anything. But I'm giving you this information because I want you all to stand in your power. I want everybody to stand in their power of truth. And that's why I'm empowering people with the knowledge. I'm doing my bit, but we all need to do our bit as well. We all need to get behind this channel, this platform. We need to push it out far and wide. Very, very fundamental. Very, very important. All right? Everyone needs to do their bit. Now, let's see. What do we have here? I'm just trying to find, ladies and gentlemen, if there's anything here. All right, let's continue on.
Million barrels, and we had it up to the top, if you remember. Gasoline just hit $1.99 today in 5 states. $1.99, isn't that a nice sound?
$1.99 in most states. That's very interesting, President Trump. Why $1.99? That's very interesting. Considering the conversations that we've been having. Yes, Q drop 199. Uranium 1, we've spoken about this drop before, to do with how to get it from point A to point B. And we know, what have we been speaking about? Iran, North Korea, Barack Hussein Obama, basically the 2016 elections, the money to do with how it went from, it was untraceable, and the cash that they used, or Obama did, to get the money across using the planes. Okay? Now, who paid for Barack Obama to attend Harvard? It was Prince Al-Walid once again. Okay? House of Sword. Who was the biggest contributor to the Clinton Foundation? We know it was Saudi Arabia, and it says here, remember I said about the sum of all fears, to do with what? To do with obviously nuclear. To do with getting into World War III. Let's go right here. So we know that this was the situation. Uranium one, Canada, EU, Asia, Iran, and North Korea. That's where they would get the uranium from. The uranium came from the United States, by the way. Right? What was its purpose? To build, obviously, bombs. Who was supposed to win the election in 2016? That was Hillary Clinton, wasn't it? It was Hillary. Because Hillary was going to bring us into World War III. And everything that was happening with this deal, with setting up the bombs and all that, was under Obama. Set up 8 years of weakening America. And Hillary was going to bring us to World War III. That's in the Q drops. Why was Iran deal kept from Congress and placed under the highest level of classification? Because they know the dirty deals that were taking place was directly under Congress's nose. They were impervious. They didn't know what was going on. They had no clue. Right? And there were those that were greased off as well in this deal. And it says there, why was Iran deal kept from Congress and placed at the highest level of classification? Meaning a United States senator could not review the deal, but the other foreign powers could, like the EU. Remember, in Iran, the EU were involved, lifting sanctions, pouring money in there to enrich themselves. Okay, and how was the money it was getting? Remember, Obama, cash. Remember the pallets of cash on the planes Obama was delivering there. We know what the cover was. Okay, it was to do with this Iran deal. It had nothing to do with nuclear at all. Right? It was basically a way of receiving money. But the technology that was going across to North Korea was care of SpaceX. And it was received by North Korea, CIA. And who was the biggest contributor to the Clinton Foundation? It was Saudi Arabia. They pumped in a lot of money. Why does the mainstream media push conspiracy without investigation? They've been involved. They've been implicated. And who controls the mainstream media? Well, we also know that Prince Al-Walid also had his hand in the upper echelon, so we say. And we know there's BlackRock and Vanguard. They're right up the top as well. And the reason why we get called conspiracy, because, in other words, anyone that tries to speak the truth is branded this label. Because guess what? You branded that label, it's already got a bad smell. Okay? And people are going to be like, I'm not going to be called that. I'm not going to go out there and say it. And they use it as a way of deterring people from, like, the anti-Semitic label. It's basically, you don't go with their narrative, you're going to be branded like that. Remember during COVID, when we were branded these labels? The world cannot handle the truth. Think about it. How the world is going to handle the truth when they know about all these leaders all around the world, all of them have been involved with trying to kill the world, or kill the population, bring it down according to the Georgia Guidestones, and bring in World War III. And that pill cannot be swallowed by most. And the thing is, as Q says, you can show them the information. You can show them the truth. But there are people that are so far gone, they're so brainwashed, with no matter what you show or do, the facts, evidence, and receipts, they're not going to accept it. It's just too horrific. They don't want, no, I don't want to know about it. Ignorance is bliss. They don't want to know about the truth. They rather live in an ignorance is bliss I don't care, that sort of mentality. And they don't realize it's because of that mentality. That's why we're in the shit right now. Okay? Anyway, let's continue on.
But we just hit in five states, 199, 198.
199, 198. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, like I've been saying, the sum of all fears, the triangle, the all-seeing eye, the three sides that make it up, plus, 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 and triple plus. Soros, Rothschilds, House of Sword. Three sides form what shape? The pyramid. Can you see? He gave us comms. Thank you very much, President Trump. We know what you're doing. We know that you're giving us clear comms and indicating that you are bringing this whole system down. We know that you're going to bring out, shall we say, the flood of truth. The truth will not be for everybody, as Q says. Not everyone will be able to swallow that pill of these uncomfortable truths, but they are necessary. It is necessary for people to know what's really been going on, who's been responsible, and how they've been able to get away with it. Exposing the three sides of the pyramid or the triangle is basically a way forward. Because we know that these three, Soros, by manipulating the borders and the votes, the Rothschilds, the means and the way of keeping us in a state of debt slavery, and the House of Sword interfering with everything else that you could possibly imagine, have formed this pyramid, this triangle that has basically been to the detriment of mankind and humanity. Their agenda was to bring us to World War III, control and depopulate the world to a controllable amount of 500 million as per the Georgia Guidestones. We know what you're doing, President Trump. You're bringing down the straw man, the fictional character that they've been putting on us for us to believe that we are meant to be this way, that we're meant to be debt slaves, that we're meant to be cattle, chattel, traded using our birth certificate, BERTH, as the straw men. Okay? No, the farce is finished. You exposing also President Trump, the Federal Reserve with Mr. Powell and how they manipulate things, and also exposing now Switzerland has been the right up the top of the pyramid, so to speak, where they control everything, using that place of neutrality, because that's what they've been using, Switzerland, that place of neutrality, to do all their debauchery. It is clear to see that they're obviously given favour to Switzerland because that's they're obviously the place where the puppet master truly sits. That's why you have in Switzerland the Saint Antipa, the place where he was martyred. In Scripture, it is known as Satan's seat, and in Satan's seat we've also got the World Health Organization that has controlled the world's health. We've got the UN, United Nations. We've got everything to do with international law and everything else you could possibly imagine over there on Satan's seat, controlling it all. Thank you, President Trump, for exposing it all. God bless you. Hopefully he gets this message.
Eggs are going through the roof. What are you going to do about eggs? I said, I just got here. I didn't know anything about eggs. I had to call you. I said, look, I just got here. Tell me the problem. Well, they doubled in price, and they're going to be 5 or 6 times higher. They were right, actually. I said, let me work on it. And now we have eggs down to the same number as it was when I first came in. You know, we lowered the cost of groceries.
So he's talking about eggs, groceries. Ladies and gentlemen, could it be, number one, could it be that President Trump talks about groceries and certain products? Could it be that he's given us indicators to stock up? Anything and everything is possible. Because he keeps talking about groceries and groceries and groceries and groceries. And I'm thinking to myself, that's got to mean something. Because he keeps talking about it. And you know that we are heading towards these massive events that are coming our way. Could it be that we are heading, you know, as I said, there are things that are coming our way, and he keeps saying the word groceries. In other words, well, we need food to survive. We need, obviously, groceries that are, are important to us. Could he be giving us ladies and gentlemen, that he wants us to pay attention to and to begin to stock up? It's something we need to obviously pay heed to, ladies and gentlemen. We need to pay heed. Now, we know that we have been stocking up for a very, very long time. In fact, we were told to stock up. And this is the thing. These date promises that were going out there and telling us to do this and telling us to do that and whatever. We know that it's the events that determine where we are in the plan. It's the events. Because remember, they're not going to make it as obvious as these date promises been going out there. Oh, July the 4th. You better get ready. Really now, because it's July the 4th, does that mean it's going to happen on that day? Do you think for a moment that the military, the White Hats, are that predictable? Think again. Think again. What we need to do is pay attention to President Trump, what he's saying. And he keeps saying the same thing over and over again. Eggs, groceries. Could it mean as well, remember, eggs? Stock up on eggs? Because, basically, remember, groceries, eggs, food. Think about what he's saying. And you know what? It doesn't harm to have, your stock. It really doesn't. It doesn't at all.
A simple word like that, groceries, it was like almost a strange word. I hadn't heard the word in so long, but what could be more beautiful than the word grocery?
What could be more beautiful than the word grocery? He keeps going over and over again. Why would he keep going over that word again? Oh, it's a beautiful word. How many times have we heard it? He's preparing us for something. He's preparing us. And I think it's about time that we started to pay heed. And as I said, there's no harm in being prepared. And I've always said, ladies and gentlemen, preparation is the key.
We have the prices way down. We have the energy way down. Energy brought the groceries down, if you want to know that.
Double Q. Could be a Q plus. Let's have a look.
We have the prices way down. We have the energy way down. Energy brought the groceries down, if you want.
Who knows? Could be a Q plus. All right. So by doing that, and he did a double, so went 1, 2, and then double. Could be a Q plus, so 34 Q plus. President Trump is saying that energy's down, groceries are down. Down. When we say something is down, doesn't that mean it's down and out? Think about that for a moment. He said the word groceries, beautiful groceries. Then he says energy is down, groceries are down. Is he preparing us and telling us, hey, get your shit together? Because energy is going to go down. And then groceries, you need to be stocked up. Otherwise, that's going to go down. And that could be preparing us, ladies and gentlemen, for something. And I thought about it. And you know what? It makes perfect sense. Cyber attack. Could it be that they're preparing us for a cyber attack? Well, let's see. I'll go scroll down. Because just here recently in Australia, ladies and gentlemen, I think we just had one. Qantas, which is the main airline here in Australia, had a cyber attack. It hit 6 million customers, data potentially compromised. And that's the thing. Could he be preparing us for a cyber attack? They've also been using, remember, Iran Iran is going to do a cyber attack. Putting it in mass consciousness. Energy's down, meaning down and out. Groceries are down. Pay attention. We really need to pay attention.
To know the truth, and so we think we're going to get it lower, and we're going to fill up the national it's called the strategic national reserves. I had it topped out, and this guy would use them every time before the election.
There you go. So it's exactly what I said, that this guy would use it before an election. He's telling you that they use the strategic reserve in order to use it to persuade people, as in it affects the election artificially. So by reducing the price, see, under Biden, did you see how the prices came down under this person? See how the prices came down, how he kept the prices down on fuel? Because they were using the strategic reserve. That is meant for war.
He'd use them whenever they had an election. It was artificial, but it was really meant for wars, and it wasn't meant for keeping your prices down during a holiday so that somebody could get elected. But they
there you go. Election interference.
Used it. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state. I'll spend a lot of time here. I even fix up the little Oval Office. I make it, it's like a diamond. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It wasn't maintained properly, I will tell you that. But
that's very interesting. It was like a diamond. Very interesting comments. There are certain things that obviously I need to have a look at. That's something very interesting. It's like a diamond. Artificial? Because diamonds are something that can be created artificially, or diamonds also have artificial value. That's the other thing. Because you think about it, diamond, what is he referring to? Well, let's talk about it from this. Where is the capital of the Diamond Center? He's talking about the Oval Office. It was like a diamond, right? Now, where is the capital, or what they call the Diamond Center, as in it's in Israel, ladies and gentlemen. It is known, let's see where the capital is, in Israel, the diamond capital. Okay. In Israel, it is known because that's where they do their trading. All right, let's see. Okay, just give me a quick moment, ladies and gentlemen, while I'm trying to find it. They call it the capital. Come on. Capital of diamonds in the world. Okay, in Israel, it's the trading center. It's called Ramat Gan. That's it. Ramat Gan in Israel. It is the major center for diamond trading in the world. So in other words, what President Trump is doing is exposing how the Oval Office, meaning the presidency, think about it, it makes perfect sense. President Trump is exposing how the presidency, the President of the United States, POTUS, is controlled by Israel. That's why he says it's like a diamond. Okay, the diamond industry of Israel, it's basically, they're the capital, right, of the diamond. They're called the diamond capital. And it's in the Ramat Gan. That's where they trade the diamonds. Therefore, we know 5 of 5 comms are clear. President Trump has given us comms, crystal clear comms, to let us know that, number one, the presidency, the Oval Office, which the Oval Office equates to the President of the United States, which is connected to Israel. That's why he's given us the comms as a diamond. Okay, the diamond, which is basically the capital of the trading of diamonds, is done in Israel. Okay, let's go back. It'll make sense. Therefore, the President of the United States is controlled by the state of Israel.
Elected, but they used it. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state. I'll spend a lot of time here. I even fix up the little Oval Office. I make it, it's like a diamond.
There you go. I fixed up the Oval Office. It's like a diamond. So can you see, ladies and gentlemen, how we've connected the dots? The capital of trading to do with the diamonds in the world is in Israel, in a place called Ramat Gan. Ramat, let me see if I pronounced that correctly. Okay. There we go. Ramat Gan, the capital of diamonds, the home of diamond exchange in the world, the biggest capital. So we've got a 5 of 5 comms are clear. He's telling us that the Oval Office is controlled by the state of Israel. 5 of 5 comms are crystal clear. Thank you very much, President Trump. We know that you've cut the strings off the puppet master and you're no longer controlled by them.
It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It wasn't maintained properly, I will tell you that. But
it wasn't maintained properly. There we go. He's telling you that it wasn't maintained. The Oval Office was controlled by the state of Israel, okay? And it wasn't supposed to be run as in like that, okay? It wasn't maintained as the forefathers wanted it. And he's telling you this. And he's the one that's sorting it all out.
wealthiest people and some of the people that pay the most taxes, of any people anywhere in the world for that matter, they're moving to Florida and other places. And I also appreciate the media. They've treated us very fairly. Over the last few weeks, I've been treated very nicely. And it's so unusual. I'm not used to it, but we...
Yeah, no. The reason why President Trump is because he's given us comms. Number one, he's given us comms that, think about this, the mainstream media are now under control. That's why he's saying, oh, no, they're being nice, they're being polite, they're this, they're that. They're under control. He's given us the 5 of 5 comms are clear. Thank you very much, President Trump.
We've gotten great accolades. Brian, I want to thank you for calling out because I was waiting here because I knew the vote was taking place and I'm answering questions, right? So I want to thank you very much and say hello to our friend.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was a great decode, wasn't it? Lots of amazing comms, lots of amazing stuff. Lots of great things. And I've got more coming your way again, okay, in the next pulse. It's going to be phenomenal. So I want to take the time to say thank you to every one of you that support this channel. Thank you to those that obviously that donate, but it's not enough, ladies and gentlemen. It's not enough. And I'll be honest, it's just enough to try and keep these lights on. But I want to say thank you to those that could have basically have been donating and contributing. Much appreciated. Okay? Every bit counts. Every bit counts. Now, I want to say to everybody, now's the time to hit the thumbs up. Great comments. Let's share this around the place. We need to get the message out there. You're getting a lot of great information, intel, without any restrictions whatsoever. You're getting a master decoder. You're getting access to a master decoder, an investigative journalist, and I'm giving you the real deal, the real take. And all I ask for everybody to do is hit the thumbs up. Great comment. Let's share this. We need to get the message out there. That's how the algorithm works. Now, if you would like to contribute to the platform, you can do so by, number one, making your way here. So to link, let's go to Linktree. Okay, right here, linktr.ee/FCB Collective, and you can click here and shape me a coffee. We'll really appreciate it. Goes to the platform. I'm trying to improve the platform, but as I said, restricted with what I got. Then you got all these things here. You got the truth bomb section, the pulse. Okay, we get the greatest information, intel around. Not the hearsay, not the fear porn, only the facts, evidence, and receipts. The Q Lounge, where you can join your fellow, brothers and sisters, patriots, who are in this together. Truth Social, X, Twitter. Okay, we've got our website, Facebook and YouTube. Now, obviously, we're in the process of updating and sorting out the website and putting in the shop so you guys can purchase all this stuff. So it will be great things that I'll be bringing out, like this top. I really enjoy wearing it. I've got the hoodie as well, okay, which Carol and Soren have got as well. They love it. I'm just waiting for a few things to come in, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm waiting for my new hat, this one right here. Well, FCB was right about everything, and I have been. I've been right on the money, right on everything that I've said. Another thing is, as I said, you can buy this particular top, okay, which is basically the gold, what do you call it, the Golden Age series, okay, which is, that's the front of the sweater. And behind the sweater, ladies and gentlemen, is the God's Army, where we go one, we go all, in gold. All right. Then I got the other one, which is God's Army. That's the back of it. And then at the front, we've got the golden, as I said, the FCB logo right there with the Q and the Punisher and the FCB DECODE logo, all in gold. Okay. Golden finish. Then we've got also the original hoodies as well. They keep you nice and warm. Amazing. All right, so Soren, thank you very much for, yeah, he's got his and Carol has got hers. At the back of it, ladies and gentlemen, is the God's Army and the though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. On the side, on your right sleeve, we got the where we go one, we go all message. We've also got the original FCB t-shirts, okay, which is going to be, available. All this is going to be available very soon. The God's Army, where we go one, we go all, because we're all in this together. We've also got the Fight, Fight, Fight Golden Age t-shirts as well, with President Trump's fist in the air. And we got also the hat to match as well. So all these amazing merch is going to be available, and it's all good quality. So, for example, the t-shirts are made out of 100% US cotton. Okay, I don't sell rubbish. All right, now there's many out there that they sell, they don't care what they sell, but I do care. I want to make sure that you get the great stuff and everything at a reasonable price. Okay, because I want everyone to benefit. Okay, where we go on, we go all has a meaning to me. And it always has and always will. It means unity. It means common sense. It means connection. It means truth. It's what we stand for. And what do we say, ladies and gentlemen? United, we are strong. Divided, we are weak. I want to say thank you to Soren and Carol. You guys are awesome. And thank you to all of you. And then tune in to the next Pulse, ladies and gentlemen, where we're going to bring out some more uncomfortable, harsh truths that are necessary. This one will be one not to miss. I mean, obviously all of them are not to miss, but the next one is going to be phenomenal. And then, ladies and gentlemen, very soon, without warning, the Kraken will appear. Yes, it's time for the Kraken. It's time for that to be shown. People need to know the truth. And I want people to be empowered with the truth, because we've all been, shall we say, led down the merry-go-round by these deceivers, by these liars, these grifters, okay? And it's time for them to basically be exposed. And they will be. They will know what it's like to be exposed. Oh, don't you worry about that. Because very soon, the Kraken will be released. Please pay attention. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for the people to know the truth. Enough is enough of the deceptions and the lies. It's gone. They're going to be finished when this comes out. And it's all based on facts and some receipts. They're going to be working out a way how to find a way out. Because you know what? We've been lied to, deceived in so many different ways that you could possibly imagine. So many different ways. No, it ends. Enough is enough. And you know what? The gloves are off. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning into The Pulse here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. Until next time, God bless you all. And remember, always be in a great headspace. That's the only way you're going to get through this. Not listening to the fear porn, not listening to the doubt, not listening to the deception, not listening to the date promises, because you're always going to be in a state of, shall we say, disappointment, missing an appointment. Stop listening to them. Stop enabling these characters. It's time for them to be shown the door. Cheers, everybody. God bless you.